Through the gloomy and raw dungeon, a crowd of people fought with despair, accompanying the wounded warriors. One of the fighters, exhausted by heavy wounds, suddenly collapsed on a wet stone floor. The fighter who lost consciousness was no longer the first to leave him on this path. In desperation, a person who was walking ahead said that the healer would soon be exhausted, and their chances of survival would become void. However, the one who had just fallen rose with unexpected joy and said that the hope of the Empire was still alive. His gaze was turned to the hero that he was walking with them, the legendary Burn. Burn noticed that if they have forces for disputes, then they will be able to hold out a little more. But inside, the hero was aware of the severity of the situation. Anxiety in the eyes of the satellites grew. When they started a campaign, there were 74 participants in the detachment, but now only 43 were left. The loss of 30 people tormented the man, but this was not disturbed by him the most. The real trouble was that of all who laid out at the limit of strength, only 43 people survived. Indeed, in every battle with the monsters, the soldiers fought selflessly, to the last drop of energy. But despite this, they could not protect 31 fighters, which left bitterness. Nevertheless, Burn understood that their spirit was ready for such tests, because they are in one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Now their path lay through a dungeon called the Core of Antiquity, and in the distance he noticed the light. The noticed light also attracted the attention of another fighter who turned to Burn with excitement. He pointed to barely distinguishable reflections in front and asked to look. Was it really a way out? The hero concentrated his gaze and saw a massive gate, realizing that their long way was close to completion. These gates were the final point of the nucleus of antiquity, the end of a heavy, complete loss of adventure. Increased treasures were hidden there, possibly including 36 greatest masterpieces of mankind. They said that in this dungeon a cruel and bloodthirsty boss is hiding, whose presence was horrified. A sudden rustle forced the man to be wary, and he instantly grabbed the weapon. Unable to restrain his excitement, he immediately ordered everyone to take defensive positions. Tanks and swordsmen had to line up ahead, and magicians, to illuminate the dark path for better visibility. The wizards soon noticed that the frightening noise had stopped, leaving them in confusion. One of the magicians decided to increase the view range, warning the others to be alert. After applying the spell, in the distance, a huge silhouette of a monster hiding in the darkness became visible. The creature felt magical fluctuations and slowly opened many sinister eyes. A powerful vibration began to come from the monster, which made the earth tremble underfoot. The next second, a huge creature with a mouth dotted with several rows of teeth became visible. This spectacle caused strong fear of a man who realized that the enemy seems invincible. The skeleton, waking up, came to the conclusion that the detachment had gone into the dungeon while he was sleeping. He again comprehended what had happened and tried to understand whether he made this situation correctly. The main character confirmed that the enemy fought not only with people, but also with his own awakening. Despite the calm exhortations of the hero, the skeleton was in horror, not understanding how to calm down. In the end, he noted that their invasion woke up a boss, who peacefully slept in the depths of the dungeon. The creature continued to resent that before the clash it was just yawning, underestimating the enemies. In this skeleton I saw a sign of the lack of discipline, which in his opinion was vital. After he turned to Renee to find out her opinion about this incident. Renee, a little bewildered, spoke out that only the mere movement was enough to stun the detachment. Renee again experienced admiration for the grandeur of Mr. Pavallo, amazed at his strength and wisdom. Patrick was indignant, watching what was happening and this strange harmony between them. He sat down with a heavy heart, thinking that perhaps it is time to put up with what he saw. In despair, he stated that the dungeon was going to an end, but the hero asked him to calm down so as not to damage the skull. The Core of Antiquity is one of the 7 dungeons of evil, which humanity considers impregnable. Most raids in the dungeons end with a triumph of people, but not here. Monsters obliged to be ready, protecting their territories, considered this situation unfair. Indeed, with each new campaign, the dungeon became weaker, despite endless wars and threats. The exception was those dungeons that humanity could not subordinate, no matter how hard it was. It was such impregnable that 7 dungeons of evil were considered, including the Core of Antiquity. Among these legendary 7, the Core of Antiquity was famous for the most difficult and ruthless. He was guarded by dozens of non-humans and guards blocking 3 key paths. On the left path there was Renee, a maid with a blade, which was a homunculus guarding the red route. In the center, a blue path protected by a death knight, a skeleton named Patrick, stretched. The right path that little is known about was covered with tentacles, whose nature remains a mystery. In the center of all this power stood a primitive monster of imperial myths, personifying ancient horror. This creature was called Landmate, a huge and incomprehensibly powerful keeper. Renee, closing the book, noticed that all the information was taken from the legends recorded on its pages. It was because of such books that spread among people that the desire to explore the dungeons only intensified. The hero was glad that it was necessary to control the dungeon with cunning because excessive mystery scares away people. The disclosure of only part of the truth created the illusion that people understand the arrangement of the dungeon. Seeing the books describing his laws, even semi-thoughts, people stretched to them like moths into the light. However, the hero himself did not expect that he would attract such a crowd of adventure seekers. He remembered that at the beginning of their campaign there were 74 people, but now only a small part remained. Most of their equipment melted in a fight with 116 black tentacles, leaving them almost defenseless. Renea confidently noted that she could cope with enemies, without harming either the dungeon or treasures. The hero thought, and his body began to transform into a dark substance, hinting at the awakening of ancient power. Instead of the massive body of the monster, his human hand appeared, thin but powerful. In his new form, the hero, being a young man, affectionately praised Renee, stroking her head. The girl smiled with joy, happy with the praise of the master and his attention. Patrick was irritated by what was happening, believing that the time for the meeting was used completely in vain. He grumbled that from their sweet couple he will soon have caries, despite the lack of teeth. And this could become a misfortune, since decay would affect not only teeth, but also skulls. Patrick noticed that the hero's transformation leaves much to be desired, because a six-fingered hand looked awkward. However, progress was evident, because this time the hero had fewer oddities than before. The Death Knight thought that he was tired of the gatekeeper's work, and it was time to resign. Renee recalled that it is time to move on to discuss important issues and not be distracted. People, as it became known, began an active invasion through the right path, which required actions. The problem was serious damage caused to the Lord 116 black tentacles. The hero assured everyone that the tentacles would quickly regenerate, but in case of a deterioration in the situation, they would look for a replacement. Patrick, grabbing the idea, offered to find two at once, because he dreamed of his resignation. But he was reminded of a life-long contract. Everyone came to the conclusion that now the main threat will be concentrated on the right path. The subordinate suggested that people are already forming a new raid for the next invasion. Renee added that the communication magic of people accelerates the spread of information, which requires a quick response. Plavallo hit the table and resolutely offered to revise the strategy and change his position. Now Renee must protect the right path to create the illusion of a light passage. The girl enthusiastically assured that she would stop any number of people who dared to invade. The hero said that the left path, previously protected by Renee, will now be in the jurisdiction of Patrick. He explained that the enemies who know about the supposedly weak left path will face there with no less serious protection. If everything goes according to plan, the dungeon will be able to successfully fight off from two waves of invasion at once. Patrick stopped and thought for a moment before asking a question about what would happen if people decide to invade the central blue path. After his words, the room was filled with painful silence. None of those present knew what to answer. Finally, Dobalawu with a crafty grin said that then the attackers will have a date with him personally, which caused bewilderment for everyone. Patrick irritatedly noticed that this was an absolutely reckless approach, and Renee, as always, looked at the master with enthusiasm, which even more strongly pissed out the skeleton. Taking herself together, the girl decided to return the conversation to current affairs, reminding that it was necessary to decide the fate of the sword found from the leader of the raid. Pavallo, slightly bewildered, specified what weapons we're talking about, and Patrick explained that this was the blade that was used by the leader of the enemy detachment. During the battle, it became clear that the enemies were really strong, since they were able to cope with this sword. The blade, known as Tanayela, was one of the 36 legendary artifacts so popular among humanity and occupied the 14th position in their ranking. Hearing the name, Pavallo thoughtfully said that it sounds like some dish, causing a smile of Renee and irritation at Patrick, who immediately corrected him, reminding that this was not a shaverm, but a masterpiece. The hero noted that the Renee blade also belongs to these artifacts, which indicates a high level of their opponents. The skeleton asked if they should leave a sword, fearing that in the event of another invasion, people could return it. Without hesitation, Patrick would take his sword for himself, adding that he would cope with him perfectly. From such a statement, Patrick was a little confused, asking incredulously whether the gentleman was serious in his decision. After a couple of seconds of confusion, he reluctantly agreed, realizing that it was pointless to argue. So in the dungeon of the nuclei of antiquity, 3 unique guards continued their existence. A deadly maid Mammon with a blade. The skeleton killer of death with a new duty to protect a magic sword, and Landslide, the embodiment of ancient horror, whose power was unlimited. Plavallo, in his own way, reminded Patrick that since he now has an artifact, it is time to destroy the departure statement hidden among his ribs. Meanwhile, Renee turned to the master with the question of the distribution of prey, clarifying what plan they would choose. Pavallo, without hesitation, replied that they would leave everything valuable to themselves, and the rest would be allowed to be on the bait for new daredevils, who decided to storm the dungeon. Renee, rejoicing like a child, enthusiastically agreed, assuring that she herself would follow all the organizational moments. Renee noticed that they do not have suitable monsters that can fully use magical weapons. She proposed to extract magic stones from the sword and sell them, noting that such a deal could bring significant profit. Dovalo, hearing her words, suddenly stated that perhaps he himself should go to the human village. The rest instantly froze in surprise, stunned by the proposal of the master. Patrick was alert and suggested that Renee go to the village instead of Landslide. Such a remark brought the monster in a rage, but Patrick coldly explained that the transformations of Dumplo into a person are always unconvincing, and now even his tail is not hidden. Povalo, still annoyed, reluctantly agreed, adding that Renee would not forget to capture the delicious ones along the way. So in the end, it was Renee who went to the human village, celebrating on the road that the day was very successful. She was sure that she could quickly fulfill the task and return to Mr. Plavalo, who could not be left alone for a long time. The seller examining magic stones told Renee that unfortunately he could not buy them. The girl instantly wary and demanded an explanation. The merchant began to rummage in his records, clearly puzzled, and after a few minutes he found what he was looking for. He showed her a small stone, explaining that this is an artifact of Class B, and even such a stone for ordinary people has to pay for years of hard work. The stones brought by Renee turned out to be even more rare and valuable, so much so that only magicians of the Imperial Palace or high-class wizards could use it. The seller added that such stones could interest, for example, of the capital's jewelers who have agreements with the Imperial family or the Tower of Magician's Wing. Renee realized that the capital was too removed, and barely audible said that she had to visit the tower. However, despite this, I did not want to go there at all, but for the sake of Mr. Podvalo, she decided. Returning with the interlocutor, he with care asked her to be careful. Suddenly his gaze fell on the table, and he noticed a huge magic stone, which clearly cost a fortune. He hastened to raise the stone, reminding the baby to stop. She almost forgot such an important thing. The interlocutor, turning around, grinned, saying that it was just a tip, but she is still grateful. The owner of the shop was stunned and noticed that this girl is strangely behaving for an ordinary person. Finally, Renee reached the Tower of Magician's Wing, where she was already expected. The wizards met her, saying that for the sale of stones, she needed to meet with the head of the guild. One of them proposed to take her into the office, and she followed him without hesitation. The homunculus realized that at the very top there was a chapter, and the tower itself resembles the structure of the ancient dungeon. Soon, the head of the guild introduced himself as Graham's Aimer and thanked Renee for his visit. The woman asked who was this girl who decided to visit such an important place. The baby introduced herself, noting a powerful supply of mana in her aura, which she could not help but notice. Aimer admitted that, having learned about the visit of the child, she did not expect such an influx, but when she saw the stones, she changed the decision. She admitted that the wing tower was famous for her reputation and hoped that the stones were really worthy of her high standards. Renee poured all the stones on the table and asked them to carefully check. The Leva of the guild concentratedly examined precious stones, realizing that their quality is on top. This surprised her, because some stones were truly first class, and it was difficult to understand how the child had such treasures. The woman, intrigued, decided to ask where she got such jewelry, but she fell silent, noticing the unusual hair of her interlocutor. The woman remembered that among 8 great families of the empire, there is one with hereditary silver hair. Consequently, this girl is the daughter of aristocrats who escaped with valuable stones, and perhaps she does not know their real price. Aimer apologized for her former impolite and offered 50 ounces of gold for each stone. For stones of the highest quality, they are ready to offer 80 ounces, which made Renee think, a whole condition that requires many years of labor. An ordinary person in a year earns only about 10 ounces of gold, so the price was clearly unfair. And she directly told the person that if he tries to cheat, then death awaits him. The head of the guild was confused and then began to apologize, realizing that the girl seemed to know more than she would like. She continued, honestly admitting that even the guild would not have enough funds to purchase everything offered. The girl, looking piercingly at her, only said that she would buy as much as she could. As a result, Renee received 2,000 ounces of gold, everything that was at the disposal of the guild at that moment. Aimer, noticing the situation, asked that the girl would say for the proposal to exchange the remaining stones for something no less valuable. The homunculus, looking skeptically, asked if she was sure that it would really be valuable, because the thing should be easily sold, to which the interlocutor hurried to calm her. She invited the girl to follow her, promising to show what exactly she meant. Of course, the rules do not allow outsiders to some places, but for the sake of her, the head made an exception. They ended up in the storage of the tower, where the rarest valuable objects are stored. The first for her attention was presented with 4 carats diamond diadems interspersed with magic stones, enhancing its usefulness for the magician. Then she was shown a lively and black pearls capable of making a howling sound if there is a poison nearby, a product created using alchemy. Hearing the mention of alchemy, the girl instantly strained because this science caused her frank disgust. Aimer could not help but notice this strange reaction and asked why it bothers her so much. She clarified that Renee really does not like alchemy, adding that she understands her disgust because this is a rather unsanitary science. Then, indicating the other way, she asked the question that the girl thinks about the next subject. A red stone of love appeared before Renee, about which they say that he is able to embody love into reality. The girl was literally overwhelmed by emotions at these words, and she caught fire with the desire to get this stone. The chapter added that by investing Manu in a stone in the presence of an object of love, one can cause a spirit that will create an eternal connection between them. The baby asked several times whether this is really possible, and the interlocutor confirmed confirmly, giving the word the head of the Tower Guild. After that, the head asked if this stone liked so much, which Renee, without hesitation, said that she was taking it. However, Aimer warned that this artifact could cause a lot of trouble, because it is able to subordinate even the emperor, and therefore its cost is difficult to determine. Understanding that everything came out of her control, Renee was angry, realizing that her plans were collapsing. In anger, she pulled out a weapon and asked a direct question what would be said about this. The woman froze in amazement at the sight of a weapon and exclaimed where she came from. The girl calmly said that she was ready to give all the gold she received earlier, as well as her weapon, if she gets a diamond for this. After some time, the subordinate asked Aimer if she really gave the girl that same diamond. It seemed incredible to him, because she should understand what it could end for her. It is dangerous to make such decisions. But the head, thoughtfully examining the remaining stones, said that there was nothing wrong with this, because the small aristocrat literally lost her head from this diamond. Therefore, in her opinion, you should not worry. The girl will still die as soon as the spirit inside the stone is free. Moreover, the lover of that unhappy will also not survive, so there will be no traces of their connection, although she admitted she was a little sorry for the guy. After that, Renee went to one of the 7 dungeons of a huge hall known as Cheat Castle. There she was met by a red-haired woman who, correcting her hair, noticed that the ends were seriously damaged. The girl immediately apologized for her sudden appearance, and that she again causes her troubles, but the interlocutor answered with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that. She added that the neighbors should help each other, and she will never refuse to see such a sweet Renee. This woman was the boss of the dungeon, and her name was Elizabeth Báthory. Elizabeth, better known as the Bloody Countess, noted that, no matter how the girl tries, she always looks great. Sometimes she even envies her, because, being a homunculus, she is devoid of natural beauty. But, she added, to be a homunculus has its advantages. Her face will never grow old, that a wonderful feature in itself. Renee was embarrassed, but still replied that Elizabeth also looks great, and her skin was completely cleaner and more tender than her. In response, Elizabeth with a slight smile said that this should not be discussed, because to maintain her appearance she uses so much blood. Suddenly Renee dumbfounded her with the question of how she sees her from the side. Elizabeth, without hesitation, replied that the girl was simply magnificent and especially stands out among all she had seen in recently. She assured Renee that no one could resist such a charming girl. During the conversation, she, smiling, asked for whom Renee was trying so hard and preen. It was obvious that her curiosity was connected with the assumption. Perhaps Renee was about to admit to someone in his feelings. Clutching a precious stone in her hands, the girl joyfully exclaimed that everything was right. She was ready to admit. Elizabeth, stunned by such an emotional answer, was confused and looked shocked. She clarified whether the girl said seriously, because she, in her opinion, was just joking. Then, with undisguised interest, Elizabeth asked to whom Renee wants to admit. At that moment, the girl, immersed in her dreams, quietly said that she was going to admit to Mr. Plavallo. Elizabeth could not restrain her even more surprise, and smiling in amazement, noticed that Renee had a great sense of humor. Perhaps this is due to the fact that she was a homunculus. The girl indignantly replied that this was not a joke at all, because she firmly intends to admit to Mr. Plavallo in her feelings today. Remembering the appearance of this huge monster, Elizabeth sincerely wondered what could be attracted in him, because, in her opinion, there was nothing to catch on. Renee, not embarrassed, replied that he had many good qualities, and first of all, reliability. Elizabeth, with obvious sarcasm, stated that he was undoubtedly excellent in this. She explained that she knew very well how lazy he was. This quality completely crosses all his reliability. The girl continued, adding with a smile that Plavallo is really lazy, huge, eats indecently a lot, constantly sleeps and snores, and often slow down, and even recently began to bald. Elizabeth, squinting, asked if Renee really knew all this, but her heart still reaches for this creature. The girl nodded confidently, saying that everything was so, despite all his shortcomings, she really likes him. Elizabeth sighed at this, and wished her good luck, although she added that Renee clearly deserves someone better. She also offered her help and support in case the master refuses the girl. Renee thanked her for his kindness, but firmly stated that she would cope with everything on her own. Meanwhile, a meeting in a United Team Center dedicated to raids in the dungeons was held in the capital of the Riaz Empire. One of the men reported that according to intelligence, the detachment of hero Bern Hishtalt was most likely destroyed. The other immediately hit the table, asking in irritation what all this means. He recalled that it previously claimed that this detachment easily defeated the gatekeeper of the dungeon. Moreover, the corpses of the heroes were never discovered, so it is not clear where such confidence in such a tragic outcome. Another participant in the meeting supported this opinion, saying that Burn simply could not die at the hands of some monsters. The man, who had been silently listening to the conversation before, understood that they were wrong because the core of antiquity is not an ordinary small dungeon. He recalled that such a place should be passed in one day, but there is no news from the detachment for the second day. Based on this, he concluded that Burn most likely really died and expressed it out loud. Then he turned to the person who reported this information with the question of what happened to the Hishtalt family's sword. He replied that after the penetration of the detachment in the core of antiquity, the connection with them was completely lost. Therefore, until they send a new detachment to the dungeon, it will be impossible to return the 14th masterpiece of Tanabella. The meeting participants realized that this was very bad news and agreed that the weapon should be returned as soon as possible. However, one of those present sharply got up and stated that this was impossible. Even if the detachment of Burn could not go through the core of antiquity, it makes no sense to sacrifice even more people. In response to this, they noticed him that they could not just give up because if Burn fought with the boss, he probably received serious wounds. Even at the time of their discussions, the boss suspended his restoration, but the dungeon will soon come to life, so you need to act faster until it regenerate. While they continued to argue, the old man wondered that the imperial family had already lost her beloved hero and one of 36 legendary artifacts. He added that if the second raid ends with failure, they can't demolish their heads, because leaving everything as it is to bring the anger of the imperial family. But what if Burn could not inflict even the slightest wound to the ancient monster, and the dungeon was practically not affected by their raid? Then no matter how many attempts, success is unattainable. Suddenly someone said that it was simply impossible to pass this ancient dungeon. Hearing these words, all those present stared at the old man in bewilderment, not understanding that he could push him to such a conclusion. At this time, the door opened, and another person entered, saying that his opinion was interesting, but what such conclusions were based on. He emphasized that he considers the task to be feasible, even if she looks incredibly complicated. The man, hearing this, was surprised to ask what the imperial magical community thinks about it. The new guest recalled that everyone knows from whom the orders receive, because the imperial community, called the Third Eye, is their leaders. The old man sighed heavily, realizing that the situation worsened because the emperor personally began to interfere in their affairs. The representative of the magicians stated that their presence indicates that the time has come for reckoning for their mistakes and misses. He recalled that they destroyed a valuable hero and also left a masterpiece, which he reported to the emperor, right in the den of the enemy. The rest were silent, admitting that their actions were really catastrophic. The magician continued, noting that they allowed a failure, but if everyone died, who will then control the punitive detachments of the empire? Therefore, he proposed a decision that can save their fate and avoid complete collapse. This decision was to go again to the core of antiquity and complete the begun. The old man doubtfully asked how they could handle, even if the hero Burn failed. The magician, without losing confidence, said that they intend to use Nifrim. Those who heard him immediately began to whisper, not believing that he really pronounced the name of this creature. The old man asked for explanations, recalling that Nifrim once led to failure and carries too many potential problems. The interlocutor objected that this cannot be considered a failure, since it was still possible to achieve a certain success. However, the question remains why Burn and his detachment could not survive in the nucleus. Perhaps their forces were weakened. Although he is not inclined to believe in it, because even in this situation, everything remains a mystery. Nevertheless, the hero and his team had one obvious drawback, which became their main and possibly fatal mistake. We can say that Burn was not enough that Nifrim had an excess, so the new raid has every chance of becoming successful for the team. Meanwhile, the protagonist tried his best to find a human form, but it was not so simple. After an unsuccessful attempt, he noticed that he felt a strange foreboding, as if something truly terrible was approaching them. And then he suddenly sneezed, turning into a monster again, and wondered if some strange infection was spreading into the dungeon. Remaining in the appearance of a person he was missing, realizing that he did not know when people would appear, but there was no time to relax. He also remembered that if patrolling delayed, Patrick scolds him again, although he himself is just a skeleton that inspires fear. The guy grinned that even the bones could scare, but decided not to add unnecessary problems for himself. Last time, people made their way through the polluted path, and he decided to start the inspection from there. The main character went to the gatekeeper of the core of antiquity, known as Mr. 116 Tentacles. Looking around this creature, he realized that it was powerlessly helping and could only patiently expect an attack. Then he headed for the next creature, the manager of the 5th room of anthropophage. He remembered that this creature can recover independently if its main body is equipped with nutrients. The examination showed that the body is in perfect order, and the hero decided that the intervention in recovery was not required. Anthropophage instantly closed his core, and the hero calmly went on. After that, he jumped down and headed for the fourth room, which was destroyed, like the first. He thought that all this should be discussed with Patrick, but decided that he would begin to report him again. The hero decided to postpone the rest of the case so far and relax a bit to think about further steps. He considered an examination of the contaminated path and the fifth room already a good result for the current day. Patrick will understand, he thought, when suddenly near his head, something flew and stuck into the wall. The hero was heard by a familiar voice, saying that the little people again desecrate the dungeon and would not leave him alive. But when Renee was better closer, she realized that Mr. Podvalo himself was facing her. The girl began to apologize, saying that at first she took him for vile people, and the hero finally recognized her. While she continued to apologize, the hero assured that nothing terrible had happened, but still a little scared. Then he drew attention to her appearance and noted that she clearly dressed up for something important. The girl revived to hear his remark and joyfully asked if he liked her new image. Dovolovi strained and asked if this was connected with something important because she took the form of the maid, and he was afraid that she decided to quit Patrick before. The girl confirmed that this is a really important event, although not the way he could suggest. Then she asked for a little time, and Povolo was completely at a loss, believing even more in the possibility of her dismissal. As a result, Renee brought him to a secret room, which she called her special place, offering him to sit down while she was preparing tea. While he was going to his place, all that he could think about was that Renee still does not quit. When she served tea, she noticed with a smile that only she knew about this place before, and now her master. She wanted to add something but hesitated, and Podvalo repeated to herself only one thing: if only she did not leave. Renee recalled that 80 years had passed since the moment he accepted her in the dungeon and asked if he remembered this. Podvalo uncertainly replied that he remembered and began to recall the events of those times. Then, 80 years ago, the fashion for raids destroyed more than 1,000 dungeons, and thousands of people invaded the core of antiquity. It was at that time that Renee received its nickname and significantly increased its status among the inhabitants of the dungeon. Dovalo said with admiration that she then suffered a lot and asked about her eyes, rejoicing that she was not leaving. Renee clenched her fist, recalling the events of the past, and admitted that she was happy that he remembers even such trifles. The hero assured her that it was impossible to forget such moments, and Renee added that she was always happy to be next to him. Podvalo replied that this was mutually, but thought about the meaning of her words, suspecting that they could be associated with farewell. He carefully asked if she had in mind something like a parting, because her words sounded like a harbinger of farewell. When she began to explain, he did not even want to listen, afraid that her words would confirm his fears. But what she said shocked him even more. Renee admitted that all these years she was in love with him. Podvalo, surprised by her revelation, asked if she really was serious, and Renee confirmed that she had been waiting for this moment for 80 years. From the excitement, the tail even grew up with a tail, and he froze, not knowing what to answer such a sincere recognition. Finally, he found suitable words and thanked her for her feelings, although this was given to him with difficulty. Then he added that life in the dungeon is always on the verge of life and death. Renee listened carefully, and Podvalo continued, saying that they could never be sure when they wound or die. He asked if she was ready that one of them could be left completely alone. Renee clenched her fist and replied that she expected such an answer, realizing that her request was almost impossible. Despite the fears, Renee realized that she could not hide her feelings forever, even if it threatened her with heartily pain. The idea that Podvalo will reject her recognition and turn away from her scared her more than anything else. Because of this, she decided to fight for his love by any means, tightly clutching a precious stone in her hand, like a symbol of her determination. Suddenly for him, Renee with force threw the table with her foot, shocking Podvalo with her act. She rushed to him, saying that she was even ready to use such radical means in order to fulfill her dream. Podvalo begged her to calm down, but she only firmly stated that now her dream had a chance. His gaze fell on the mysterious stone in her hand, and she convinced that it was only worth putting mana into him. Everything would change for the better. But in the meantime, the dark energy began to surround the landfill, and his body turned into a monster more and more. Although his body remained partially human, his head was very deformed, and he asked if she was trying to kill him. Dark energy suddenly touched the magic stone that Renee held, and he slipped out of her hands. The stone fell to the floor and split into many fragments, causing confusion. The spirit got out of the cracks, which erupted with an ominous laugh, watching what was happening. Later, Patrick admiredly stated that this spectacle was incredibly spectacular. However, he reproached Dumplo for softness, saying that it is not logical to drive people to expel people, but to drive Renee. He sarcastically noted that the boss was so blind that he could not distinguish it from ordinary ink, and even the skeleton from amazement froze. Dovaloe, being at a loss, asked Patrick what to do now, but he recalled that he himself created this problem. Patrick raised a fragment of a broken stone, claiming that this also played a role, but did not justify the actions of the boss. He emphasized that the responsibility for what happened completely lies with Pavallo, regardless of other circumstances. Pavallo tried to understand what had happened, and in bewilderment asked why he did not remember this. Patrick, surprised by his words, began to resurrect in the memory of the events of that fatal moment that changed everything. When the chapter lost control of himself, he burst out here with a whirlwind. At that moment, she noticed how he was preparing to attack the girl and tried to calm his crazy anger. However, his face changed beyond recognition. One half retained human features, and the other looked like the appearance of the demon. In front of him, in complete despair, she sat Renee. She sobbed, clutching a stone in her hands, and muttered about what she had done. Patrick realized that the situation got out of control and conjured her to wake up, run, and escape while the monster was focused on him. However, his voice remained unanswered. It seemed to completely go into her senses, and her presence became dangerous. Without wasting time, he exposed his weapon and struck to drop it at a safe distance. Inside, he reproached himself for this act, but did not see another way out, and finally, the necessary distance arose between them. At the same time, he could not understand what was happening with the boss, who incoherently repeated that they wanted to destroy him. When the Death Knight described everything that was happening, the main character felt how everything was cold inside him. After her story, the interlocutor asked the question, whether he remembers what happened, and he immediately began to apologize. Patrick was glad that he did not deny his guilt, but also guessed that the events developed for a reason. Still, it was a magic stone that the girl kept so tightly. The conversation soon switched to the fact that it was necessary to find Renee at all costs, because her absence was destructive for everyone. It was she who was responsible for everything, from making food and drawing up a diet for monsters to cleaning the dungeon, installing traps, and replenishing the monster's army. She also engaged in gold mining, taking into account resources and processing complaints. Without it, life in the dungeon seemed to stop. Understanding this, Patrick asked not to waste time and go after her. She needs to be returned until it was too late. He even offered to humiliate himself in front of her, kneeling, sobbing, or showing her with kisses, if only she would return. Then the interlocutor handed over a strange item, a bracelet called Demura, who stabilized the balance of mana. He warned that the device is extremely valuable, but not sure whether it would work, given the instability of the magical flow. Although a little good, but the bracelet at least can help him bring him closer to the human appearance. Dovalo, with a grin, noticed that the skeleton annoyed him, as if he had set everything up and found this little thing in advance, to which he calmly replied that he simply picked it up along the way. After that, he persistently asked to handle the bracelet carefully, because the thing was very fragile and required careful use. However, the guy, completely ignoring the warnings, said that now they would see how it works, and immediately put on a bracelet. Before leaving, he carelessly noticed that he would try not to break it, and at the same time instructed the skeleton to follow everything, as if he was going to go out just for a walk, which caused Patrick's sarcastic grin. In fact, he promised to return within 5 days, because the attack of people was about to begin. The boss specified whether this is that the return is necessarily before the start of the raid. The Death Knight confirmed that he understood everything correctly, because if they could not resist without him, then trouble is inevitable, especially if they get to that place. That is why he has only 5 days in search of Renee, and he should not forget about it. The main character nodded in agreement, promising to return with the girl no later than the specified deadline. In the end, the interlocutor warned him that if he is near the human village, let him behave as calmly as possible, otherwise the consequences can be catastrophic. Dovalowu assured with a grin that he understood everything, but if something goes wrong, he would just shine the village from the face of the earth. Patrick, of course, scolded him for such frivolity. But when he left, he realized that everything turned out to be much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. All chaos began with Renee somewhere to get Dantu's teeth, brought with her a magic stone with a demon inside, and almost died at the boss's hands because of her insolence. The consequences were obvious. If the main finds out about this, then the disasters cannot be avoided, and everything will go awry. Now is definitely not the time for such decisions, because the destruction of mankind would be the worst idea at this stage. Thinking about all this, Patrick did not even pay attention to the newspaper in his hands, but looking at it, he experienced a real shock. The headline shouted that the United Team Center of Raids was going to reach the core of antiquity in just 3 days. Patrick instantly remembered that the boss was ordered to return 5 days later, while the attack would begin after 3. It was the worst development of events, especially considering that the guy at that moment was lying in some kind of ravine, absolutely unprepared for such a turn. He barely restrained anger, realizing that he was again in the wrong place where he wanted to move for the second time. And his subordinate calmly remarked that his magic is unstable, and it would be better not to use it without urgent need. The hero thought that all this is probably due to the imperfection of his magic, but decided not to give up and try again. This time he chose the Hasten village for teleportation, the very one where Renee always went to sell their magic stones. After a moment, the guy's body dissolved in the air, and he disappeared, rushing to a new place. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, a marshmallow with a grin said that people went too far, but today she would give them a glorious death. However, a man from her opponents with a mockery said that her words sound funny and asked where the demon got such self-confidence. After all, in front of her stood a 32nd elite punitive detachment of the entire empire. Their group was called the Hired Warriors of the Golden Tiger of Dawn, and their reputation was known far beyond the borders of the empire. He advised the demon to well remember this name, because it was they who were going to overthrow it and go down in history as heroes. Hearing this, the girl flared up with anger and said loudly that they were miserable insignificance, and she was the queen of demons and the heiress of the 17th generation of Asmodeus. Her name is Melj Agra, and people should be proud that they recognized her name before taking inevitable death. The mercenary who heard her speech rushed into the attack, shouting that he would make this queen answer for his words right now. But his blow was easy to reflect it in her protective magic, as if he had not even posed a threat. One of the fighters of the detachment irritatedly noted that its protection is impermeable even for magical arrows. At this time, their wizard entered the battle, telling the leader that he would provide magical support for the entire group. Melri was furious when she saw her surrounded from different sides and contemptuously quit that these miserable little people did not know her place. After that, she prayed for her dark magic, ordering the opponents to immediately burn alive. The leader of the mercenaries was able to avoid a direct blow, but his detachment carried away serious losses due to a powerful attack. The attack did not pass by his partner, but he managed to defend himself, using fragments and his own weapon as a shield. When this happened, he was surprised to notice tiny ice flows in the air, flickering like stardust. Raising his head up, he saw that the demon was already completing the creation of a new ice spell, and did not believe his eyes. Without wasting time, the mercenary grabbed the fragment and threw it towards the demon, sarcastically saying that she apparently thinks that he had nothing to oppose. While the fragment flew to Melj, the guy also rushed to the attack, hoping to catch her by surprise. The demon instantly noticed the approach and mockingly said that he must have wished a quick death because she acts so stupid. However, when her icy spell rushed to the enemy, he suddenly exposed a shield in front of him, which surprised her to the core. This was confused because she already destroyed their magician, who then created this shield. When the dust was settled a little, the marshmallow noticed that some members of the detachment, including the magician, survived and now support their leader. Not seeing another way out, the demon rushed into the near battle, intending to fight with a mercenary with her own hands. But at the moment when their blows were supposed to meet, a massive limb suddenly appeared, and their bodies flew to the sides. Both the demon and her enemy were confused, not understanding where this mysterious third force came from. A thick wall of dust rose at the scene of the explosion, through which a small silhouette was barely visible. The subordinates hurried to their leader, trying to help him rise. He assured them that he was all right, but expressed bewilderment. Who could appear? Because he did not hear anything about the arrival of another detachment. Melju was also amazed, thinking that perhaps this is reinforcement for people, and if they have enough strength to destroy her castle, it would turn into trouble. The mysterious silhouette remained unclear, and no one could understand who this third party was that intervened in the battle. When the dust finally scattered, the main character came out of it and carefully asked if they knew where the Haston village was. Mercenaries and demon were dumbfounded by his sudden appearance because he arose from the void and, in their opinion, carried some nonsense. One of the men irritatedly suggested that this is a man and advised him to stay away from the Queen of Demons if he wants to live. Melju grinned and said that another miserable fool would not change the situation, and the hero thought with curiosity whether she really was the Queen of Demons. If this is true, then perhaps her ancestors looked different, and the matter is in generations. But the girl was furious, shouted that they would all pay for the destruction of her castle. While the dispute continued, one of the subordinates told the leader of the mercenaries that reinforcements had arrived and offered to unite with them in order to finally destroy the Queen of the Demons. The hero, in turn, only wanted to ask where the place is, where he needed to get, but he could not insert a word. Meanwhile, mercenaries continued to argue with the demon, stating that her wonderful magic could not overcome them. The reinforcement finally arrived, and they were called to fight with full dedication, not afraid of the enemy. While the battle flared up more and more, the main character calmly crouched aside, waiting for the end of this turmoil. He thought that all this chatter and endless battles were pretty tired of him, because he urgently needed to find Renee. In addition, the situation clearly came to a dead end, and he understood that if he was late, Patrick would be extremely dissatisfied. While Plavallo was thinking, several mercenaries mockingly suggested that he was afraid and therefore did not intervene. Hearing this, the hero became furious, began to transform into the monster, and barked to shut up. A huge evil creature appeared before them, from which the threatening dark energy emanated. The mercenaries tried to escape, but he mercilessly destroyed them, demonstrating his incredible power. When it ended, he calmly returned to human uniform and headed for a girl. Melgu froze in place, unable to move, trying to realize what had just happened. The hero remained completely calm, and the girl finally asked what it was and who he was. The situation surprised her because she realized that he was incredibly strong and perhaps even surpasses her in the reserve of mana. Fascinated, she admitted that she wants to learn more about him since her interest in him only grew up. She began to circle around the hero, falling asleep with questions about who he is, what is his name, and what is the secret of his strength. However, Dovalo only cast a cold look at her full of disgust, which sincerely surprised the girl. After that, she gathered and politely introduced herself, saying that she was the Great Queen of Demons, a descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus, Mareju de Rimph Agra. After that, the Queen of Demons, sincerely intrigued, asked his name. However, the whole ceremony of communication was unpleasant, since it caused him only irritation. Despite this, the desire to obtain information outweighed, and he began to introduce himself. But barely starting, he stopped, realizing that if he issued his real name, rumors would fly too quickly. In addition, Patrick warned him to be more careful so that there was no point in revealing his personality. As a result, he decided to introduce himself like Povald Rooney because here he was only for the sake of searching for Renee. This name, as it seemed to him, was perfect for a person with a good-natured smile and origin from some kind of quiet town. True, he quickly realized that the name sounds rather stupid, but he could not come up with anything better at that moment. The Queen of the Demons repeated his name aloud and asked if it could be just a landfill, to which he replied that she could do everything she wants. Flo, pleased, noted that at first she would like to thank him for his help, although he spread half of her castle. She admitted that without his intervention it would probably have suffered much more, but the hero coldly replied that he did not really sought to help her. But the queen continued, saying that now she had a duty to him and asked what could be useful. Hearing this, Povalo was inspired and specified whether she knew the road to the settlement of Haston. When the girl repeated the name, he felt relieved, deciding that he still ended up where necessary, and Renee is very close. However, soon the queen stunned him with the question of what Haston is like. The hero's joy instantly evaporated, because it turned out that she not only did not know the way, but did not hear about such a place at all. He wondered that he really climbed so far that they don't even know about this settlement here. Not wanting to despair, he asked where the nearest city was located. Melryu thought for a moment and said that, in her opinion, the city of Riaza is closest. The hero remembered the name of this city and realized that it was the capital of the empire. He remembered the map of the empire and realized that if he believed it, the path on a horse to Haston would take 2 months, which clearly did not please him. Realizing the severity of the situation, he fell powerlessly to the ground, and Melg, noticing his disorder, asked if he was bothering something that he, crushed, admitted that he was too far. Melu, grinning, said that now everything became clear. He was not at all in the capital, but to Haston, and suggested using the teleportation center as the fastest option. The hero was stunned by such an information, and in bewilderment asked what kind of center was like that, because he had never heard of him before. Melu readily explained that this is a magical invention created by people with the help of alchemy and magic, which forcibly generates the magic of movement. Intrigued, Povalo immediately asked where this center was located. The girl calmly replied that if he wants to get to the teleportation center, then the path lies to him in the city of Riaza. When they arrived in the right place, the hero, doubting, asked if this is the same center, and I was flickering, standing nearby, confirmed that everything was true. Now is the time to collect information. Davalo thought that, although Renee was unlikely to be here, he still had to find out if she actually went to Haston, so you need to know as much as possible. I flicker, with a smile on my face, said that if he is looking for a girl with silver hair, then she would help him in search of him, and he has nothing to worry about. Davalo was surprised at her words, and in bewilderment, asked how she, being the mistress of the castle, could leave him unattended and just leave. I was flickering, noticing his bewilderment, with a soft smile replied that she was pleased that he was worried, but he should calm down. She added that as the Queen of Demons, the highest being born to her reign, the castle for her is only a temporary refuge, because the demons are her army, and it does not matter where she is. Schwallow, nodding, noted that this is clearly a demonstration of the ability of the kings of demons to call on his army at any moment, and she could really gather her warriors at first will. Melju confirmed his guess, saying that, in general, he was right. Although in practice she had not yet tried to call the army, but she is sure that this would be possible. She added that if her father could do this, then she would definitely cope, because her strength is much larger than that of ordinary demons. In addition, she continued, the castle that her father left her was destroyed, and it makes no sense to return there, so she will not have to return to this place. Davalo, realizing that this happened through his fault, immediately apologized, but Melju assured him that the situation was difficult and the attacks of people were inevitable. She explained that he should not worry about destruction, because when the capital of the human empire is located right in front of the castle of demons, it is difficult not to encounter such troubles. Melz finished the conversation on this note, offering to stop discussing sad topics and continue to collect information because time does not wait. The hero, of course, agreed, but deep down he continued to get lost in conjecture what he should actually do further. He felt how with every step her presence became for him more and more burdensome, as an extra load that could not be discarded. After some time, they ended up in a local bar, and Melg, without wasting time, demanded 2 beer, not paying attention to others. Dovalo realized that his sensations did not deceive him, and turning to the interlocutor, he noticed that they had important things, so he did not understand what they were doing here. I flicker, serenely leaning my head back, took a large sip of beer, from which, according to her, she immediately felt refreshed. She, with a strewn grin, noticed that he was clearly not familiar with human cities, because a bar is not just a place to drink, but a whole center for collecting information. He should just look around and listen to the conversation that filled this place in order to reveal all the secrets. All these conversations that echoed by the bar are a real well of information that can be used so easily if you know how. Davilo, on her advice, listened with interest to the conversation, realizing that his task was only to filter the right one, and then the information would be in his hands. He easily accepted her words for information and immediately began to look around, hoping to find something useful. His gaze fell on the wall where the board hung with ads, and having become interested, he asked her what kind of leaflets were. Melu, without turning her head, explained that these are ordinary ads. Such can be found in any bar. Here they are also available. This, according to her, was the same range of information that she spoke of, and Pavallo, slightly surprised, thought about how appropriate it was. Looking at the board, he noticed that these are lists of detachments participating in the raid to avoid repeated passages to the same places. He thought that this actually makes sense, because several detachments should not invade the same dungeon, and then Morelli added that this also prevents conflicts with awards. Melju expressed her disappointment with people who stubbornly remain single, forgetting that with the union, the chances of success in the dungeon increase significantly, and they, in turn, are stomping in their own ambitions. Davilo, trying to balance her ardor, noticed that in fact, it would be better for them, but the Queen of Demons could not but specify what he had in mind. She, with some surprise, continued that now she was interested in whether she was also a monster from the dungeon, because it is strange how the hostess of the castle she can be equated with such. Pavallo, with a crooked grin, replied that he was difficult to understand, and to be honest, he rather simply does not want to go into details. Melush, with curiosity, noticed that he clearly had his secrets, but perhaps she would not bother him with questions, since he himself prefers to stay in the shadows. Plavallo, again looking at the announcement board, noticed something that immediately attracted his attention. There was information about his own house, and this made his heart bend a little more rapidly. Looking at the empty column with detachments, he felt relieved, realizing that he still has time before something began to happen. Melu, noticing his excessive restraint, asked him not to be so greedy and let her look at the fact that he was so carefully hiding, because she already guessed that he was simply proud of his height. He, unable to withstand her perseverance, finally showed her the announcement, and she, carefully examining him, could not hide the admiration of what she saw. It was something significant because she saw a mention of 7 dungeons that hide a huge evil, and one of them, the core of antiquity, attracted her attention even before the wedding. Plavalova, a little stunned, could not resist the question, did she really know about him what I was shallow, as if nothing had happened? She answered, of course, she knew. These 7 dungeons were known as the Monastery of the Greatest Evil, and the core of antiquity was considered the most powerful of them, the power of which was admired even by people whom she called the idiots. With joy adding that this dungeon is the goal of all monsters, she continued that her dream is to become stronger than everyone else. After all, as she said earlier, among all the dungeons it is the most powerful, and she is ready to challenge his forces. She also mentioned that at the top of this kingdom there is the Lord of all things, the Keeper, whose power can punish even the worst ancient monsters. This mystical ruler, according to her, is known as Mr. Podvallo, which made her literally shine with admiration, and this surprised Podvallo himself. He, in turn, thought, considering himself simply the master, and not to those who rule this kingdom, not understanding why she ties so strong titles to him. While Plavlo was thinking, she continued to speak with enthusiasm about the core of antiquity, considering him her favorite dungeon and dreaming of becoming even stronger to prove it to the master. She dreamed of improving her abilities to become even more powerful because this would reveal her opportunity to see real power, as she believes, the master. Pavallo, feeling a slight concern, realized that she probably at the moment does not just talk about some abstract character, but looks directly at who he speaks about. He, unable to resist, asked whether to really be so powerful, so wonderful, that she proudly replied that she wanted to become the same strong, despite all the obstacles. Although her father was great and strong, he was a worthy king of demons. She believed that there are people much more powerful than he had ever been. One of these people was a young hero named Burn, whom she considered a worthy opponent for anyone. Povallo, pronouncing words with confident intonation, noted that he himself defeated the king of demons and would not want to face Burn, although perhaps he did not even realize that he swallowed this hero during one light movement. Free, with a slight shadow of sadness in her voice, added that she does not want to spend her life in the management of the dungeon, like her father, and dreams of something more. Once in thought, she realized that she wanted the monsters attracted by her strength to create dungeons for themselves, where they could develop freely. She believed that with every step to become stronger, and with sincere interest, asked if her desire for this was delighted. The hero, with a smile in response, noted that this is really impressive, thinking about how good his youth is when she was still full of strength. He himself was once so, although he had long forgotten when it was, recalling the times when he headed an army that could subjugate the whole world. In those years, he sought to master world knowledge, which gave him the feeling that he was smarter than anyone, and sometimes entered into disputes with people whom he considered unworthy. But life led him to the fact that he gave everything, following emotions, and soon realized that such actions did not lead to anything good. Now his main goal was only one thing, to find peace in the arms of sleep. However, at that moment he noticed that the girl he spoke was clearly drunk and understood that he needed to do something about it. He decided that it would be best to carefully take her in his arms and take her away, while talking about a new announcement about the dungeon continued around. The owner of the shop, noticing his mistake, explained that he had forgotten to hang the announcement and promised to fix it, starting to immediately do this. Someone from the crowd noticed that he constantly forgets to update the information, and if his inspectors had noticed this, they would certainly impose a fine. The announcement said about the raid on the core of antiquity, in which the detachment of Paymor Dubelos with the leader of Nephrim would take part, and the raid should take place over the next 72 hours. Time passed, and soon morning came when she finally came to her senses. Melju woke up with a heavy head, feeling severe pain in the ears and head after night sawing. Suddenly, a landfill appeared in the room, who, noticing her awakening, asked, did she finally woke up, at which she, looking at his yawn, admitted that she did not remember what was happening yesterday. He replied with easy bewilderment that, of course, she did not remember, because this could not be otherwise. But suddenly he was seized with an alarming foreboding. Suddenly, sharply falling to the ground, he looked very frightened, and Smell, noticing his reaction, asked interestedly what happened to him. After a few moments, he, continuing to look restlessly in her direction, noticed that, probably, his vision had worse. He could not understand why now her size seemed so small to him, although, in his opinion, she always looked miniature. Melryu did not lose time and, hitting him, stated that she was not small at all, and then asked if he had considered herself too rude. He could not understand why she suddenly changed so sharply that it even scared him a little. The girl continued to strike, with ardor, repeating that she did not at all become younger. After a small pause, she added that yesterday she was in her second version, created so that miserable little people would not dare mock her. And now in front of him was her true and first appearance, the one that she always hid. He, very stunned, asked, is it really her real appearance? The demon nodded, confirming his words, but then sharply switched the conversation, asking that it was with his face, and whether he had eaten something at night without her. In general, she explained that transformation is a magic that allows you to project its future, and its second version was only a prediction of what it would become when it matures. She added that when she matures, she would be as strong and cool as her second version, and there will be no more doubts. Melusu asked with interest if he understood her explanation, to which the guy admitted that he did not understand. In response, he suggested that perhaps she just needed to change her clothes, but she shouted sharply, warned him so that he would not treat her, as with a small one. At the same time, as if by the will of fate, a whole crowd of people who were ready for action gathered at the house of Count Haston. The leader of this group, confidently walking in front of all, ordered the guards to immediately open the gate and meet the punitive detachment. These people came from Riaz, and their goal was clear, to conquer the dungeon of antiquity. The count, who was in his room, in bewilderment, asked who sent this document, and the subordinate said that he had come on behalf of the Third Eye yesterday. Hearing the name of the sender, the man was furious, realizing that these were the servants of the emperor, his enemies, because he was the ruler of Haston, Count Itarkum. The idea flashed through his head that for the raid on a dungeon of a higher level, the approval of the ruler of the land is required, and these people simply dared to act without it. He realized that an aristocrat could not simply abandon this, because this is an almost imperial order, and his will was mandatory. Turning to the girl in the room, he asked that she was thinking, would they go through the core of antiquity? The subordinate only shook her head, refusing in response, and the man noted that she also considers them too weak for this dungeon. He never heard about the leader of the Nephrima group and could not understand what the third eye was thinking about, sending such a detachment. The Count thought, if they are defeated, his land will suffer again, and perhaps it is worth sending a stronger detachment first. In a whisper, he added that for this, he would need to send a proven team. The girl, with a smile on the lips, told the Count that the answer could be right in front of his nose if he looked more closely. The Count thought that perhaps we are talking about the wing tower, which could well cope with such a task. After all, they had stones of a very high level, and although it was naive to think that this could instantly strengthen the tower for the raid at the core of antiquity, still hope remained. The core of antiquity is the highest level of the dungeon, and if the rumors did not lie, they were waiting for a really dangerous task. The Count could not help but think that if the only one who can pass this dungeon is a landfill who fought with the hero Burn and his detachment. Soon the Count ordered the order to send the wing to the tower, promising a lot of money and fame for the successful completion of the task, and also so that they were the first to go through the dungeon. As soon as the conversation was completed, mercenaries burst into the room where the aristocrat was located without knocking. These were the same mercenaries who entered without demand and with a challenge asked if he was Count Etark. The Count, amazed at the impudence, was surprised to ask who these people were, and the guy, not slowing down with the answer, introduced himself like a jade and complained that he had called for a long time, but there was no answer because he had to enter without an invitation. The Count, even more perplexed by their unceremoniousness, asked what they were doing here at all, and even without warning, and the guy, to sit in a chair, replied that he brought documents from the imperial house itself. He with a challenge asked if there was at least some kind of instruction from the kingdom that prohibits them to be here. Etark, without hiding irritation, sharply replied that there were no such instructions, but at the same time he felt how someone was pressing on him, as if ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, another girl, without hesitation, asked what happened to them, because they were guests, asked everyone to smile and also bring tea with cookies. Despite the internal discontent, the Count restrained emotions and ordered his subordinates to hurry and treat the guests. Sitting opposite the aliens, he directly asked what they forgot here. Nifrim, with a self-wisdom, replied that the Count, like an adult, should perfectly understand. They are here in order to arrange a raid on the core of antiquity. Etark, with light sarcasm, noticed that not even a day had passed since the document, and they were already so nimble, and asked when they finally nominated. Nifrim, in turn, admitted that they really planned to advance today, but new circumstances arose, and now the raid is postponed tomorrow. The Count, with an unsatisfied expression on his face, noted that they were in a hurry, that the raid is a difficult matter, and invited them to relax a bit, promising blood and parties in their honor. The head of the detachment assured him that it was not worth worrying, because at first they are not going to touch the wing tower. The Count, with surprise, asked why they were there. Are they really going to see friends? Nifrim answered with a mockery that he misunderstood everything, because the goal is to simply eliminate everything living there and without unnecessary conversations. The aristocrat, stunned by such a statement, could not restrain his surprise and began to ask what he had in mind. The guy grinned with contempt, saying that his guard was so weak that the mansion can be easily listened to with magic. At the same time, they already knew all the details, and now it was interesting whether the Count was going to send an order to the wing to the Bastion. He added with a challenge, did they really make such a way that they were ahead, because it was simply unfair, and small pawns should be cut down in the bud. Etark, although he felt defeated in this conversation, realized that the only benefit from this whole situation was to go to the raid in antiquity, the most powerful of them. In the end, the man, having restrained irritation, apologized and said that he would not interfere with the raid and their assignment would be sent as they wish. Jade, bite off the cookies with a satisfied look, expressed his sincere gratitude to the Count for his generosity, if all this is true. While on the lands of antiquity, the nuclei of antiquity, Patrick waved his weapons in a distant corner. His gaze was aimed at current events. Patrick, looking for a while, realized that his remaining time had almost come to an end. The main character with Melch walked along the city streets, and it seemed to him that this walk was somewhat reminiscent of something from the past. While he looked around, the flicker with a smile asked him to switch his attention and look in the other direction. The hero, without hesitation, turned to the knight who was walking ahead and asked how far the teleportation center was, to which he replied that the path would be long. Pavallo, looking in surprise at the knight, heard in response that they were just at the exit from the fourth wall of the city. The knight explained that the teleportation center itself is located behind the imperial palace, and from there still have to go through 3 walls. The hero, not hiding curiosity, asked how much time they would take for such a trip, and the knight said that if you walk, they would only get in a week. Melgu and the hero were very surprised at such information, because they definitely did not expect such a way. Plavallo, realizing that the trip would take too much time, thought that Renee and Patrick could go forward for a long time. At that moment, the demon whispered in his ear, offering to use the magic of flight, but soon heard that this was not the best choice. He thought that if they begin to use Manu, people would immediately notice it, and no one knew what this could lead to. While they were discussing this, a strange man approached them, laughing, and noticed that they clearly had problems. Apologizing for eavesdropping, he asked with interest if they were heading to the teleportation center. The girl, slightly surprised, confirmed that it was, but immediately asked who this person was, to which the old man replied that he was a coachman. His name is Chonma Belvir. The girl asked if he was mistaken, and he confirmed that it was true, explaining that he was a homunculus created with the help of alchemy. The old man pointed to the creature nearby and said that this is a chronic and abandoned fourth-generation homunculus, which is the result of the project to create artificial angels conducted by the Empire. The main character was stunned, and the girl, on the contrary, frowned, not even wanting to look at this creature that seemed terrible to her. The man added that this creature is quite strong, hardy, and even knows how to fly, but he was abandoned since he could not fulfill his main task, to destroy the church. The demon, grinning with interest, asked, "Is it really the end of the study of homunculi?" In response, the old man said that this was not entirely true because the Empire could not leave such labor, and there are rumors that homunculi are massively produced through large-scale processes. Plavolo, thinking, noticed that if it is really a large-scale process, then they are not grown in giant sausages. The coachman, with a grin, said that he was probably joking since this method was used to create the first-generation homunculi 150 years ago. The hero realized that this was a rather long period and suggested that a lot of time had passed since then. Perhaps so many years have passed since the birth of Renee. Mel's drew attention to the carriage and noticed that she looks quite durable. Therefore, the old man does not lie, and I wonder how much time they will take to the teleportation center. The man replied that the path would take about 4 hours, although each time they will have to go through the test when passing each wall. The hero, thinking, asked how much such a service would cost, and the old man happily replied that for both, 8 ounces of gold. The girl looked at the old man with horror, because yesterday they paid only 8 ounces of silver, and this is 100 times more than they expected. Melga was upset and stated that she did not have such an amount, and the main character was surprised to ask that, in her opinion, he had this money. Ringing in his pockets, the gentleman suddenly heard a quiet rustle, which forced him to freeze with curiosity. He took out a bundle with coins and a neatly curled note, where Patrick promised to once thank him for his help. Very soon they already rushed around the sky on the winged homunculus, which was confidently ruled by their strange coachman. The demon, carefully peering into the lands far below, asked Pavalo the question of where he got such a generous amount. He yawned so loudly, as if he wanted to swallow the whole sky, and lazily replied that the old acquaintance from the dungeon had given him money. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she noticed with distrust that she did not understand how a monster from the dungeon could roam these lands freely. The hero shrugged casually and explained that he was expelled, adding that such an answer should satisfy her. The girl asked if those whom he was looking for also suffered the same fate, and heard a confident yes. Malush, with a slight sadness, admitted that she envies his comrades, because even after exile, they continue to take care of each other. She quietly added that she would never refuse such a life, because she so wants to have someone nearby. In her opinion, this is the meaning of life, when people or creatures take care of each other sincerely and disinterestedly. After a few hours of the journey, their carriage on Homuncul finally landed on the sparkling street of Servi Rosa, saturated with wealth and pleasure. The hero, looking at majestic buildings, asked if the teleportation center is really not available. The center's employee, his head guiltily, confirmed that this was true and apologized for the inconvenience. Malusu sighed in frustration and said that she did not expect such a turn, and the employee invited them to return tomorrow by 8 in the morning. He explained that the center is temporarily closed due to the auction, but immediately after it, teleportation will be available for honored guests. The hero asked in surprise why, due to some auction, he had to close the whole center, to which he received an answer about the rare artifact put up for sale. The employee explained that these were Dadu's teeth, the disappeared masterpiece for which increased security measures were taken. Malush looked curiously at the poster with the image of an artifact, praising the drawing, and the hero thought because this object was vaguely familiar to him. Only he wanted to say that he saw this at Renee, but thought herself in time and muttered that his comrade used this. The worker looked at the artifact with distrust, and Pavalo firmly stated that this is exactly the thing that, having gained strength, turns into a giant blade. The interlocutor admitted that his knowledge of the artifact is superficial, but Danda's teeth are definitely unique and have no analogs. These words finally confirmed for the hero that the weapon put up for the auction once belonged to his Renee. Davalo's thoughts began to be confused when he imagined that perhaps people dared to kill her, although it seemed impossible. It did not fit in his head that some miserable mortals could harm Renee, because it was not without reason that she was nicknamed the Maid with the Blade. The hero continued to remember the blade and guess if it was at Renee at the moment when she fled from him. He remembered her outfit, too elegant to hide the weapon, and she threw one dagger into him, deciding that he was an enemy. But he was tormented by the question, how many blades were still with her, even if in contractions with enemies Renee always had at least 5. Patrick could defeat anyone with his sword, but even he would have thought what the girl's power is if you deprive her of the blades. The Queen of the Demons felt that something strange was happening with Pavallo and tried to reach his mind. However, he was too absorbed in rage, convincing himself that Renee fell at the hands of despicable mortals. The employee of the center, seeing how the hero's face is changing, staggered back in horror and collapsed powerlessly to his knees. He prayed for mercy, calling Pavallo a monster, and tried to crawl away, but fear had constrained his movements. The hero only touched him, and after a moment, the body of a frightened man went limp and sank to the ground. Distirling with anger, Dovallo shouted that he would smash everyone to the last in order to take revenge on Renee. Fraud, frightened by his condition, grabbed his hand tightly and asked to explain what happened, begging to calm down. The hero looked at her and coldly said that he would ask the question only once about Dantu's teeth. It was important for him to find out whether they were really unique all over the world, as the previous owner claimed. The girl hesitated but replied that, as far as she knew, this is true. She could not understand why Pavallo flared up so, but he briefly explained that this artifact belonged to his long-lost friend. The hero firmly stated that he needed to return the artifact, thanking the demon for his help and offering her to go his own way. Melryu did not hide her bewilderment, but Dovallo noticed that he had already found a way to get into Haston and cope on his own. He persistently recommended that she leave this place as soon as possible and preferably at the most safe distance. However, the girl, not paying attention to his words, unexpectedly asked if she was the one whom he was so desperately looking for. Her question concerned a monster from a dungeon with silver hair, which owns Dantu's teeth, one of 36 masterpieces. Hearing that it is called a maid with a blade and called Renee, the hero felt his madness become stronger. Melju carefully watched his reaction and said with a smile that her guesses were true, but Pavallo told her not to feel his patience. Then he restrainedly asked what she still wants to know about him and about that mysterious girl. In response, Melryu said that she did not need anything else because even a threatening tone of his voice does not scare her at all. She already understood who he really is. Renee is the keeper of the great core of antiquity and higher consciousness. And if he calls himself her comrade, then everything immediately becomes obvious and explained. Indeed, in this case, we are talking about the great Lord of Chaos, known as Pavallo. The hero realized that his personality was disclosed, removed his dark radiance, and wanted to explain herself, but the girl interrupted him. She added that despite everything, he remains only to subordinates, as she expected. At that moment, Dovallo realized that he was a rather naive creature and was confused, not knowing how to react. The girl laughed loudly, saying that she exposed him thanks to her sharp mind and insight. Moreover, she added that she knows about his gloomy thoughts and is going to help, regardless of his objections. The hero thought, and looking at her, asked how the Queen of Demons could walk so carefree, relying only on his words. To this, Melju replied that being rational, never become the Queen of Demons, because her words are absolute logic. These words could not convince Pavallo, and he realized that her explanation sounds like an extremely weak excuse. I was flickering, looking at his face. With relief noted that now it seems familiar, and stated that the old landslide finally returned. She added anxiously that earlier he looked frightening, and strange dark processes stretched from behind his back. Nevertheless, she was delighted that now he was normal, and she assured that he had nothing to worry about because she would remain nearby. The girl even asked him to never say in such an ominous voice again. On the auction day, the main entrance was filled with aristocrats, ready to lower the whole fortune for their whims. At this time, a lone guard stood at the rear entrance, who sadly thought about his uselessness because no one came there. He was even surprised why he was put in this place, when suddenly his thoughtful voice interrupted his thoughts. The guard sharply turned his head and saw a girl in front of him, who asked if she could take part in the auction. He was embarrassed by her sudden appearance and replied that he had to first check her name, asking him to name. The girl introduced herself as a marshmallow from the Angre clan and added that she was accompanied by a servant named Plavallo. Hearing her name, the guard apologized, asked to wait a bit, and began to look for him in his book. After a couple of minutes, he apologized again, saying that her name was not on the list, but Melu said with a smile that this was impossible. Then she turned to Pavallo and clarified whether he had their invitation, to which he answered affirmatively. However, the man next to them expressed bewilderment since no invitations were issued to this auction. As soon as he tried to object, he felt someone's fist suddenly crashed into his head. It was a landfill, who smiled and said that his invitation was a ticket to the afterlife. After that, he turned to Melj, noticing that she changed the appearance, to to which she replied with a smile that he was probably afraid to fall in love with her. The guy only grinned and called her a child, which immediately caused a skirmish, because she asked him to call it anymore. At this time, Renee was far away in the castle of Shate, surrounded by cold walls and gloomy thoughts. Lying on the bed with tears in her eyes, she repeated with a whisper that she could never return to the core of antiquity again. In the forest of County, a huge fire broke out for 80 years ago, which caused a great tragedy. Then the main character apologized to the old woman, saying that he could not imagine that people were capable of such evil. Comforting her, he noted that the forest would probably be recovered soon and will find harmony again. After all, the mistress of the forest, the spirit of the earth of the Cranius, known as a witch, paid offers with the same coin. At that moment, he reflected on how the forest serves as a natural fortress for the core of antiquity, and that he should respect its anger. Most likely she already punished all the guilty in arson, and now her rage will gradually begin to subside. But then he felt another strange presence and became interested in who could be. Stepping closer to the cage, he realized that the sitting inside has no connection with the arsonists. The longer he looked at the girl, the more he was surprised, realizing that she was a homunculus. Homuncules are creatures created by people, but devoid of human essence, and the hero decided that it should be eliminated as an unnecessary witness. However, unexpectedly for himself, he said that she could be free according to the last will of her master. Nevertheless, this did not mean that he was going to help her get out of here. He added indifferently that she had to either die here or try to survive outside, leaving a choice for her. Before his death, her owner called a maid named Riolo, and there were no other maids nearby, which means that she was probably. With these words he left, saying that his mercy was exhausted. The girl, not fully realizing what was happening, was barely able to utter the name Rilo. This name belonged to the maid, which served as the head of the family, was considered an honorary title given by the most outstanding maid. But being a homunculus, the girl had no right to such a name, because in the family she was considered just a thing. Despite this, she firmly decided that now they would call her Riolo, because the one who gave her freedom called her that. From now on, she proudly wore this name, feeling that this is her first step towards real life. The girl quietly settled at the foot of the majestic castle of Chete, thoughtfully studying his gloomy towers and stone walls. Suddenly, her contemplation was interrupted by a woman who announced that the Imperial detachment was heading to a mysterious place, known as the core of antiquity. The girl casually noticed that all this does not matter, because she still could not return there, despite the efforts of wind and time. Elizabeth calmly explained that she was not going to force her to return at all, because now her happiness and freedom of choice mean much more. Nevertheless, she sincerely perplexed whether it was worth hastily ruining bridges that connect their fate. After all, the comrades with whom she divided the battlefield will cross the entire continent to find it, and if they find out about deception, especially Patrick or Pavallo, the consequences can be unpredictable. If she resolutely plans to disappear forever, then she must shift all the traces of her past, leaving only a void. But perhaps this is not necessary. Patrick is likely to figure it out himself, especially since the raid in the core of antiquity is about to begin, and they will be absorbed in their tasks. Therefore, if she wants to complete her mission, now the perfect moment has come for this. Thinking, Renee suddenly informed the interlocutor that she needed to go out into the fresh air to think about everything properly. The woman warned her that it was better to wait, because her right eye suddenly became cloudy and offered to make her company. The girl gratefully refused, assuring that she would cope herself, and accidentally asked Patori where her blades were located. At the same moment, the hero roughly grabbed one of the employees of the auction house, demanding to tell everything that he knows about the mysterious teeth of Dandida. The man, suffocating in pain, admitted that the artifact was put up for the sale of the Tower of Wing Magicians, and he did not know anything else, begging for mercy. Pavallo quickly realized that he would still have to go to Haston, since the case was clearly connected with the magic tower. After a short thought, he released the employee, thanking for truthfulness, and, in a sign of mercy, promised to keep his life. The stunned man silently escorted his gaze with a retreating figure, still not believing that he was alive. With a whisper, he said that it was some ridiculous absurdity, because he expected death, although he only performed the duties of a guard. Before he had time to finish, as the hero appeared before him again, assuring that he did nothing wrong. However, he added that he was simply unlucky to be on the way at the most inopportune moment. The hero with a mockery asked if people call their invasions a massacre or genocide when they step on someone else's territory, although he thought they prefer to use words like conquest or conquest, avoiding heavier terms. Probably they never even felt remorse for the murder of monsters, and the question arises, what the monsters did to earn complete destruction. The gentleman noted with composure that he only plays according to their rules, considering them simply enemies, and not more. Meanwhile, the auction was gaining momentum, and the price for a rare lot took off to 7 billion. The presenter with the excitement turned to those present, asking if anyone was ready to offer more. One of the girls, yawning from boredom, wondered if a bet was for the sake of entertainment, but her interlocutor strictly reminded that they were here to guard. Win History, the Knight of the Order of the Black Wolf, grinned, noting that it was impossible to even joke with her. Her partner, the Trace of Gart, dryly reminded her not to forget about the mission for which they are here. Uin assured that she remembered the goal, but expressed a desire for the auction to end as soon as possible so that they could go for the delicious ones. The host warned that if there were no bets, then after 3 scores the lot will be sold, but at that moment, the main character arose behind him. The hero with lightning speed killed the host and coldly stated that the right to finish the auction belongs only to him. He challenged the present with a challenge, hinting that they were all here for the sake of Dantu's teeth, and asked if he was mistaken. If we talk about the heroes of the Empire, then there were only 3 of them, but one of them, Bern Hestalt, died in the core of antiquity. The remaining heroes were hit by the attacks of the public, accusing them of pride and inability to protect the people, although this was their purpose. Surviving criticism, originally addressed to Bern, were now under constant pressure, and Win was among them. She had to prove her right to be a hero, suppressing the instinct of self-preservation with her unbending military spirit. When she was already preparing to attack, Garou stopped her in time, holding her hand. Gardita, with horror in her voice, said that it is impossible to intervene because the situation goes beyond their capabilities. The frightening aura of the protagonist forced the woman to warn the woman that he is incredibly dangerous and can destroy them in the blink of an eye. Approaching the main lot at the auction, Pavallo with a slight smile noted that, contrary to expectations, the blade turned out to be real. He thought, because at first he considered him a fake, but the traces of Renee's strength were clearly visible on weapons. Without wasting time, he immediately converted the blade into his weapon, thinking that if Renee really died at the hands of people, then he was not destined to survive. After a pause, the guy aloud admitted that it would be extremely difficult to explain the current situation. However, he added that this weapon already has the owner, which means that he needs to be returned, with regret, emphasizing that someone was ready to pay a lot of money for him in vain. One of those present, looking at Pavallo, screamed, urging the guard to immediately grab this daring stranger. The hero calmly replied that he perfectly understands that no one would just let him go, although he himself was not going to leave. Pavallo calmly stated that right now he would deal with everyone here and bury them along with their feudal knowledge. But suddenly the heroine of the empire rushed to him with a scream, asking does he really think that everything would remain unpunished. The girl immediately attracted his attention, and he thought with interest that for the flying squirrel, he rushed in his direction. Recognizing that her movements are fast enough, he nevertheless noted their clumsiness. Therefore, a moment before her blow, he easily stepped aside, allowing her to fly past him. The girl quickly stopped and again rushed to the attack, and Pavallo, carefully observing, realized that her only weapon was gloves. He realized that in order to win, he only needed to break her hands, which seemed to him quite fulfilling. Despite this, he admitted that for a person she is a very worthy fighter. At this time, the girl, having gathered all her strength, activated the skill of controversy, directing a powerful blow. The master decided to meet the attack with his bare hands and at the last moment intercepted her fist. However, he was stunned when he could not completely block the blow and flew away several tens of meters due to explosive power. Even for history itself, this blow was heavy and her breath immediately became confused. Dovolo, examining his barely damaged hands, noted with interest that this girl was much stronger than he initially thought. The heroine, peering in surprise at the silhouette of a guy who appeared from the dust, could not believe that he was still alive, because in her opinion it was absolutely impossible. She was sure that such a technique, even from the most powerful bosses of the dungeons, did not leave behind a trace. Usually with a similar blow, the replica of the apocalypse would be destroyed from one blow, but this was not so. Looking at her opponent, the girl noticed that some dark liquid spread around him, and immediately realized that this was not a person, but not an ordinary monster. At that moment, it became completely incomprehensible to her who he really was. A moment later, the hero looked into her eyes with a crazy smile and said with regret that he was sorry. The dark energy that emanated from him began to cover everything around, approaching his opponents. Gart saw that her ally was seized by danger and ran to her, but history immediately stopped her, asking not to approach. However, the ranger did not obey, and without hesitation, used her strength to protect them. After some time, when everything had already subsided, Historia went to Pavallo and, worried, asked if everything was in order with him. With a smile, he replied that everything was fine with him, and the baby was relieved to notice that she thought he had died. Meanwhile, reflecting on a recent blow, the gentleman realized that this was not an attack of an ordinary person. If she hit his heart, he could have transformed, which would be dangerous for everyone. In the case of such an outcome, Patrick would probably be angry, and the consequences could be terrible. It would be better if he just died. But despite everything, he regretted that he had missed those people. His recent opponents turned out to be too, and especially with pink hair was very strong. While the blue-haired girl distracted him, she managed to evacuate everyone, and then laid several layers of protective magic. That is why he realized that she was very interested in him, and he had to be ready for her next move. When the explosion thundered, people began to say that something collapsed, but no one could understand what was really happening. Soon they noticed a man among the ruins and hastened to ask if everything was in order with her. The man, who was the first to examine her, said that she was seriously injured and offered to immediately call the guard and the doctor. Historia thought that she was the heroine who was attacked by a monster whose name she did not even know, and she was unclear whether people were allocated from the auction, as well as her ally of Garrow. She quietly uttered the name of the interlocutor, and she asked if she thought that when she heard this, she would respond if she called her so quietly. The girl immediately looked at her interlocutor and, realizing that she was alive, immediately felt relief and joy. The Trace, noticing this, invited her to quickly thank her, because if not for her, then preparations for her funeral would have been in full swing. Of course, she thanked her savior, but soon noticed that something was wrong with her body. The girl asked what happened to her hand, because she was not, to which Historia calmly replied that this was not an excessive reason, nothing threatens her life. However, despite the words of reassurance, the heroine cried bitterly, hugged her and apologized, because she believed that she should take her out of office for this. In response, her ally shouted her full name to calm a little, and again reminded that she was still a heroine. She added that if the heroes of the empire behave as weak, the people will not like it. And then she whispered quietly that the loss of one hand is a small sacrifice, especially if you take into account who was their opponent. She confidently said that it was a landfill, the owner of the core of antiquity. History, in complete shock, said that this could not be true, because it was unclear why such a strong monster to come here. The interlocutor, with a serious look, replied that the reasons were unknown to her, but she was sure that this is so. She felt that it was him, a black catastrophe, the ancient monster Povalo, and noticed the traces of the hero burn Histalt at his feet. As a trace, she could say for sure that the traces are fresh, not older than a month, so Miss Wynne should understand that the situation is much worse than they thought. If everything goes on as it is now, then perhaps the Empire will really collide with the end. Historia admitted with horror that if it really was he, they need to make every effort to win because the land of people here in their hands. Gardaud added that this is no longer the problem that they can solve alone, because even she felt fear. Now there was almost no chance of victory, and Gart decided to head to the United Team Center of the dungeon raids to request reinforcements. She also planned to report the situation of the Imperial family, but in her current state, it would be difficult to teleport two people, so she asked the girl to stay here. Then she used the skill of Whisper to heal, noting that she could not completely cure it. She advised to stay in place and not stagger around the district, but to wait quietly. The girl got up and stated that this monster could appear again at any moment, but the ranger added that in any case, she should stay and wait. In any case, she needs to wait, because actions will not lead to good results now if she does not wait patiently. Soon, teleportation technology worked, and the girl disappeared in the sky. Plavalo thought that it was annoying, but perhaps it was worth just leaving the escaped and go to Hastin, or catch up with those who pose a threat and get rid of them. All these thoughts did not leave him, and he could not find a place for himself. As a result, he realized that he had successfully returned Danda's teeth, so that one could stop there, because he still has a goal that should not be forgotten. He must find Renee, or at least her body, and said so little to prepare. The girl agreed, but her sad condition did not go unnoticed, and Pavalo asked what happened to her. The demon replied that everything was in order, but Pavalo was persistent and asked her to speak. He felt that something was wrong, and her expression was too obvious. Melja admitted that Pavalo is very strong. She understood this when she first saw him in her castle, but the more she recognizes him, the stronger he turns out. He surpasses all her expectations, and although he calls himself a comrade Renee, she realizes that he is much more powerful than she and begins to doubt the correctness of his sensations. Or she just does not understand whether Renee can be much stronger than she thought. Therefore, she asked Zavallo to answer her. She was really interested in who he was actually. The main character scratched the back of the head and realized that it was a little naive. He touched her head and asked why she drooped so much. For her at the moment he was a creature named Plavallo, but when they deal with the whole situation, he promised her that he would definitely tell the truth. As a result, Povallo asked her to put herself in order and show her power to the Queen of Demons, to which the girl agreed. Soon, her sad face expression disappeared, and the real Queen of Demons appeared before the guy in all its glory. She grabbed her weapons and used the skill called Reconstruction, after which the huge dome of energy spread around the district. A few seconds after this, a powerful explosion occurred, which spread a long distance with a deafening noise. People who were near the epicenter of the explosion were horrified and asked what it was. History also heard this explosion, and in horror realized that there was an auction in that place. To create this in the very center of the capital is madness. She believed that such people were just bastards because there were so many people in the capital. The girl immediately thought about what to do and remembered the ally words that she asked her not to stagger around the district, but simply to wait for her, no matter what happened. However, despite these words, she could not sit still and was about to rush on the attack. Suddenly, she felt someone touched her hand and immediately drew attention to this. It was a tearful little girl who spoke about her dad. The heroine immediately rose and reassured the people around, saying that everything was in order and they should not worry. She introduced herself as the heroine of Win history and assured everyone that she would cope with the situation, thinking to herself that she would definitely not lose to some monster. In the epicenter of the explosion, which was arranged by the Queen of Demons, only destruction remained. From under one of the rubble, the main character began to get out. He immediately turned to Steady and asked what kind of magic she used. The girl replied that this is a magic called reconstruction, the highest magic that could destroy the earth. With a smile, she asked if he liked it, because now everything became clean, but the hero in horror asked if she really had no more suitable spell for this case. The Queen of the Demons replied that there was nothing to blame her for, unless at his request to restore order, she could not apply the most powerful spell. She added that he should more accurately explain what he expected, and now let him not complain. Povalo replied that he understood her decision. Povalo drew attention to the destruction that they surrounded him, and realized that the situation was now only hesitating. He asked the girl if she remembered the road to the teleport, to which she replied that she remembered her perfectly. Davalo noticed that if this is so, let her go, and he would protect her, because after what happened, he is sure that the rest of the people will soon run away here. He also said that she would prepare everything necessary, because they go to Haston as soon as he arrives. The girl agreed, but asked where Haston himself was. Davalo asked if she knew at least the coordinates of the core of antiquity. She replied that she naturally knows, since, as she said earlier, this is her favorite dungeon. Povalo interrupted her, saying that it was the closest village to their dungeon. Melgu hesitated and admitted that she only knew about the core of antiquity from books. Povalo said that he was clear to him and invited her to go in. The Queen of the Demons hit the road, promising to protect the teleport. Davalo went the other way and said that he would also try to finish as quickly as possible. Soon he noticed that people had already approached and asked how many of them there were approximately. People replied that they belong to one of the 9 with a crowd of empire and are called a punitive detachment of the Rangirov clan of the Blue Crane. The leader of this detachment was called Casper, and he introduced himself, after which he asked who his opponent was. The main character realized that they were all dressed like a needle, but could not understand why they were. He was a little excited when he felt a strange number of people around the auction house. Probably these were soldiers of one of those present. Therefore, he said that if they want to know who he is, then he does not have to answer. Then he began to turn into his demonic form and said that he was their enemy. At this time, in the core of antiquity, Nifrim said that of all who went into this cave, no one has yet returned alive, and that if you die here, the soul will be damaged and wandering around the world until the end of time. The interlocutor asked, perhaps they should return, as it was already scary. The guy asked Sylvia not to joke. The girl was indignant and said that she was doing what she wanted because he was too boring. She thought about whether it seems to him that this place was shrouded in some strange, oppressive secret. Indeed, even in the first room, through which they passed without much difficulties, there were mountains of corpses, and here, amazing purity. With a look full of bewilderment, Nifrim turned to his associates and asked what they were thinking about such an anomaly. The warriors began to discuss that such cleanliness looked suspicious, because the Histalter detachment would hardly have taken cleaning during a dangerous campaign, so perhaps there is a monster behind this. However, if we take into account that this dungeon was to be cleaned outside the 5th room, excluding only the boss room, then there could be no monsters capable of cleaning. In addition, it is difficult to understand why the monsters would spend strength on cleaning the corpses of their comrades. The leader of the detachment suddenly felt someone else's presence and shouted to her comrade to stop her jokes because the enemy was trying to confuse them. From the thick darkness there was a voice that mockingly noticed that the leader screamed so loudly that his bones trembled already. The voice said with confidence that he did not try to deceive anyone. He just really got out because he could not stand the dirty rooms. He added that he would not want the guests to begin to grumble at his unattractive place. And at that moment, Nifrim demanded from Sylvia to create light. The girl immediately activated the magic spell, and the room was lit up with a bright light. The present saw Patrick, who lamented the brightness of the light, noted that he did not call the guests, but recognized their abilities, because they reached such a guarded place. The leader was surprised to realize that they faced none other than a death knight named Patrick and asked a direct question about his personality. Patrick, with a note of annoyance, replied that he tried his best to appear spectacularly, but everything went awry, and his efforts to imagine himself worthy were in vain. He complained that his guests were too aggressive and invited them to relax, lay down their weapons, lower the stoves, and the soldiers remove their fists. But before he managed to finish his proposal, Nifrim rushed into the attack, interrupting the monologue with the words that it is time to end this empty conversation. The Death Knight, without losing composure, easily repelled the attack, and with sarcasm noticed that the attacker's manners leave much to be desired. They don't even give time to rest. Suddenly someone used the ice rain spell, and the room was filled with sharp spikes of ice. The cold wave covered both opponents, creating an even more tense atmosphere. A moment later, Patrick said with a heavy sigh that every time he experiences this feeling, to fight alone against the crowd is really unpleasant. Despite everything that was happening, Patrick was sure that in any case he would be the winner. But as soon as his hand reached out for the sword, the invisible force threw the weapon to the side. Realizing that the situation took an unexpected turn, he admitted that for an ordinary person, this is an impressive achievement. Meanwhile, the magicians of the detachment, without wasting time, activated their spells, strengthening the leader's combat abilities. The Death Knight, with a mockery, noticed that these strengthening with the help of magic look impressive, but they are short-lived, and soon everything would return to their circles. He had to last only 1 minute, and then the forces would be equal again. But the events went not according to plan. Suddenly, the enemy used the winding spell, paralyzing his movements and confusing it. Nifrim was behind him, and with a mockery asked to repeat who was talking about victory. The skeleton, with bitter irony, admitted that magic was much more cunning than he could have imagined. The members of the detachment whispered, suggesting that perhaps the core of antiquity was not so scary as legends were told about it. Patrick, staring at Sylvia, mockingly asked if he should get rid of this green-brown sorceress from the very beginning. The leader, without restraining anger, hit him and barked to cover his mouth. With rage, he put all his strength into his blow, directing the weapon to the enemy, ordering him to die in place. But Patrick easily stopped the blade with his hand, laughed, and admitted that this time he really enjoys his acting. He apologized for his pranks, explaining that in the last years he was extremely boring for him, and he only wanted to try himself in a theatrical role. With gratitude, he admitted that the detachment played perfectly, delivering a little joy to his dull existence. Suddenly something frightening happened, and Nifrim with a loud scream collapsed, losing consciousness. Waking up after some time, he got up and confused in confusion what happened. From the darkness there was a voice of Patrick, who maliciously specified, did his opponent finally recovered? It turned out that everything ended in those few seconds, while Nifrim was unconscious, leaving him with a sense of complete confusion. The skeleton lazily pointed his hand to the side and invited Nifrim to personally verify the veracity of his words. It turned out that so far none of those who met with the Knight of Death Patrick returned alive. However, since Nifrim knew his name then, according to the skeleton, he would also not escape this fate, although it seemed that Patrick was slightly mistaken in this. Patrick threw the lifeless body of Sylvia to the ground and with a grin noted that it was not easy to cope with this green-haired sorceress. Who would have thought that she owns the sacred magic? His bones were still in the consequences of her spells. The Death Knight asked if his name is Nifrim, because it was this name Sylvia shouted in his last moments. Repeating the name of Nifrim several times, Patrick tried to anger him even more, adding that the girl called him with despair in her voice. But, to the disappointment of the skeleton, the expected violent reaction did not follow, which made him sarcastically say that Sir Nifrim seemed absolutely heartless. Nevertheless, the time has come to ask questions to the survivor, because even such a nearby person as Paymore would never have sent 30 people to certain death. Although Patrick did not doubt his superiority, he noted that Nifrim's detachment was far from the highest level and demanded that they hide here. Having called himself a kind and polite skeleton, he suggested a choice. Raise his right hand if he answers, or the left if not. Nifrim instantly raised his right hand, and Patrick, pleased, called it a wise solution, adding that if he tells everything, his death will be painless. But instead of an answer, the guy showed Patrick an obscene gesture, which angered the skeleton, who gloomily remarked that now the murder would be long and painful. With these words, he pierced the blade into the body of Nifrim and complained that he was annoyed by the prospect of cleaning after another battle. However, he comforted himself with the thought that this time the order would be easier than before. Even with the blade that pierced his body, Nifrim remained conscious, peering forward intensely and trying to understand whether Patrick had gone. Then his gaze fell on the lifeless body of Sylvia, lying at his feet. In complete helplessness, he whispered an apology to his girlfriend for not being able to protect her. After all, he was going to do something terrible to survive at any cost. Meanwhile, Patrick, watching from afar, felt a chill even in his bones, thinking that in this world, it seems, there really is nothing impossible. The skeleton noticed that the guy left alive to devour the corpses, clearly restoring his strength and becoming stronger each time, which caused him bewilderment. He suggested that only human bodies are suitable for this, and thought about whether his strength was based on magic or alchemy, observing the process with interest. Even at such moments, Patrick occupied the question of where his boss is and what he is busy now. The skeleton mentally asked the boss not to do anything strange in unfamiliar places so that later he would not have to rake the consequences. Meanwhile, the protagonist, fighting with all his strength, suddenly drew attention to the girl who brought him here. He coldly asked her what she was plotting, and did she really come here to die? History proudly replied that she was a hero and came here to fight him and win. Povalo only grinned, saying that he doesn't matter her name, but her fighting spirit is impressive, although she still has no chance to win him. The girl, despite doubts, decided that she had to stop him at all costs and rushed to the attack. This time, the main character grabbed her hand and successfully stopped the attack, demonstrating his strength. He apologized to her and added that now he would not even allow a single blow to his address. Povalo invited her to try to escape if she considers it possible, but did not believe that she would succeed. After these words, he with force knocked her over to the ground, holding his hand, and inflicted a powerful blow. Win, lying on the ground, realized that she would not be able to defeat him, but she thought if she had won at least a little time for others. After all, the hero should always act in accordance with his status, fulfilling the debt in any way. After several heavy blows, the guy raised her body and mockingly asked if everything was ending. Unconscious, History suddenly whispered her name and, gathering the remnants of her strength, said that she would not give up and could not afford to lose. She recalled that the inhabitants of the empire are vulnerable and need protection, so he should not leave. Having accumulated the remaining power in his fist, she tried to strike the last blow, hoping that even though he would be successful. But the attack did not reach the goal, and falling, she whispered that, as a hero, she was obliged to protect innocent people, no matter what it costs her. Povalo confidently beat off the girl's attack, sarcastically congratulating her on the fact that she would not die in vain. He added that he would even remember her name, Win History, although not sure whether this is for a long time. As a sign of respect for her perseverance, he decided to kill her quickly and painlessly. But at the moment when he was going to strike a mortal blow, he felt a sudden attack. He turned to the attackers, surprised by their presence, and asked why they appear one by one and not all at once. People in response explained that they were forced to take extreme measures in order to save Win, and apologized for their rudeness. Davilo, with a grin, noticed that the throw into the back of the head is clearly not the best tactics, then to ask for forgiveness. However, he was interrupted by the performance. One of the knights declared himself R. Edelbrace Gal Riviston, a member of the Knights Order of Edelbrace, known as a Black Wolf, and requested an audience with the Great Landslide. The main character was surprised how he recognized his name and asked about it directly. Gal explained that under his leadership there is a person with a special ability that allowed him to recognize him. Swallow, frowning, noted that the knight is too self-confident and reminded that he was in a bad mood. He ordered them not to waste his time in vain. If they want to attack, let them do it immediately. However, Gal hastened to explain that they did not plan to fight, but came to offer a deal. Plavilov, in response, sarcastically asked if he looked like he was missing to be interested in the deal. He warned Gala that ridicule of him would lead to a painful death, but the knight remained calm, realizing that it was a risky adventure to save the entire empire. To discharge the situation a little, Gal mentioned that the owner of the legendary weapon Danda, fortunately, was alive. He expressed confidence that Povalo took this weapon not just for the sake of possessing a unique thing, and offered any help in exchange for cooperation. Davilo, with contempt, replied that he did not need anything. He added that if he took a magic weapon, it was only out of boredom, because his true goal was always the destruction of people. Povalo approached the knight and asked what they were going to do if his words about destruction are really true. The knight calmly replied that if he wants to destroy everything, then let him try, and Povalo noted that he could not do without unnecessary victims. He proposed a compromise, let him immediately tell him where the true owner of Dantu's teeth is. The knight agreed and turned to the guard to help. The girl approached, and Povalo recognized her, realizing that they had already encountered. The trace explained that to determine the location, she needs to explore traces and asked for permission to inspect Danda's teeth. Povalo pulled out a weapon and warned her that any stupidity could cost her hands. Gart calmly agreed, demonstrating that she understood the whole seriousness of the situation. Having examined the weapon, she said that she feels the traces of one person, but the distance is too great for the exact definition. However, she was able to indicate the direction, to the west of the imperial palace of Riaza. Davalo immediately realized that it was about Hastin and noted that this was enough. Renee surfaced before his eyes, and he realized that she was alive. This awareness caused him laughter, which alerted those present. Before leaving, he said that he now had a duty to them, and promised to remember the knight and Goris. The knight replied that it was an honor for them to help. Povalo, passing through a crowd of knights, ordered them to part to avoid trouble. He went to the teleportation center, where he met with the Queen of Demons, who stated that he was late. On the spot, he saw many corpses killed by this girl, Melu, bleeding. pointed to the dead, and poorly said that she had held back the promise using all her forces to protect the teleport. Her forces ran out, and she asked if this was enough to repay him. Plavallo, using his strength, supported her and assured that this is more than enough. He praised her for the brilliant completion of the assignment and expressed his gratitude. Plavallo went to a strange device, feeling it and frowning like an engineer who first saw a magic machine and was lost in conjectures which buttons to press. He realized that the first thing to do is to set the coordinates of hasten and then direct the stream of mana into the mechanism, hoping that everything would work. As soon as the hero completed the process, the tank of the device with a loud surge scattered into the fragments, like a glass vessel that could not withstand the pressure of water. Plavallo was perplexed that he could go wrong because he stabilized him Manu, and the transformation, as he believed, was under control for a long time. His thoughts returned to the bracelet on his hand, who suppressed Manu, and he thought in disbelief why he did not work in tandem with the teleport. Realizing that without a demonstration of the true essence, he hesitated further. He hesitated, knowing that his transformation would expose all secrets. Looking at the consequences of his actions, Plavallo realized that he had arranged chaos and already imagined how Patrick would grumble, calling it a classic fiasco. With a sigh with bitter regret, he threw off the bracelet, apologizing to the Death Knight, and allowed the monster inside himself to be released. When his body began to transform, the force bursting out, crushed the building like a house of cards, could not stand a hurricane. The huge monster with which he became stood in all his frightening glory, personifying the true essence of Plavallo. He did not waste time and headed straight to the Tower of Magician's Wing, where, in his opinion, Hasten was hiding. Meanwhile, the girl went to the same tower, confidently paving the way through the unknown. The gatekeeper politely greeted her, explaining that in order to enter the tower, it was necessary to confirm his origin and personality. The girl annoyedly interrupted him, calling him a man, and without ceremony she asked if it was possible to use the magic of movement. The man shook his head, explaining that the barrier of the tower does it impossible until her personality is confirmed. Hearing a refusal, she calmly took out a weapon and stated that now he would not go anywhere, hinting at the fast end. Having dealt with the gatekeeper, she examined the tower that reminded her of the dark dungeon, where weak creatures live, incapable of serious resistance. Her thoughts only strengthened when she decided that the Tower of Magicians was actually no different from the dungeons, only here people lived instead of monsters. Destroying everyone who came across in the way, she went to the goal, contemptuously thinking about how insignificant these little people were. Having reached the last floor, the girl realized that only the final barrier remained, the head of the tower, who seemed to be waiting for her arrival. Upstairs, the girl was met by the head of the tower, who, with a mixed sense of pride and alertness, admitted that she was preparing to meet someone powerful, but did not expect to see the very little one that she came a few days ago. The woman, looking around the girl with a close look, concluded that she was clearly not an ordinary person in front of her, but something is much more unusual. The homunculus did not receive her direct response and instead calmly asked where Dantu's teeth were. Aimer arrogantly stated that this was her property and did not consider it necessary to answer, hinting that she also had questions. She was surprised why the girl, it would seem, had to disappear from the face of the earth for a long time, was still alive. The homunculus silently ignored her attack and, without saying anything, occupied a fighting stance, preparing for the battle. Seeing this, the head of the tower grinned and noted that such a sweet creation could not be in the face of holding a weapon. She contemptuously added that the miserable knives of the girls could not compare with her magic, and activated the protective barrier spell. The woman barely managed to pronounce the next cobblestone, as something elusively quickly swept nearby, forcing her to shut up in half a word. Her eyes widened with horror when she realized that the protective spell was destroyed from one blow, like a glass shell. Looking at the opponent, she realized that in front of her was the creature of incredible power, a true monster whose abilities she could not predict. However, the tower, built over a powerful magical source, could give her an advantage if she manages to use energy correctly. The homunculus, on the contrary, did not even try to restore strength, coldly demanding to say where her weapon is. Amar only shrugged and with a grin admitted that she had long sent him to the auction, after which she activated the Magic Kingdom spell. A giant eye emerged over the battlefield, radiating powerful energy, which seemed to observe every movement of opponents. Pointing her hand to the baby, the woman said that the girl really looks unusually powerful. The head of the magic tower, without restraining strength, used the Spear of Longan to defeat the enemy. Then the spells followed one after another, changing accelerations, persecution, and transforming attributes into destructive light damage. All this force instantly hit the girl, and she had to urgently evade the attack. After a few moments, a powerful explosion rang out throughout the city, affecting the magic tower. Renee was pierced by blades, and the head of the magic tower stated that this is happening with those who pretend to be a person, but is actually a monster. Amir thought that this magic belongs to the highest level, to which even most bosses of the dungeons are unable to confront, which made the girl too vulnerable. As soon as the woman was thinking about it, she felt her hands were cut off a moment before the attack occurred. Renee, surviving after the blow, surprised everyone, continuing to fight. The homunculus approached the woman and said with ease that she had just cut off her brushes, so you should not make a tragedy out of this. The sorceress shouted that she was not going to die and should survive at all costs. In despair and through tears, she tried to crawl from the persecution. At the same time, she begged someone to save, but Renee remained adamant. The girl realized that on this path with Renee came to an end, because she wiped out all her tracks, as Batory promised. She did not know what to do now, because she had nothing left at all. At this moment, Renee felt strong fatigue and understood that if she fell asleep, she would never wake up. Suddenly, she heard the voice of a man who asked the chapter what had happened and found that it was a subordinate, Haim, who came to help. The woman said that she was incredibly painful, and he asked to hold out a little more. The head of the guild first ordered him to cure her, but then changed his mind and forced her to kill that girl with a primary task. The guy only looked intently at Renee, but did nothing, and only told the interlocutor to calm down, as she lost too much blood. Then he showed her a stone and asked if she would follow him, to which the woman replied that she did not see. Chime explained that in front of her is a high-class magic stone, capable of helping to escape from here, but he does not have enough mana for activation. Therefore, he did not ask her to help with this in order to survive himself. The maid noted that in this stone the same energy as that she gave her, as if recalling the terrible consequences inside. The head of the magic tower, according to the order of her subordinate, poured Manu and thanked for being able to live. However, it was not what she expected, since the monster was released from the stone. The guy who did this said that she had acquired too many enemies, otherwise why renewed to revenge here. Her family of Grames also ordered her to eliminate her if something suspicious is noted. Then he turned to the girl and thanked her for doing work for him. But he warned that if he continues, then it could come for him. Therefore, what happened now will become an insurance that gives a little time to escape, saying goodbye. Soon Renee noticed that nothing had left of the former Amir. A monster was released. She also felt her right eye completely blinded, realizing that this is not the opponent who could be defeated with the wounded body and without proper weapons. But there is something right in front of her, which she cannot leave, and therefore is ready to pay her life here, erasing her traces forever. Even in this position, the girl did not want this creature to destroy the smell of Mr. Pavallo. Therefore she, full of determination, rushed into a fierce attack on a new enemy, saying that if they were destined to die, they would do it together as a whole. As a result, this is an insidious creature, using one of his terrible limbs, ruthlessly discarded the girl away. Then she had a thought flashed. When Mr. Pavallo finds out about her death, whether he would feel at least a drop of sadness. At this very moment, as if at the command of fate, a huge monster appeared right on the magic tower, which was the embodiment of the main character. He instantly grabbed the girl in his arms and with warmth in his voice, asked if she was in order. And the baby felt that it was reminiscent of the very day when he first saved her. When she was on the verge of despair, deprived of the meaning of life, Mr. Pavallo suddenly appeared in front of her, as if hope that returned from oblivion. Renee could not restrain her surprise when she saw the hero and exclaimed, "Was he really?" The guy carefully lowered her to the ground, but she could not understand why he was here, and Pavallo, smiling slightly, asked to wait a bit. And the maid meanwhile looked at his confident appearance and was lost in guesses. Was it really just the fruit of her imagination? The gentleman, in turn, went to the monster and firmly stated that he showed unheard of courage, although obviously he did not understand who he had contacted. At that moment, he was overflowing with fury and, using his incredible power, rushed into the attack on the monster with lightning speed. With ease, with one powerful blow of his hand, he crushed the enemy and quit it coldly so that he would absorb his place. The opponent, although he was badly damaged, made strange, frightening sounds, as if he did not intend to give up. But already a few moments later, his mutilated body began to recover, which immediately attracted the attention of the hero. He immediately grabbed the monster, lifted it high into the air to deliver the next series of powerful blows. These blows were so deadly that any ordinary creature could not stand the moment. But even turning into a shapeless mass, the monster survived and reached for the hero with his tiny, vile limbs. From this spectacle, Pavallo was even more angry because he realized how disgusting and tiring at the same time. He inflicted several dozen crushing blows, and finally it became clear to him what was the matter. Previously, he did not understand why the creature was being revived over and over again, but now he guessed. The whole thing is in the magic mana that fuel his life. Indeed, under this huge tower, as he felt, an incredible amount of mana accumulated, like a seething whirlpool of force. But if so, this discovery made his path to victory is much easier and more clearly. As soon as the monster tried to attack him, like the main character, turning into a giant creature, immediately absorbed not only the enemy, but the whole tower that was under him. After that, the battle finally ended, but the guy felt only the unpleasant taste of something vile in his mouth. Then he went to Renee, who was sitting in the distance, turning his back and drowning in his own sad thoughts. He sat next to him, leaning against her with his back, and with a slight smile admitted that he wanted to tell her a lot at the meeting. But now all this seemed to erased from his memory. Maybe it was necessary to write everything on the sheet thoughtfully, and then asked if she had met a man with green hair because he killed him along the way here and wanted to know if this was a problem. The baby was only silent, and there was a heavy silence between them, stretching for an infinitely long time. Then the master broke the pause, apologizing for what happened a few days ago, as if trying to relieve heaviness from her soul. The homunculus replied that the apology was unnecessary because she, Renee, does not even deserve the gaze of the master, but the hero objected that for the nucleus of antiquity, such a keeper as she was needed. He added that it is important not only for the dungeon, but for himself, incredibly important. The girl immediately asked if he really did not hold her evil and did not feed her hatred. The guy, without hesitation, assured her that there was neither resentment nor anger in his heart, and then he rose and said that he had prepared something for her. He took out his teeth to Danda, who once belonged to the girl, and handed them out, saying that she had left them behind. The baby immediately grabbed the weapon and burst out with bitter tears, realizing that the master had done this for her. Through the streams of tears, she admitted how much she was afraid that he would hate her and simply leave her. The hero, smiling warmly, assured her that this would never happen, and held out his hand, offering to go together to the core of antiquity. Already once in the dungeon, laughing cheerfully, he asked her whether she was really a homunculus, because they met when he investigated a fire in the Forest of County, and now he saw her again, but already in the laboratory. It seems that he noticed this fate, adding that all wisdom and knowledge obtained in the research of homunculi are hidden in her tiny body. Immediately, his thoughts turned to the core of antiquity, where so sinister energy accumulated that he was called the Kingdom of Darkness. However, the baby was not at all afraid, even being in the most dangerous room, which confirmed her incredible mental and physical abilities. The Death Knight turned to the boss, asking what they intended to do with her, and heard in response that she would live here, but at first she would be taught to fight. And if she refuses to study, she will simply live the way she wants, perhaps even a cook, because she has a maid experience. Patrick was surprised and asked if he said seriously, because it is unclear who will take care of her training. The gentleman, pointing to his subordinate, peremptorily stated that this would be his task. Having ordered not to argue, he added that he still had nothing to do, but Patrick was far from enthusiastic about this idea. He thought that although Renee is a homunculus, her physical abilities can be outstanding, but somewhere in her subconscious, hatred of people may have been lurking. Then he asked Boss what this girl's name was, but Pavallo could not remember her name spoken at the meeting. Suddenly the baby herself spoke, saying that her name was Relo. The skeleton immediately specified whether this name was complete, and added that maybe the boss as the owner would give her a new, more suitable name. The hero thought deeply about this, but no suitable name occurred to him. At some point he opted for the name of Renee, believing that it is perfect for her. Patrick agreed that this name sounds harmonious, offering to call her Renee Riello, but immediately noticed that the boss again plunged into sleep. The new mentor approached his ward and decided that the first thing they would begin to teach her sincerely smile. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates, trying to understand the cause of what was happening, noted that recently in Haston there were strange events, because of which the earth was shuddered even here. He was interested in whether this was connected with the actions of the protagonist, who in response only reminded that even in the life of monsters, there are exceptions. The subordinate, pointing to the sleeping agriculture, asked the question of her significance, to which the boss calmly replied that this was too long a story. Then the clarification of the child followed, and the subordinate expressed doubt that the boss could just abduct him. Then he asked where Renee was located, which the boss had to return, and why another child was brought here instead of her. The main character calmly explained that he found her in one of the human villages. The subordinate noted that this was already clear, but he asked the question whether the girl was wounded, to which he received an answer that she really looked very exhausted. The hero came to the conclusion that perhaps they were too strictly limited to Renee all this time. However, Patrick objected, saying that this was not so, and suggested that the boss dramatizes to hide his failure. The hero agreed, adding that now Patrick would wear a maid costume and control the dungeon, to which he answered with a grin that his application for dismissal was ready. Then the subordinate became more serious and asked what actions they would take further. The main character, as usual, announced that he was going to sleep and offered to wait because perhaps Renee herself would return to them. The Death Knight realized that in this state, the boss is better to leave alone in order to give him time to cope with heavy emotions. Suddenly, one of the subordinates said that the girl they were waiting for really came. Renee came out of the darkness, quietly inquiring whether the gentleman ate today and offering to prepare lunch for him. At this moment, Patrick attracted the unusual look of the girl, who seemed especially expressive to him. Patrick carefully looked at the protagonist and realized that he really gave his eye to the girl, but he did not fit in his head if he did it consciously and sincerely. A little earlier, Dovalo mentioned that Renee's right eye was in terrible condition, and if the vision were better, she would immediately notice a magic stone. He thought about whether she retained the very feelings that she once talked about, promising to love him. At that very moment, pronouncing his words, he without a shadow of doubt took his eyes out of his own eye socket. After that, he handed it to Renee, adding that the next time she should bring him a true stone of love. In the present tense, the baby smiled, sincerely rejoicing that now she would be truly next to Mr. Pavallo. After some time, a drop of water from the ceiling of the cave fell on the face of a little agriculture. She woke up, not understanding where she was and what happened to her. Looking around, she suddenly frightened, noticing a skeleton in front of a weapon in her hands. In a panic, she asked if she died and the Reaper was standing in front of her, and this place is hell, to which Patrick indifferently replied that this was complete nonsense. He explained that she was in the core of antiquity, which finally overwhelmed her. The demon quickly rose and with a smart look stated that if so, he was not a Reaper, but Mr. Patrick, to which he grinned, noting her quick wits. Then he got up and was surprised how long the boss could remain in hibernation. Without hesitation, he went to the main character and kicked him so that he finally woke up. Davalo lazily rose, noting how beautifully he was sleeping, and wondered why he was woke up until he noticed that Melg was conscious. The Queen of the Demons in amazement immediately began to bow to him, stating that the ruler of all things and the ruler of the core of antiquity himself faces her in front of her. She continued, magnifying him with a divine keeper, punishing the weak, and an ancient monster, rising above everyone who is called Mr. Pavallo. A little hesitating, she apologized and asked for permission to officially introduce herself. She called herself the Queen of Demons, a descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus, Merezu de Rimph Agrea. The protagonist, smiling, said that he had long known her name, that he made the girl be surprised where such a respectable gentleman could know about her. She carefully asked if the landfill told him about this. The Queen of the Demons remained incomprehensible where Plavallo was now, because she remembered exactly how he took Dantu's teeth and went to perform retribution over people. The protagonist calmly replied that all this time he was the same to Plavald, and Melu, amazed at what he heard, asked, trying to realize his words. Plavallo, carefully looking at her, restrainedly confirmed that he was the same landfill. The Queen of Demons was in deep shock, thinking, did she really behave so inappropriately before the master? While I was flickering in horror, Patrick, not paying attention to her, turned to the boss, noting that he had a serious question regarding her words. With a formidable expression on his face, he clarified what was meant by the fact that Pavallo went to punish people, demanding an explanation. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the boss noticeably strained, realizing that he was in a difficult position and not knowing what to answer. Without wasting time, Patrick invited him to follow him, to which Pavallo, outwardly remaining calm, agreed without objection. At the same time, a girl made his way to the borders of Haston on the borders of Haston, violating the ban on coming here. She thought that nothing bad happened, although the forest was full of herbs and mushrooms that she was told about. Walking along the next route, the girl suddenly heard, nearby, something collapsed heavily to the ground. She quickly realized that it was a person, and having decided to help, asked if he was in order. Trying to help, she handed the healing herbs, assuring them to help. But as soon as she brought the grass to him, as a man suddenly attacked her and cruelly killed her. Meanwhile, another traveler heading to the fortress stubbornly widened through dense thickets, repeating that he had to achieve the goal. He reflected on the rules of survival, knowing that every dungeon is a battlefield, where the main thing is to minimize stress. At this time, Renee in irritation told Melz that since she was the Queen of Demons, she was obliged to behave quieter, recalling that silence should always reign in Mr. Davalo's room. The baby, boiling with anger, refused to concede, stating that she was a free monster of the dungeon and owed anything to anyone. At the moment, she is not just the Queen of Demons, but the guest of the Master, and according to her, she needs to talk to him, because of which a dispute flared up between them. The demon quietly remarked that while Davalo was sleeping, he needed her presence, and she was about to snuggle up to him to give heat. Meanwhile, Renee showed her usual stubbornness, behaving as if she was much more than years than she really was. The girl, amazed by these words, was surprised to clarify whether she was just called an old woman. In anger, she rushed to the offender, saying that she was ready to kill her, but the demon deftly dodged and ran away. Patrick, faithful to his principle of minimal stress, was in perplexity watched this chaotic spectacle. The protagonist, irritated by the noise, noticed that because of their behavior, he could not fall asleep, to which the interlocutor sarcastically reminded that not everything was calm on the outside either. Dovalo, slightly worried, specified whether everything was so serious, and the skeleton reminded that he probably did not even glance at the newspapers left to him. In Riaz, as stated in the newspapers, the number of troops to strengthen defense has increased significantly, and the villages on the outskirts are empty due to the invasion of monsters. In addition, there were rumors that the ruler of Hastin committed suicide, that he put the village in an extremely difficult position, and Pavallo admitted that this was really seriously. Patrick added that in 3 weeks of searches, he found only 3 articles in human newspapers regarding Hastin. He directly asked Boss if he understands that all this means. However, Pavallo, thinking a little, only turned away, saying that he had no answer. And irritated by this, the Death Knight strictly asked if the boss was considering his answers, adding that perhaps he should quit, after which Pavallo immediately apologized. Then he carefully asked that Patrick himself was thinking about what was happening, but he replied that there was too little information for conclusions. Patrick noted that that village that is not mentioned was cut off from the outside world, and this seems strange, especially when you consider that it was destroyed by Pavallo himself. Immediately he asked the question whether it remembers Pavallo, how much he destroyed, adding that the lack of news from the destroyed settlement is extremely inconvenient. After all, they especially need this settlement to track the approach of the next punitive detachment and their number. He emphasized that you need to go there as soon as possible, otherwise the delay can turn into unpredictable consequences. Pavallo indifferently wished good luck on the road, adding that the interlocutor would not overdo it, mentally hoping that he would go alone. The subordinate, really rising, said that he would try to return as quickly as possible. Davila was surprised to think that if Patrick really leaves alone, then he may have been able to sleep a little more. However, the Death Knight suddenly turned around and said that it was unreasonable to go alone, so it would be good if someone joined him. Pavallo instantly got up, asking for a second to wait, and looked around the 2 girls who continued to fight. His first candidate was Mel's, who immediately asked what happened. But he immediately realized that she was too dangerous, a real walking bomb. If she uses the same spell as in the capital of Hastan, then nothing would remain from the village. Then he switched to the second option, Renee, who just suggested that she could go instead of him. However, remembering her bloodthirstiness, Pavallo realized that she was even more dangerous and decided that she was better off to stay here. At this time, Patrick calmly noticed that they seemed to forget how much time it would take. Why not go to the boss himself with him? Davilo realized that he had fallen into a trap from which he could not get out. He reluctantly admitted that he might have to go, but recalled that he could not use the transformation, as he destroyed the Demura bracelet. Patrick confirmed that this is true, and that without transformation he really could not go. Pavallo decided that his plan had worked, and he was now free to return to his sleep. However, after some time, he nevertheless went with his subordinate in human form, irritably stating that his death would be painful. Patrick, with a grin, noted that his curses are useless because the body is already dead. He also recalled that Pavallo himself said that he could not go without a Demimur's bracelet. So does this not mean that with the bracelet he would immediately hit the road? Davilo, finally angry, was indignant and accused Patrick of manipulations, claiming that he understood everything wrong. After some time, they finally arrived at the place. Patrick, with irony, noticed that the boss had a real chaos. Then he began to list 4 simple ways to determine how active the village was. The first of them was the analysis of the livestock of the market. But Pavallo looked around, saw the void, and offered to immediately return. The interlocutor continued to say that the second method, how much smoke comes out of the pipes of houses, it should be checked before dinner, and now it's too late. The third, how many mercenaries and detachments are in the center of instructions, but this has nothing to do with Hastings, so they go further. And finally, the final method is hotels, as well as taverns. Suddenly, Patrick noticed that his boss did not have his boss, and he was already ahead and asked his subordinates, and why he got up, let him quickly follow him. When they came closer to the institution, the interlocutor asked not to expect too much. But surprisingly, in this institution there was absolutely no one, and there was only an inverted furniture. After the knight looked at it, he said right away that everything is very bad, because it turns out that this village was almost completely abandoned. On the streets of one of the settlements, there were a huge number of corpses of people. All of them were killed by a creature that used dark energy and passed in these places. And just the same, someone between these corpses said that they put a lot of effort. It turns out that right behind Hastin is the heart of the enemy, namely the capital of the Riazi Empire. Because of a black catastrophe, people are weak than ever. It is precisely because of this now the best time to destroy the whole empire. Patrick again uttered the phrase that this is serious, because the hotel was absolutely empty. Apparently Hastin was really completely left by all people. Suddenly he felt that here, when he was present and asked who he was a man who said that he was the master of this place. He had a weapon in his hands with trembling hands. He asked for what case they came. The knight replied that he was a knight from the punitive detachment of Pyarian, black dogs who came from Nenraza and realized that a person thinks they could be invaders. So I noticed that they would like to spend the night and have a bite to eat here, the respected one noticed, which means that they have guests, so he asks for forgiveness for his behavior. However, he has no food for them. Besides, they are unlikely to be able to find it even throughout the village. Patrick asked if all this happened due to the black disaster. The interlocutor noticed what he means knew, then he should understand him. He asks for forgiveness, but there are also no ready-made numbers for settlement. The knight thought that in such a situation, even water prices would be more expensive than overnight. That's why he threw money in his direction, and of course the man immediately caught them. It was 1 gold coin, so Patrick asked what they think now. Are there really no finished rooms? Of course, the owner became much softer and immediately pointed up that they would rise. The man eventually asked the knight what kind of person who was next to him. In response to this knight, he told him that it was his slave. Despite the fact that it was a slave, he helps him a lot and therefore treats his slave respectively. Therefore, the slave should sleep with him even in the same room, so he could not accidentally tell them where their room is. After some time, they arrived instead of their overnight stay, and the main character said that it was not so bad here. First of all, he took the bed and said that she would belong to him, and she in turn is much better than that in Riaz. The skeleton noted that he correctly says, "This is a good room," and the guy asked if it was necessary to call him a slave. Patrick said that it was necessary because it was convenient for him in this clothes, but it is too battered, and in it he looks more like a beggar. Therefore, such an appeal will be the best option. You never know who and how will react to a commoner, but if he is with the owner, then the opposite is true. Does he think that this is a reasonable solution if he did not even bother to change clothes, and did he still not want to move as little as possible? Plavolo shouted this, of course. In the next life he will certainly become a stone. The knight noticed in this case, let him obey him. In addition, he needs to go out for a while, so let him rest. The hero said that he did not advise him to be so obeying on the very first day. Subordinates noted that the boss should not worry about him, because there are places where you can freely move even at night. While on the street, he thought that the imperial family expressed his anger about this attack. So who was supposed to take responsibility for unsuccessful attempts to conquer the core of antiquity? But before the imperial hand touched these places, Count Etarch, the ruler of Haston, died, and the subordinate looked at the crater who left his boss, after which he immediately wondered who is now managing this place. Obviously, the emperor will be sent to their family in it. However, it is not known whether the successors of Count Ethar were inherited. Therefore, he thought that it was worth going and looking at the new ruler, and soon he was near his castle. And there the knight noticed that he had a problem, because the guard is much stronger than he expected. Of course, Patrick can kill them or stun them, but with sunrise, the sun will immediately rise. So before doing something, he decided that it was better not to rush. To all this, there was a place that attracted his attention, and even stronger. Apparently people cannot feel him, but he is not a person. A very strong smell of corpses really comes from one of the basements, so at first he wants to go there. The protagonist at that time was in his bed. He thought that in a cool dungeon it was better to sleep, but here it was also not bad. And only he was going to sleep calmly when he suddenly heard a knock on the door, so he asked if he would give him at least to rest calmly. It turned out that it was the owner of this institution, who asked the knight whether he was here. Davolo opened here and said that the owner went on a night walk. The interlocutor said that he understood everything, but whether he wanted to have dinner. Although it is simple, he prepared food for them. As the owner of the hotel, he cannot allow his guests to get rid of the same knight generously paid him. He would also like to introduce himself because his name is Naven, and the hero said that he was a landfill. The man hoped that he would not be disappointed when he would go down because he was not so much to cook food. The guy asked if the things in Haston were so bad. The man replied that it was obvious because there was a disaster. Many residents went crazy when they saw her with their own eyes. In addition, after what happened, even the count killed himself. After that, the movement, of course, was blocked in the entire settlement. Now behind the wall are the corpses of people who died of hunger. The man does not know in what case they came here, but it is better for them to leave here sooner because he himself is about to leave this village soon. The owner further continued to say that the landfill should be known how people behave when they are driven into a corner. At the same time, the red-haired girl made her way out the window of one of the rooms. When she finally got into this room, she was glad that she did everything. Then I thought that the village was in this state, and the knight decided to stop here, and it must be not local. Besides, this is the most expensive room in the hotel. Therefore, most likely this can only mean that this person is very rich. So the girl is going to take everything that can have at least some value for her. First of all, she found things from a dumplo and did not understand why this repje stinks. It was immediately in doubt. Wasn't the rich man settled here? Although these things will be where to wrap values and at least something. After that, the girl drew attention to the chest, and for some reason he turned out to be empty. I immediately thought that it could not be that he carries everything with him, because it would be strange enough, and began to rummage through the boxes. When she opened one of the kamak in the cabinet, she saw something there and realized that he could not take everything with him. But that little thing was very strange in her opinion, and she did not understand that it was still. After some time, Patrick returned. He said that he was going to visit the ruler's castle and asked what he was doing. I wanted to look at the new ruler, but the guard was stronger than he expected. That's why he decided to return, so today, without results. Then he asked. It turned out that something boss. And the hero asked if he understood to whom he asked this question. What Patrick noted what he asked out of politeness. Pavallo said that the connection with the outside world in Haston was torn, and besides, the hotel owner knows nothing more. And from this information, the interlocutor was simply shocked, because he was surprised that the boss at least took up something. The master said that everything was true, because the connection with the outside world was interrupted, so it should be found out more about this tomorrow. The guy was not happy from this prospect, and said he could do it himself. Then Patrick said that the master also tried to keep the windows closed, because he opened only one window, and now both are wide open, and they can rob them. The main character immediately asked with surprise what he was talking about, because he also did not open the windows, to which the subordinate noticed that he would not joke so that he would justify himself. After all, the window in itself does not open, or this ghost made. Pavallo replied that he did not know. Perhaps it was a thief, and perhaps a ghost. At that very moment, they both realized that they were robbed, so the guy rushed to look for his cloak and realized that he was not, but he showed him Renee. Patrick also looked into the cabinet and said that he also did not have this thing, after which he asked if the master had seen the thing that he put in the chest of drawers. The main character realized that this thing was valuable and asked that he was stolen from him. The subordinate hesitated a little and then replied that these were his ribs. Somewhere at the same time, the girl ran along the outskirts of the village and tried to take her prey. Soon she finally could stop, because it seems that no one was chasing her. But after a few moments in one of the alleys, she met a man who named her by the name of Rosalind. It turned out that it was a man who immediately asked where she wandered in the middle of the night. After all, he seems to be recently. He told her that she would not walk when she gets dark here. The girl immediately replied that she went out not without reason, but for their sake. The interlocutor asked what it means for them, because to spend his strength, because of which he wants to eat even more. Suddenly, another person wedged into their conversation, who asked for a total so that he did not put pressure on her. People immediately paid attention there and realized that it was a boss. The man dragged some chair behind him, did not say that thieves should not be afraid of darkness. He was not angry with her because of this. And it turns out that the mistake in the baby was that she left without telling anyone about it. It turns out that it does that he wants in and without any difficult situation, so before acting, let him think about what harm to others. This is not the house where it would be taken by glass before, but a completely different place. Rosalina replied that she would be more careful. The head said that he thinks she understood everything, but now it is interesting now what she had come with. The girl immediately launched her booty and asked to look, and there were ribs. The thief asked, did she really stole it? To which the young interlocutor replied that she also had a contribution to the case. The head asked where she came from, for which she found out that it was stolen from the hotel. Rosalina said that there was a whole good room, and this little thing was lying in a chest of drawers, and even clean, therefore, it must be an expensive relic. The man was a little uneasy, so he said that it was human ribs. The baby asked, and what other ribs, because she really did not know that they had it. He asked if she had torn off someone's grave. Suddenly the head interrupted their conversation and said that she did not defile the grave, but if it would be so, she would not boast of them. Therefore, either someone has an unusual hobby or is not used for magic. The subordinate was surprised that someone could collect human ribs. The boss noted that the world is full of garbage, which use the amputated limbs of their slaves as a declaration, and it is incomprehensible to the bones of a person or the one who had once been to them. I thought if they belonged to the necromancer or one who studies black magic, the situation becomes even more dangerous. All this is too suspicious right now. The clothes really look like a rag of some beggar. But despite this, we can say that it is made of the highest quality material. Suddenly, he heard the ringing of things inside his pockets and realized that Rosalina was so scattered that she had not even checked them. And when the chapter did this, it turned out to be a river with a lot of gold coins. The girl was horrified by this amount of gold. But the man immediately shouted that these fools should not be happy, when suddenly they heard a voice that it was quite difficult to find. Patrick told the main character that they had already come to where it was necessary. The main thief thought that this was the guest remaining in the most expensive room of the hotel of the destroyed village, so he should be more attentive with him. Then he remembered human ribs, as well as clothes made of high-quality material and a lot of gold, so they touched that it was not worth it. Patrick greeted the gentlemen of the thieves and stated that they had come for their things. He was also very glad that they found them right here and right now, as a knight can notice their things are still intact and sound, so it pleases him. He can also notice the same raincoat Renee that she gave to the boss. Patrick thought, if nevertheless, the master broke her heart again, it does not even know what could happen, so this is definitely a relief. And the main one at the thieves immediately ordered anyone not to move and stand behind them. The Death Knight asked that he was their leader, and the man asked for the strength how they found them. The interlocutor did not want to answer this and said that the thing itself wanted to desperately find its master. The heroes already wanted to quickly return. Therefore, subordinates thought that this time he would endure the complaints of the boss, but this is only because he ran enough today. Then he told the head of the thieves that he had chosen the wrong things for the theft. He was not going to return them, the interlocutor asked. But where is the guarantee that they would leave if they returned things? Patrick said that he was thinking, rightly, the man thought, even if Rosalina left traces, they found them too quickly, although even now night. And only for such a monsters are only capable of. So the very same bones were in order to use black magic. Therefore, the man asked that they were really those who live in the darkness, to which Patrick noted that the cave was really dark. The head immediately realized that this was definitely black magicians, so he said that these bones were probably important to him, the interlocutor noted. Of course, this is so because not his body. I noticed it means that it is important like the whole body. The knight noted that this is not entirely true, because they are just part of his body, and is enough to spend their time. But at that moment, the man immediately threw these very bones up. Then he immediately shouted to his subordinates so that they would not be saved at first who cannot move independently. Patrick did not pay attention to the rest of the people at all because he chased his ribs. To great happiness for him, he still managed to catch them, so he was glad. But then a man appeared next to him who left prison and immediately swung at him. And then with the help of some weapon that there was a village immediately hit him very much on the head. The knight only said that he was a little hurt, but immediately looked at him. The man was horrified when he saw what had happened, because he realized that his opponent did not even tremble. The hero stood at ease and asked if he was hit by a stone. It seems everything is bad here. And at that moment a thief had already fled to him. As soon as he tried to hit the guy from the back, as he, with his hand, beat off his dagger and broke him. And then he grabbed this man and said, although they have a normal weapon, but the owner asks what to do with them. Why did he not answer the boss that they could already stop these games? And for starters, he offers to simply sit down to cut down everyone. The guy was surprised and asked if he really wants to leave them all the living here. The knight noticed that he misunderstood him, simply offers to deal with all of them at once. Povalo said that he was very tired, so he could not normally calculate the force. The subordinate replied that he should try a bit and immediately hit a man on the ground by gnawing the bones to him. Melg and also Renee sat in a cave and reasoned whether the master was well at the master. They were worried because half a day has passed since he left. The maid asked if nothing happened to the master because she does not even know whether she could just enjoy the vacation like that. Perhaps he was starving there. The queen of the demons said that she would not be worried about the taxi. It cannot be so that the great creation would miss a meal. Did not understand how much this topic can be trampled. The interlocutor said that she was possibly right, but she was worried, Mr. and Patrick, because they could get into trouble in the human village. In fact, everything was in order with them. They already figured out the words, although they had to tinker. The knight said that this was amazing, but the man was able to distract him, albeit for a moment. Besides, he thought they had a settlement map, since they were thieves. But this is not so. They would take everything here, but you can't spend time, so he turned to the boss. After all, he did not want him to just make up here. The hero said that he also lay down, because it is more convenient here than it seems. Suddenly, Rosalina turned to him, who came out and apologized for stole it. The girl fell to her knees and said that the rest had nothing to do with it, so let her kill her. Then he was selected by the one who asked to get up, because they really think that they would leave her alone, because they would not let them go just like that. Plavallo looked at them and asked them, did it really come down? Then he ordered Patrick to deal with them, and he said that he would be done. He immediately wary and directed the weapon to the knight, after which he shouted that if he was approaching, he would kill him and says, this is serious. The baby, in turn, took out some little thing and handed it right in front of her. She was like a cross, and right in front of Patrick appeared a face like this girl. Therefore, after he noticed this, he immediately rushed towards Rosalina, and then immediately asked where she got this thing. It turns out that this cross in the form of an inverted phoenix, as well as mana emanating from it, mana of tracking. The baby was immediately wary and did not know what to answer, and the knight did not understand why to establish the magic of surveillance of the poor. Therefore, he returned to the boss and said that someone was following the inhabitants of Hastin. When this girl began to pray and mana has leaked from the cross, it means that he is activated only in certain situations. Therefore, if you find out the conditions, this can be found out what the one who gave her this cross is plotting. The master noticed that these were settlements because they are not famous for magic. The last time there was a magic stone, and now some strange cross with mana. Patrick said that first you need to launch for these people to his side, so he asks to help the boss. The hero did not understand why and how he is going to do it. The subordinate answered, it will be easy enough, because a brilliant plan arose in his head. Soon the thieves came into consciousness, and he apologized to him, and said that they did not do so because these people stole things. After all, the fact is that they studied the imperial order not to leave any traces of the fight behind. Therefore, in fact, They are in a secret organization that directly submits to the emperor, and they are called the Knights of the Shadow of Fog Runo. He looked at each other with the girl and were surprised by what she said. Patrick noticed that they could be sure of this because now they do not want to harm them, and people asked that the knights had forgotten in hasten. The interlocutor answered them. They arrived here in order to save this village. That is why they retained their life, violated the order of the emperor, and right now they only need information. Everything in order to quickly figure out in this situation, as well as request material support for the settlement. Then he asked what they were thinking about this, whether they want to restore this village together, because the knights also need their strength. Of course, those present began to whisper that they were subordinate to the emperor, which means that Haston came to save, and his majesty did not forget about them. Therefore, a scream was clearly heard that the knight should be helped, and finally, such a life would end with them. Patrick said that boss thinks that he convinced people, so they are easy to manipulate. Only a few are so tolerant of self-justification as the lower class. Dovalo asked if they could return now, and the interlocutor answered, this is only the beginning. With every minute, he notices more and more suspicious things. The hero thought that he appreciates his efforts, but the work was only added, so it is not clear whether this does not care at all. Then he noticed what it means when they say that the enemy is always behind him, and the skeleton did not understand what he said now and why. Therefore, in the end, he added that the boss should rise. Since the situation turned around like that, he also will have to work here. The gentleman said that he is so inspired today, so perhaps he would do everything himself. Patrick said that he would follow the head of people who still treat them with distrust right now, but the boss should try to get closer to people. The guy was surprised at this and did not understand how he would get closer to people. The knight noted that there is nothing to be done about this. If you take a knight in armor and a boss, similar to a beggar, then who, in their opinion, looks closer to ordinary people? Just for an example, the main one should make friends with them before Patrick returns, so let him just try to take yourself like an ordinary person. The hero thought, if we talk about it then, firstly, most of the day he is not just sleeping. Even those who woke up still go sleepy, and in most cases, they are moving away from business. It turns out that they never have a desire to do anything, which means that he just needs to behave as usual. Subordinates said that it was not so simple, and let him not forget to find out about the church that gave the girl the cross. You need to pull out every drop of information from them. If he quickly copes, then he will return home faster, and just in case to say that people are careful, so he should be more patient, because it is not so simple to get closer to them. After a while, people asked if he was really a knight from the fog, which means he serves the emperor and came here from the capital. The hero got a lot of people with questions of a completely different nature. Therefore, he sat in horror, and he was not left for a second so that he could relax calmly. Dovalo realized that he was very much God, so that they would not even allow him to translate to the spirit. That's why he would just like to gobble them all up, and this was the case with the end. But his subordinate asked to make friends with them. Therefore, he decided that it was only necessary to get closer to them. So he turned to the boy, that he was next to him, and asked what was interesting to him. He asked if the guy with Sir Byrne and Miss Wynne had ever met. The master replied that he did not know them, and it is not clear who he had heard the name somewhere. After some time, his conversation with the boy was interrupted by the girl. That was precisely Rosalina, who apologized for stole his things. The protagonist replied that there was nothing wrong with this, because they have not returned all. Then a man connected to the conversation and said that his name is He. He was here for the main one in the absence of the head, and he told him to help the guy then he could. Therefore, he is interested in fact, they came in order to save the settlement. The gentleman answered, everything is right. And then the interlocutor said, since they want to find out about the situation in the settlement, it will be easier to see everything by himself. If he does not mind, then a man can show him the surroundings right now, but Povolovo did not want this at all and did not understand why right now. Although if he stays here, he will be thrown again with questions, so it's easier to leave. To do this, he got up and said that this is a reasonable proposal, so they should go. The man noticed that for a start, residential buildings were looking at her, and the hero asked where all the people were, because the streets are absolutely empty. To which he answered, when he opens this very door, the guy will understand everything. After a few moments, he opened this door, and from there was pulled by cold as well as death. The main character inside this building was seen by several people who, apparently, were a married couple and died of hunger. He said that in this area there was not even food left that could be stealing, and the survivors did not know when the hungry death died. Davilo realized that they all died of hunger. From the very beginning, the question arose when in settlements there are not enough food. Residents direct their nerves to the ruler. They are angry. They grab the weapon like a black catastrophe during hunger. But nevertheless, he was completely unclear why the inhabitants of this settlement were so helplessly dies from a lack of food. The deputy head said that about a month has passed since the black disaster overtook them. Then he said that questions may arise, why the village is so quiet, and why they did not take up the pitchfork and hose. Therefore, is it not curious to learn the knight to know why all this is true? Somewhere at the same time in the Dungeon of Antiquity, the nucleus of Antiquity, sat Renee and Melge. The demon said that she really wanted to go to the settlement with Mr., and the dungeon had such a boredom. The interlocutor noted, "Does not think that one might think so. The boss entrusted them with the defense of the dungeon, so what could be more important than this? It is precisely this proof that the master trusts him, but in fact she thought that he trusts her, and not this girl." Melju noticed that all this was true and incomprehensible, how she did not immediately understand the plan of the boss. Renee added, "Based on this, they really should constantly stay on the alert, because you never know when these little people can invade." The queen of the demons said not to worry, because she checks the violators if possible. She had already checked earlier, but since she spoke, she will check again. To check, the girl sent a mid-level magic near the observer, and suddenly she said that Mrs. Renee is easy, because she felt that someone had invaded the dungeon, and since only one eye responded, most likely, an attacker. After that, the homunculus immediately got up and asked the interlocutor to be ready. Then the girl felt a huge stream of energy, which entered and realized that this attacker was coming to them, and the woman who came to the dungeon asked why this was not so excited. Renee immediately drew her attention to her, and saw a familiar face. It turned out that it was a boss of the dungeon of a huge evil, a castle of Chady Elizabeth Bathory, who asked the baby how she was doing. After a while, the young interlocutor apologized that the guest could not give anything else if she reported in advance about her visit. She would have prepared anything. Elizabeth replied that everything was in order and should not worry about it, because it was she who came here the whole warning. If something was going to offer her something, then she does not mind to taste the blood of their Renee. The girl also hesitated and said that she could not offer this. The guest noticed that it was very sorry and asked who this new one was. The queen with the demon noticed that she was interested in her. Then she introduced herself, saying who was, and that she was the highest being, that she ruled the monsters, a descendant of the 17th generation, Melju de Rimph Agra. Renee noticed that she had forgotten to imagine, because it was the Bathories of the boss of the castle Chait. The woman noticed that they had her young queen of demons, and now it is clear why the aura seemed unusual. And suddenly the demon told a maid in a whisper, if she remains to live here, would she really be able to meet all the bosses of the dungeons of huge evil? The interlocutor grabbed her and said that she was saying ridiculous things, because she would show her eyes so much that she was going to live here as an obstetrician. And Elizabeth said, if she is not for bread, this means probably not part of the bucket of antiquity, to which the girl replied that it was so far. While the Bathory poured fresh blood, she asked where that gouging and Patrick went. Renee noticed that they had gone for a while, after which the interlocutor was surprised. She was too at a loss from this situation, so she asked why she was impatient to leave right now. The homunculus noticed her strange disappointment and asked what happened. Elizabeth replied that the village, which are located in the district of her castle, were destroyed. They were literally flooded with blood, which means that people died, but there were no bodies because they all disappeared. So a woman can say that people clearly could not do this, because traces of blood on earth led in a certain direction, as if forming a path. And he leads this path directly to Haston, but it is not clear what this may mean. The queen of the demons realized that it was strange that all the bodies immediately disappeared, so she asked if it was a undead that it was. The interlocutor answered, this is likely, but few of them are capable of such an act, because most of the undead is completely unreasonable, and only its highest species, which have a special title of the eldest. Since the army of the dead moved in one direction, it means that someone headed it. Elizabeth thinks that we are talking about the Lord of the Dead and the immortal King Erebos, because only he could do that. Of course, she has no more material evidence of this, but they must still notify him, gloomy. Therefore, the woman asked if they have monsters who can transmit the message. Renee sadly replied that at the moment it was completely empty in the dungeon. The interlocutor asked if they have any other communication method. The girl said that this was not there either, but Renee did not doubt the decision of the master. After that, an awkward pause hung, and Melju said that she would have the greatest to take everything into her own hands, because there is nothing else to do. He just told the main character that it all started with a black disaster. Shortly after she fell upon the settlement, someone settled the fields. A rapidly spreading fire instantly destroyed the ripening crop, leaving only one ashes from it. At the same time, bad rumors began to spread in the village. And it was said in them that the crops were infected to the places where the black disaster passed, and if a person did not touch, he would become infected with a painful illness. So it turned out that Haston became a damned earth. Then a rumor scattered that even his video with your emperor abandoned their settlement, and people completely desperate. But even in this despair, there was a small ray of hope, because the prosperous couple of commoners decided to take care of the inhabitants. They had enough armed, which fortunately did not suffer from the fire, so he did not open his reserves and began to distribute. A group of people who decided to work together for the sake of survival began to form around this couple, and this is how they had a faith in the best. But unfortunately, very soon the spouses were found killed in their own house. Someone who desired more food killed a couple. After that, confidence in each other completely disappeared in the village, and no one began to unite without trust. And people simply locked themselves in their homes in the hope that they would not take away the remnants of food. And in the end, they were dying of hunger, thanks to rumors that no one was infected with the grain, and people from the lane managed to not die of hunger. The hero asked, and that means that contrary to the rumors of her were not poisoned from them, the interlocutor noted that everything was right. So far, everything is in order with them. And Davilo did not understand how side grain could be infected if he did not even touch it, so probably someone spread this rumor with an evil intent. Then he proposed to go further, and they went to the destroyed fortress. Near the mountain of corpses, the man said that at first many people thought that they could quickly overcome this disaster. But what is the result of such a complacency? If you leave the corpses on the street, then they will begin to decompose because of insects, so people began to dig holes and fold their bodies like that. The guy asked why they did not burn them. He answered the families of the dead so far regret their loss, although the problem is more that no one has volunteered to burn the brow. Davilo asked why they would not do this then. The man said that he had not said a newly dead couple earlier, and there was also a daughter. The gentleman did not understand what he was saying, and the interlocutor continued that these were Rosalina's parents, and they also lie somewhere there. So now everything was clear to the guy. Then he asked, "Did the soldiers still guard this place?" And the deputy head answered, "That's right, they are in 2 shifts. It's not that they protect him, but rather simply control." The hero realized that this situation is strange, which means that they do it on the orders of the ruler. He thought that this was expected because the ruler is a too suspicious person. Such cases for clarifying questions are best suited to face-to-face, but with ordinary methods you cannot calculate its hidden intentions. It was precisely because of this that Patrick stole the egg garpy. Since they live as one family, they will definitely come for him, and then he will get rid of them and receive an audience and the ruler. The knight was glad that he came up with a simply brilliant plan and said that he was a genius, although he would like to say so. But the situation is bad because he did not expect that they had such a large family. And while he was thinking about this situation, the harpies just merged and tried to attack him. Walking along the corridor at night, the girl accidentally noticed her brother, who was suspended. Suddenly he approached her very much and said that she should live, let him remember it well and survive. When this happened, Lara immediately got up and realized that it was only a bad dream. But even so, she was sitting in a cold sweat. She was very scared, so her breath was also great. The servant who was in the room asked the mistress, did she really dream of a nightmare? The girl immediately changed in her face and trying to smile, she said that everything was in order. Now she is the ruler, Hastina, and her name Lara Sinensis Tark. The ward asked, was she really not going to sleep yet? The girl replied that she would take a little fresh air for now. Then she immediately went out onto the balcony and realized that several weeks had passed since she inherited this position. But I still clearly remember the day when her brother died. The family escaped with all the property, but the settlement still cannot recover. It has only one way to survive in this situation. And so the girl firmly decided that she should return the former settlement as it was before. After some time, the new ruler told the guest who was sitting in front of her that he promised her salvation. Also a little earlier, he spoke and assured her that he would protect her and her land. The interlocutor for a second, without hesitation, replied that she correctly understands everything. And Lara immediately screamed, so that he looked out the window and looked what was happening there. Is it really the salvation that he spoke a little earlier? The man replied that he had not at all violated his promise, and really all the problems that she had encountered and the inhabitants of Hastin would be resolved, so let him not be worried. The ruler thought that this person never reveals the details of all his plans, but now she just has no other choice but to trust him. In order to reassure her interlocutor in a cloak, he said that everything goes according to plan. That's why let the lady simply continue to live her comfortable life. After all, as a result, he can confidently say that very soon all her anxiety will simply disappear. Lara replied that she would agree to this so far. She would trust him and wait only a little. Only she said this. Suddenly a subordinate came in and assured that he needed to report the news regarding the safety of the land. The ruler asked what other news, the girl answered. According to the report of the guards, the Harpy family was attacked from the northern gate. But suddenly, a knight appeared and alone repelled their attack. Lara asked how it was alone and interesting to whom this knight served. The subordinate said that the guards asked a question, but he said nothing. Then the ruler stated that you personally meet him and interestingly, where he is now. Suddenly the guest said that the lady would carefully consider her decision because it is possible that this knight can be a disguised killer. The countess replied that the fact that he is suspicious does not cancel his merits in the salvation of the settlement, and for the ruler of fulfillment, it is natural to show attention to such feats. That is why she asked to bring this knight. And very soon Patrick introduced herself as a wandering knight and said that he had the honor to welcome the ruler of Hastin. The road here was quite difficult, and it is quite exhausted, but just standing in front of such a noble ruler, he feels that he was rewarded for his hard work. At the same time, the lady said that Haston defended his courage, as well as valor, so on behalf of the whole village, she would like to give him gratitude. The interlocutor noted that this was a great honor for him, and thought that she was not strong at the ruler. Then, judging by her age, he could assume that this is the younger sister of the former ruler. Suddenly, the girl asked what kind this person was serving to. After that, an awkward pause hung in the room and there was no answer from Patrick. The next question, which the ruler asked, was what his name was. The knight answered unfortunately, he cannot name his name and asks him to understand. The countess noticed that if it is so similar, he has something to hide. Therefore, if she asks him to take off his helmet, he will also refuse. Patrick noted that his face was not in charge of combat scars, and half of the skin was completely ripped off, thereby creating not a very pleasant appearance. But if the ruler wishes, then he will obey her anyway. Lara told him to forget about it. Although she cannot offer a lot, he wants to pay him, then he can. Therefore she asked what he wants. The knight answered, would like to get food, and thought the most valuable thing that now there is food in the city. So, depending on the answer, it would be able to understand the current state of the castle. The girl replied that she was ready to provide it, and asked the subordinate to prepare everything. Patrick thanked for this, and realized that she answered without any hesitation, which means that in the castle the food is in abundance. Then it is not clear to him why the ruler allowed the village to reach such a state. Because a man is an undead tone can feel strange energy, this man is strange in the room, because he feels intimacy from him. Patrick asked the ruler if he could ask him only a question. After all, for some time he has been bothering something enough, and drawing his attention to the person who was in a cloak, he asked who he was. After some time, the subordinate spoke about everything that happened to Mr. Pavallo. And he said that he was thinking. She did not just silently look at it. The knight answered when he said that he asked out of pure curiosity. She let him go. The guy said that he had easily escaped and said, felt a certain proximity, which means that it was undead. But why he let go? Patrick asked what he had to do. The fact that he felt a sense of kinship from him does not mean that he is undead. Such an aura sometimes radiates necromancers and also black magicians, but it all depends on how much they absorbed into themselves. The boss asked when he was going to check all, he had to do this, and the interlocutor replied that they were here to figure out what he had done and not to break even more firewood. Then he asked what the master managed to find out. He replied that the locals believed that all the grown grains, infected with some kind of infection. He was curious why in the village it turned out so quietly, and it turned out that people refused to eat poisoned food, and nothing was able to do anything with the girl because she constantly runs away. Patrick said it would be great to own my control of the mind, and probably it was worth taking a mall with him, but the hero did not understand why he then dragged him here. Then the interlocutor said, this does not mean that they have no other ways. Let him only look at the food that the ruler handed him. The guy was delighted and said that now he would not think on an empty stomach, but the wards noticed that this should win the location of Rosalina, not him. After a while, a little girl looked very scared at the guy. The hero in turn tried to feed her with all his might and did not understand why she was so scared. Then he suggested that she take this cookies, because he simply wants to share with her. The interlocutor immediately raised her eyes and did not understand. Was it really true? But then she took her with joy, and said that this is a prosphora, which the bishop gives. Pavallo did not understand what she was talking about, because Patrick gave it to him. Therefore, in order to better understand this situation, he asked what else for the bishop. Soon, the baby went somewhere with him, and asked if he believed in him. He answered slurredly, and she said that she was glad that she was next to her as a believer like her. Because all people nearby do not believe in him. But is it not strange that they are so stupid to them just offer salvation, and everything that is required of them is just a sincere faith? After this story, the baby asked the knight if he agreed, and he again answered positively. As a result, they came to some kind of cave, and Rosalind said that everything was strange, because it is always, when she comes here, she becomes somehow creepy. In addition, going down, she asked the accompanier not to stumble, because it was dark enough here. And the same bishop said that the catastrophe that went on Haston is a test of people for their atrocities, and he is an omnipotent creature, which is able to deal with these trials. All of them are those who gained faith in it, are chosen and noble people. The girl brought the protagonist in place and asked him to sit down, to which he, of course, agreed. The preacher said that they would not always remember the gifts that they received from the loud believe, because it is today that he is again going to share the daily bread, which he sent them. The main character thought that there was nothing unusual in this, because it was as if the usual flushing of the brains. Suddenly, all those present seemed to have risen at a time, and the guy was surprised. The ruin immediately began to laugh and said that they had come unsuccessfully, because now is the time of the Eucharistic liturgy. The guy immediately asked that it was still, and the interlocutor answered this when the bishop gives them prosphora. Dovello realized that this was probably what Patrick received from the ruler himself, but then he did not understand why this was right in the castle. At that moment, the girl considered that she would only tell him very soon when he will save the settlements. everyone who sincerely believes in him will gain eternal happiness. In reality, they will become closer to him and immediately receive a more noble gift. Because the bishop told them so much, Pavalo asked what else the gift. The baby is surprised at him, looked and said that she did not know it, but probably something better than Prospera is possible meat. And then she did not have time. She finished it, when suddenly the preacher came up and said that Rosalina was also coming today. Then he handed Prosper and said that it was today's gift. Let him take him carefully. The young interlocutor took him and thanked the bishop for this mercy. After which the bishop handed Prosper to the main character and said that he was meeting him for the first time, but he hopes that he would continue to come here. The guy took him and noticed that he would not look. The interlocutor smiled and said that he was sure that he would be glad of the visit of a believer. Suddenly, Pavalo immediately changed his face and asked this scoundrel that it was now. The Prospera, which the man tried to give him, immediately fell to the ground and crashed. And the guy grabbed the preacher and asked if he was really trying to study him, because this manna may not be visible to other people, but certainly not him. That is why he does not care at all what he does with these people. Because when they prayed, he carefully saw the traces that this man spread the rest in the district. Then the master said that he would not even dare to poke his nose into his body. The interlocutor immediately hesitated and said that the guy was not a man. The main character did not answer, but said that he had a bad memory. He would remember him. Rosalina was also surprised, so she asked the knight what had happened. He noticed that everything was in order. Just from the bottom of her heart, he thanked him for his food and should already leave. After some time, together with the baby, they came to the settlements and said goodbye. As a result, the guy realized that after everything he saw, he didn't even need excessive evidence, because a strange bishop appeared in an isolated settlement. With his pseudo-religion who washes the brains and monitor people using an unknown mana, so that guy is next to the ruler from whom he carries, and the level of undead. Even the hero is difficult not to notice how all this seems to be organized, and behind them is definitely someone. Suddenly appeared Melge that she heard this information and was surprised. She, in turn, asked how he could understand this, although it was expected from the great Mr. Pudvalo. He said that the girl said that she was interested in seeing what mess he had made here, so she came here. The view, of course, is not bad here. It extends. The guy noticed that she was clearly not out of curiosity here, so it is not clear why she came. The interlocutor replied that Mrs. Batory visited the dungeon. In the end, she asked to convey that he was moving to Hastin. She said that she found strange traces near her castle which lead directly to the settlement. And after the story of this information, she added that this, most likely, is Erebos. The hero noticed that he had already guessed, and the version with him really suits him, but as he understands, this was just her assumption. Melju replied that she had already reflected on this when undead, attacking the village for her to come typically with numerical superiority. But right now, it does not seem that the current settlement can at least somehow resist it. Then the girl asked how he thinks why they still did not invade this way. If her guesses are really true, then they are clearly, most likely, used the stream of mana. While the girl was thinking about it and talked, this took advantage of the skill of lower magic of detection of mana, and then said that she was just in the apple. Late at night, and the bishop went straight to the grief, the corpses that was at the settlement. When the crows climbed up, he immediately fell to his knees and began to emit the very sinister energy. To all this, his face also changed quickly, and it was clear that he was undead. He would also turn the earth, rotting corpses to the dungeon of huge evil. And his name is Lich Simon Magus. Soon the crows that were here began to form into a dark substance, which soon turned into the image of the king of the undead. The creature said that right in front of him was the faithful servant, Simon Magus. The man bowed even more and noticed that he was welcoming the lord of all the dead Erebus. He came here in order to present him the final report before he arrives in the Hastin settlement. Vladika noticed that the work that he diligently applied for their work would not forget. But the repaired people said that he had just fulfilled his duty for the sake of a great goal, and then the main thing asked what he was going to report to him. To which he heard in response that some offender suddenly intervened in the case. And Erebos said that this was some kind of coincidence, because Ukmel informed him of the same problem. Does this offender also bears armor and emits a non-life aura? To which the subordinate said that he did not feel the aura of undead her armor on him either, but even despite this, he felt an inner deep darkness. Therefore he asked the master whether there were any guesses on this subject, and he replied that there was no guess, because he would not get into it. Whoever it is to win the empire, they must first capture Hastin, so we should not forget where Simon is. And let them remember that one should always be extremely careful in the execution of the plan. The interlocutor said that he entrusted him with a great task and regrets that he could not fully cope. The leader said that Ukmel requested reinforcements to the castle, so he sent Mashama to the underground prison, but whether he needs reinforcements against the offender. Lich said that he was all right, and if necessary, he will inform him of this. The ruler of undead said, in this case, it is good, and he leaves the whole thing at his discretion. When the interlocutor disappeared, Simon thought that soon he would not come to life would rule everyone on Earth. He again changed his face to human and thought, whoever he became in their way, he will not be able to stop them, but only if not this monster. Pavallo just asked, "Reduce, where the one who imposed the very spell?" The girl replied that she could not say for sure, but most wizards usually use mana streams right on the surface to maintain such magic. The hero noticed that he should be somewhere nearby. The demon replied that this is not always the case, because some qualities of alternatives use the conductor. This is just her assumption, but unless the whole Haston seizes magic with the conductor support, a huge amount of mana will not be required. The conductor, which is able to forcibly direct the shift flow, cannot simply be taken and buried in the ground. In short, the most likely place where he was hidden there. We are talking about that structures, and after all, it causes the greatest suspicion. Pavallo thought about whether she was talking about the castle of the ruler. The interlocutor said that this is just her assumption, and she was not 100% sure. The hero did not know what they planned, but decided that if everything was turned upside down, then everyone would stick out. Therefore, he noticed that Patrick should be on the other side and asked if the non-focus is now. The interlocutor answered positively, and then the master said that they were heading to the castle together. The girl was surprised from this, but the interlocutor said that it was time for them to smash one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Patrick, in turn, headed down and thought that this place was the most suspicious. The smell of rotting corpses emanating from below became even stronger than before, so this smell was the most suspicious. In addition, at such a time from the darkness, there is absolutely no use, so it was possible to hear it clearly of it, some kind of coming, a strange sound. And when the night went down a little, he saw what this creature was there. Naturally, it was undead and cut the corpses of people. Patrick immediately realized that now it is not surprising why there was such a nightmare. From what he saw, he naturally was surprised because he had not seen a test for a long time. Then he asked for forgiveness from the creature for distracting him from work, but he is interested in who his lord is. He, in turn, instantly turned in his direction and was immediately very alert. In addition, without hesitation, he hit an uninvited guest with his T-sack for a second. But the Knight of Death naturally was not this blow, so he said that he was to match the physique of the opponent. He easily grabbed this weapon and said that he would not hit him with such a slow attack. Then he noticed that the creature could not even stretch the weapon with both hands, and it was a little disappointed. It is strange that he is so openly engaged in the dungeon of the castle. After all, only one thing can mean that the ruler, as well as that strange person in conspiracy. But the end, be that as it may, he has no more reason to act secretly, because now that he was convinced of everything from the opponent, you can get rid of, and said such pathos words, he immediately tore him into several parts. Suddenly the knight felt that she was rushing him, a weapon from the back. Unfortunately, he noticed this attack only in the end, and his helmet was removed. When Patrick saw his new opponent, it was very surprised. He said that he did not understand what they had planned, since Dulakan himself was here. Then he turned to the essence ahead and asked who ordered him to protect this place. But naturally, he did not answer him anything and only prepared for the attack. Then he immediately rushed forward, and the skeleton, in the end, he could only stop him with his hand. And then I thought that there was an evil sword right in front of him. And again, he was very surprised because of this, because he corrodes the enemy's weapons, which complicates the battle quite strongly. Although his opponent himself is strong enough, so this is not quite like Dullahan. After a few moments, Patrick suggested peacefully to talk, as if he was not a fellow of undead. But of course, no one was going to listen to him, and the spirit immediately rushed to the attack. The knight realized that the rational eldest undead refused to conduct a dialogue. But even so, he needs to find out why he is here. So he said that the ruler probably knows the answers to all these questions. Therefore, he took advantage of an acrobatic trick to return, and used the lower magic of a sliding panel. The blade that Patrick picked up was bad enough, but he needed it, because he took advantage of the skill of a weak ball, a powerful dissection. After that, he stated that since the creature is not a fan of chatting, then it is not necessary to delay the battle. So they will immediately move on to the essence of the matter. And then the skeleton said that he would lend his sword for a while, because in any case he did not use it. After which he made a fairly strong dissection and called his perfect axis, so that the opponent was cut into several parts diagonally. At this time, Lara was somewhere in her chambers. She got out of bed because she was cold enough. And only she did it, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice asked her whether she was sleeping well. The girl instantly looked forward and saw a large dark silhouette, so in horror she asked how he made his way here. She did not understand that it was still, because it was a completely disrespect to break into her in the middle of the night. But Patrick assured her that he came here for a reason, but on an important matter. It turns out that more recently, when they had an audience, she said that her name was Lara. Therefore, he directed the weapon in her direction and said that he gave her exactly 5 minutes, and during this time she should bring here a man who was with her earlier. Of course, the ruler had no choice but to obey him. Patrick asked for forgiveness, which called them for such a late hour, but during a walk, he picked up it. Then he threw the thing that he was talking about, and it turned out that it was a helmet. The countess was surprised when she looked at her and asked that it was still, and the knight asked if she really did not know her. After all, this is a helmet, and he presumably belongs to Dulacan. That's why Patrick again called her full name and asked why she was in collusion with her undead her. Since the girl was very surprised and asked what kind of undead of question, to which the interlocutor replied that he was disappointed because she pretends to the very end. And if he does not pretend, then she really does not know who he is dealing with, then simply incompetent ruler who does not know what is happening on his own land. Ukmel entered the conversation after that and told the lady that she should not listen to him anymore. Suddenly Patrick interrupted him and said that he personally killed this muzzle of Dullahan in the underground prison. After that, the ruler immediately asked if he was talking about a dungeon who was under her castle. The knight said that it was her underground prison is simply dotted with corpses, so he asks to let her tell her something else. After all, this so-called person who is next to her is also undead. Of course, the countess was very indignant and shouted that she did not believe him with a word because he was stated suddenly and thinks that she would believe his stupidity. This man, whom he accuses of something, promised her to save Hastin. It is because of this, when he accuses him, he threatens the safety of the entire settlement. Patrick, of course, smiled after that and asked if she wanted to say that he knew who threatens his security. The girl immediately calmed down a little and carefully began to listen to him. And again, Ukmel entered the conversation, who asked both to calm down. The knight previously said that it was Dullahan's helmet, but they are not the undead that is so easy to meet. Patrick said that this also surprised him, and he did not think to see the undead of such a high level in such a place. Besides, this creature was a little strange. Although he is the eldest undead, who should have his own personality, he was surprisingly silent, and he fought somehow not at all naturally. Therefore, after Patrick destroyed his soul, he conducted a small study. And in the end, he saw that a magical circle of control of the mind was engraved on the inside of the armor. There is also the name of the owner of the armor, the name of Dullahan Masha, Ak called the deputy leader of the punitive detachment of the brothers Masham and Hard, which was formed 30 years ago to suppress an evil undead attacking human villages. They said that he was a very skilled knight, but after the raid, this man suddenly disappeared. And now there is a question, who exactly was the very evil undead that they were going to suppress? The ruler asked who was talking about, and the interlocutor replied that she would ask differently. It will be wonderful if the north of it, and this interlocutor personally will answer him. He directed his weapon towards Umel and asked where the evil undead Erebos. Lara was surprised, so she said that she did not understand at all, is not the name of the boss of one of the dungeons of evil. After these words, Undead, which was all this time next to her, began to laugh very much. The countess realized what happened therefore. Utsa said that he told her that she would save her land. At the same time, the interlocutor continued to smile and replied that it of course was so. At the same time, the plan has changed a bit, but now there is nothing to do. Unfortunately for her, everything will not work out peacefully for her. The ruler immediately asked what he meant. But the interlocutor was not enough to answer it and immediately extended his hand. But after a few moments, Patrick took advantage of his weapon and cut it at all. And then he looked at them and said that it was better for him to make sudden movements if they do not want consequences. Now Lara looked at the one who has been next to her all this time and said that he would not live. And the creature began its reincarnation and stated that his name was Ukmel. And right now he is going to kill her and all the people who are in this village, turning them into an undead, for such deaths to be a real salvation. After all, this is the fulfillment of the will of the office of the Lord of the Dead Erebos. When he spoke about this, he already showed his true face of undead. Patrick said, to be honest, he could not even imagine this about himself, because he usually undertakes his numerical superiority. It was because of this that he could not expect such a planned and organized invasion of them. Ukmel said that this was unusual even at the first meeting. He attracted his attention, and that he surpassed his expectations, struggling Masham very worthy. The Death Knight said that he first sees how a representative of one species praises for the murder of an ally. Then the creature that was opposite said that it was entertaining because he was increasingly intrigued by his personality, because he is as undead as he is. That's why he is completely incomprehensible why he also does not serve Erebos. After that, Lara immediately asked if he was really undead, and the skeleton realized that his personality was finally revealed. From the point of view of future land management and cooperation, they need a ruler, so I would not want to kill this girl. Therefore, he said that his mood for some reason sharply deteriorated for the worse. So he immediately threw himself on the attack and chopped off the limit of the undead that he was in front of him. And then we will send his weapon to him that from that moment he would obey his instructions. The interlocutor asked if he was thinking that intimidation would work against him. Patrick noted that he understands this, but it turns out that he had nothing to lose. Therefore, if he had at least a little found out about the situation, he would be aware that his companion with whom he came is much stronger than he now thinks. So much so that it can completely destroy their plans. Ukmel said that this situation is interesting, but then the little people will suffer too. And Patrick said that he did not want to upset him, but not also on the side of people, so let not waste time on empty chatter would not just explain what they are doing here. And of course, let him tell me what his most important boss conceived. For some time, an awkward pause in the florist's room, and after a while, the interlocutor said that he would answer his questions. Therefore, first of all, he asked if the parties knew how the eldest undead is created. He replied that you simply left him without unnecessary questions and told everything as it is. Ukmel said that an ordinary person or fairy has become older and undead with you. An exceptional supernatural event or a large amount of hatred is necessary, which goes beyond the creature of whose strength is enough to struggle dozens or hundreds of zombies alone. A Erebos is an omnipotent creature that can create such a undead with his own magic. The knight understood everything and said why they then isolated settlements and created religion. The tribesman noticed that he understood everything correctly, because to create the older nerves you need a person whose body still live in the soul is very weak. So it is precisely because of this that Haston is an ideal place to collect various subjects. With the help of isolation, they brought people to even greater hunger. Thus, of course, they crushed their spirit, but in order to finally break them, they created religion. Further, Patrick said that he seems to him, he understood everything, but then why they teach a breakthrough in the underground prison? The interlocutor noted that it was needed for the mass production of older undead. And all this has been done because they are going to destroy the entire empire. Patrick thought that this, of course, was not good, because if the empire goes and most of the people will become undeaded, then everything will be bad. Indeed, in the end, this creature will gain excessive power and its next purpose will be the dungeons of huge evil. In the end, Ukmel only said that truth always comes sooner or later. And then he began to pronounce what a spell of the highest magic he was, and created the spreading black curse. Therefore, the dark energy that emitted from there began to destroy everything and almost touched Lara. At the same time, the opponent asked Patrick if he thought that he could not use magic with his hands, but it was stupid. The skeleton noticed that he was really good, because he knows how to conjure only with words. Then his fellow tribesman asked if he was really hoping that he would reveal everything to him. After all, there is no creature that could go against Mr. Erebos, the only one who is capable of this ancient monster who was immersed in sleep for many years after migration. Therefore, the creature can confidently say that no one can interfere with the plans and the master. Patrick noticed that if he thinks so, whether he can only ask him one question. And Ukmel was horrified when he saw what happened, because the opponent tore the shackles only with his bare hands. Then the skeleton said that if everything is summed up, then it turns out that everything is clear to them. In this case, what great are you their plans? If the ancient monster appeared, then he and Erebos will end. At that moment he took off his cock and showed the true face, asking whether he counts correctly. At the same time, the interlocutor shouted that he was saying some kind of nonsense and immediately rushed at him on the attack. But after a few moments, he noticed that the roof collapsed and someone was attacking him from above. Also, for several tens of meters, a blow was visible directly to the center of the castle. And as a result, Patrick said that Mr. Podvalo really showed up at perfect time. The ruler at the same time was nearby and heard that someone had hit his head a lot. But it turned out that it was the queen of the demon, who later said that this building was some kind of fragile. Patrick said that he really arrived at the right moment. Then they continued to discuss this topic, but Lara carefully looked at them and worried. Suddenly, an attack from Umel, which he managed to make, flew towards Povalo, but the guy easily blocked her and said that he would not even hope for success. Mel saw what happened and asked that it was still. The boss at the same time took advantage of his dark power and directed it immediately towards the opponent. So because of her, he was blocked and did not understand how such a powerful force quickly chopped him. To all this, he felt her strong power and realized that this simply could not be. Then Patrick noticed that he told the interlocutor a little earlier that his companion was much stronger than he thinks. The main character asked him who was still. But the gatekeeper of the undead thought that it was just some kind of nonsense, because according to his information and an ancient monster, there should not be here. But where did he come from here is unclear. But at the same time, not only this scares him quite strongly because he does not feel the energy of the crystal, which should be right upstairs. But the girl who came with the ancient monster apparently is the queen of demons since she has a huge number. Therefore, the creature realized that he needed to pull up a little time until he transfers this information to Mr. Erebos. So he turned to the main character and asked what the ancient monster was doing here. He is sure that he heard that he disappeared after the invasion of Riaz. Of course, no one was going to answer him, so after a few moments he saw that a powerful stream of energy was flying into him. And again, the fortress that they were succumbed to destruction in huge quantities. Due to a sudden attack, there was no reacted in any way, so she succumbed to her. But he was stubborn because he felt the approach of his master, so he said that they were already late. Melgu, in turn, attacked him with the next attack and said that he was chatting a lot. The master looked at the fact that he laughs and said that he was quite stubborn, and probably because he is undead. But Ukmel, even on the verge of death, spoke to you, did not bow, because their master had already arrived on this land. Patrick also told Boss this information, but he said that he already sees everything. But Erebos really tried for a spectacular appearance in this place. At this time, the people who were sitting on the street asked if it did not seem to be some kind of strange. The interlocutor of one of them did not understand what was at stake, so he looked at the sky, and it was really very gloomy and dull. While the gloomy wind blew around the neighborhood, Rosalind ran there. And suddenly, on one of the lanes, someone stopped her, named the full name, and the girl was immediately scared. It was that, so she asked why he was not sleeping. The man said that he should ask because she always runs away at night, and it is not clear where she was. The baby noticed that she was restless, so she went out to breathe fresh air, so that the Jabbath was walking around the square. Only she said this, as she realized that it was an infected area, so no one goes there. So the interlocutor will be very angry again, and she immediately began to apologize to him. The interlocutor, in turn, said that she was really incorrigible, and the baby did not understand why he was not angry. Then he said that the head of her other consulted and made a decision, so that tomorrow evening they would all leave the settlements. Of course, he does not know that the girl, thinking about those knights who arrived, but her head also does not trust them. In the meantime, after she follows him, and he will explain everything along the road. And now very soon they arrived at the mountain of corpses, to which the man led the protagonist. Upon arrival, he thought that the parents of Rosalina were at the very bottom. Therefore, he told the girl that if she leaves this settlement, this will not soon be able to return here. Of course, she has the right to do the way she herself wants, but just let her heart, and that's it. The interlocutor said that she did not quite understand why the chapter wants to leave the village, so Haston will be saved, and unless they just could wait a little more. He noticed that he was not against her religion, and this is entirely her choice, but whether she wants to wait for salvation, which may not come while her parents are sharpened in this dark place. It can be saved not only by God in whom she believes, but can also save her own actions. The baby just thought about these words, and in the end gathered all her will into a fist. Then she looked at the deputy head and noticed that he was really right. Then the man handed her a lit torch and asked if he could do this, to which the young interlocutor answered positively. And she looked at the corpses for a lot of time and thought about this situation and eventually was about to throw a torch. But before the final decision, someone stopped her hand and said that all this time he thought who was staggering such a time. It turned out that it was a preacher, but he did not understand where he came from. In addition, it was not clear to him what he was doing in such a place and in such a later time. The baby was wary and therefore asked what the bishop does. He, in turn, specially tried to stop her so that she would not burn all these corpses. As a result, the girl noticed that his clothes were on and informed him of this. At that moment, the deputy head also turned to him and said that he would let her go better. Suddenly, the man felt that a strange smell came from this person, which he could feel from a couple of corpses. At the same time, Rosalina begged the bishop so that he would put out the fire because she began to burn hard. Of course, he did not answer her, but it pushed it strong enough that she flew to the side. Fortunately, there was a man who successfully caught her, but they fell together. Then he looked at the priest and said that he was just a villain because he was doing some kind of nonsense. But the interlocutor continued to speak, and extinguish the fire was not going to extinguish until his clothes warmed up to the ground. At the same time, after a few moments, his human face changed to undead, and now it became clear that he was a servant of undead. The people who saw this were very surprised because they did not expect that he would turn into such a creature. At that moment, Simon said that both were silent because only silence is a song in honor of his arrival. At the same moment, when he said this, the corpses began to raise their hands and seemed to come to life. Their eyes began to glow red, and life again appeared in them, but already in the role of undead. The baby was very scared when she saw what was happening, but did not understand how this could happen. At the same time, the deputy head understood everything, so he asked what she froze because they needed to run away as soon as possible. But only they tried to do this, as the corpses immediately rushed, and they tried to catch up with them in order to kill. To the great happiness for people, they still managed to escape to some house and lock themselves inside. There the man said that the barricade should delay them a little. At the same time, Rosalina fell to the floor and said that he simply could no longer go. The interlocutor noted that she will have to do this here, of course, better than on the street, but on the ground floor it is unsafe, so you need to climb the second. As a result, the young interlocutor agreed, but said that her legs did not hold at all, so the man threw her to climb on her back because she had to rush. Then they continued their way up, and the girl thanked him for helping because he was also very tired. While they climbed the stairs through the window, a large number of corpses that gathered on the streets were visible. That's why he immediately wondered if both of them could survive at all. And if they can't, then yes, in reality everything will be very bad. The deputy chapter immediately stopped and the girl asked what happened. He noticed that he had felt a strong stink and carried her in front. And in the room, from which there was a strong smell, there were corpses. That's why they arrived there. In place, the baby asked if they were really safe now, but the interlocutor replied that this was not so. Everything is just as dangerous here, so let her remain calm if she wants to survive. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. And the deputy head headed towards the corpses and saw that in the hands of one of them there was a weapon. Therefore, he took off his scarf and began to use it as a bait. Rosalina continued not to understand what he was doing, so she asked about it. He stained the scarf and in the blood and prepared to do something further. Then he came closer to his young companion and immediately waved a dagger at her. The baby was very scared because she thought that she would be killed now, but in the end she opened her eyes and realized that she was alive. And the person who was nearby only cut off her cross and said that he did not talk about it for every time. At the sight of him, he became uneasy. From now on, let him believe that he really deserves trust. And while she was discussing this, they heard that someone broke into the house on the ground floor. These were the corpses that were already heading up. The girl immediately said about it and asked what they would do. The man grabbed the weapon and noticed that there was nothing left but to fight. Then the interlocutor noted that she also needed to find some kind of weapon. The deputy head, while not listening to her, and simply headed forward. In the end, he only smiled. He understood that they would not meet anymore. Rosalina, in turn, also understood all this, so she immediately got up, despite her legs, and asked him to wait. But the man, of course, did not stop and only closed the door behind him so that no one could open it. But on her pen, he hung his scarf, which was poured with blood, because he understood, if so, they could find a girl by smell. The baby immediately tried to open the door and asked what he was doing, also begged him not to leave the children scary. He asked how she was going to live like that for a long time, relying on others, even if she finally stops creating problems. The dead were still approaching, and it was heard how they rise to the second floor quite slowly. Finally, the deputy head said that the girl listened carefully so that she would not hear, let him not react in any way. And also let not dare to make any sound and does not make various stupid things. Naturally, the interlocutor realized what sounds he was talking about. Therefore, despite what was very enough, she immediately covered her mouth. He smiled and said that she finally listened to him, and it was fine, and also thought that it would be better than if they die both. The dead already appeared right in front of his eyes and were going to tear to shreds. In the end, the man turned to the girl and apologized for being too strict to her, after which he immediately rushed into the attack. The baby only heard screams and how his body was torn to pieces in the next few minutes. She cried bitterly at that moment but tried not to make any sound as the man asked her shortly before. For a long time, the corpses were mistaken around the room, which was the girl, and the inverted cross lay on the ground. Also next to this house was the gatekeeper of the undead, and soared in the sky over the undead. Soon he only raised his hand, and also ordered the whole army to listen carefully to the whole. Further, he naturally missed his hand, and the army rushed forward in order to attack the settlements. People in turn fled to the castle of the ruler, because they thought that it was not painted in an ominous color because of her. It was strange that she did not appear in public for several weeks. Therefore they believed that the heavens were angry, so that they should go to the leader. Suddenly, behind their backs they did not hear some very loud noise, and immediately looked there. There he saw a man who was grown and cannot stand on his feet. He also exhausted, so he said that it was dangerous there. Someone asked him what happened to him. Was he really wounded? Also, the man rushed in his direction and shouted that he should immediately inspect him. It turned out that this person is an intern in the Tower of Winged Magicians. The wizard tried to heal his wounds but said that he had no bleeding, and this is strange. But then the present was incomprehensible from where this blood did not belong to him. Suddenly, someone said that something was going on from behind. The man replied that everyone who was able to move had long gathered here. Therefore, it is not clear who it could be. Suddenly, the guy who was wounded, with the doctor, had enough and shouted that it was undead. He was begged to calmly calm down, but he said that a huge crowd of undead was coming here. Those present looked aside and saw a dead man there, who really approached them. And the one, when he saw a man, rushed at him on the attack in order to kill him. But he was not able to do this because a knight on a horse arrived here and struck him. After which, he stated that the undead is not as strong as it seems to be a penetration. Therefore, let them choose now, either run or stay together and fight. Suddenly, several guys appeared who said that they would fight. They introduced themselves as former interns of the Winged Magician. It was on that fatal day when a black catastrophe fell. They were not at the tower that saved their lives, so they are asked to allow them to help them now. The rest of the people also began to raise their hands alternately. They said that they would also fight. The knight immediately noticed that they had cohesion, therefore said that it was excellent. Let those who have the strength to keep the weapon stand forward, and let the rest try to build a line of defense, so they will protect Hasten to the very end. Soon, their new leader announced that the dead had already arrived here, so that it should be prepared. Then he also ordered this to do this to the military wizards who were in the back. And when the dead already began to get attached to people, then the leader ordered them to shoot at them. The boss of the bandits was in the settlement and at the same time heard explosions but did not understand what was happening. He was looking for his deputy, as well as Rosalind, and did not understand where they went at such a time. And now very soon he saw that one of the doors opened and a little girl was sitting there. Therefore, he immediately began to call her by name, and the baby woke up. Of course, the interlocutor noticed this and asked what happened to them. The girl answered. He told her to stay in place, and the interlocutor asked where he himself was. At that moment she cried and said that he said not to lean out, but she still came here because she was scared, but still the man died because of her. From the story, the interlocutor, the head, realized that the man sacrificed himself for her salvation. Therefore, he asked her if she thought that he would blame himself in her death. After all, it can say that he would never have done so she should not speak because of her, but thanks to him, she is now alive. Then the baby told the leader that there was an undead, not like others, so they needed help. The interlocutor was very surprised when he heard this information and asked what she was talking about. And the girl continued to say that they need the help of those knights they recently met. And most importantly, they replied that they are most likely in the castle of the ruler. Then he held out a bubble with some kind of liquid and said that she probably had no strength, so let her drink and just go. Of course, the man understood that in the castle it should be safer than here, but he would not allow Gaslin in exchange for the life of Tota to be dangerous again. Therefore, he said that he is the head and cannot leave his comrades until he fights. That's why he asked the baby to bring those knights, and they will still restrain this evil. Through Patrick, he looked out into the street and told the leader that there was a strong mess so that he should look, and Agile added that they had a real battle there. The hero, as usual, was lying and noticed that he did not concern him. The knight noticed that this also applies to him and did not understand that for a stupid habit of throwing everything when the situation became more complicated. He further said that, in his opinion, people won and their affairs are not so bad. The gentleman asked how much they would last. The interlocutor noticed that it would not be enough weapon for long and the defense line is not bad, although it is built in a hurry. But if it continues, they will quickly get tired and will be cancelled by many thousands of an army of undead. In addition, according to the words of the Umel himself, the elders should also be among the usual undead. In any case, Erebos was quite seriously prepared for everything, so they think they should answer the same. Davalo immediately smiled and noticed that it was, but before that, something needed to be done. Patrick asked what he was saying, because she encourages her in advance his actions, but the leader noticed that he himself said so that he would not lie idle. Therefore, the main character approached Lara and, turning to her, asked her name. The girl, of course, was very alert from how he looked at her, but said that she was Lara Sinivier Etark. Then the guy crouched beside her and said inadvertently that he remembered this, and then he said that his name was Pavalo. After that, he touched the girl's face and looked angrily at her, asked if she wanted to live. Patrick asked that he was carrying it because she had to be killed. The hero replied that at first he wanted to do it, but changed his mind. The interlocutor asked what he wanted to do then, because Haston could not be saved. The master said that he would think, is it not because of the undead that they are now halfway to the surrender of the settlement? Therefore, if all the undead in the village disappears, and the ruler will be at their disposal, then they will not have to take the settlement. The interlocutor wanted to say that this is stupidity, but perhaps I decided that it was worth considering it. So I thought about using the ruler instead of killing her. Really good idea. So she asked, do people know how to keep their mouths shut? Melch entered the conversation and said that the people who recognized the truth would never keep her secret. The hero answered, does not think that all of them. Prior to this person, it seems that there is a reason to live on. The very fact that she does not look away from him, despite her fear, proves this. Even his true form did not affect her in any way, and perhaps she could be useful. Patrick stated that this is true. It is surprising that she was just an ordinary person, and the boss thought, perhaps she is also with a feature. All the heroes whom he met and were quite special in nature, they gained talent that cannot be gained with simple zeal. The ruler, on the other hand, has such mental durability that she did not hear crazy even with his form. Suddenly, Lara said that she really had to live. After that, Dovalou asked if such a person began to abandon the possibility of avoiding death. Patrick realized that he was going to trust this thinking alone. The master added that he also rely on his intuition, and the henchmen knights were at a loss and said it would be better if he had adhered to logic. At the same time, he understood that all this does not sound very reliable, but the analysis decided so. He could not object to him. Although if suddenly his plan will fly to hell, he removes after everyone, he will be himself. Pavalo said that they would still look and notice the girl, that she probably already understood everything. If she just asks to save her, then she will not quite figure it out. The ruler immediately asked what would happen after that. The hero said that everything is simple. They will expel the undead. But while Haston does not recover, Patrick will try to help them with everything that could. When the knight heard this, you immediately asked the boss what kind of setup it was, but he ignored him. As a result, the Countess agreed and asked what she would need to do in return. Povalo replied that she needed to choose something simple, and in this case, she can give them everything. The interlocutor was surprised from this and asked what he meant, and the guy repeated again so that she gave everything she has. And then the ruler did not fill out. If he refuses, he will die either from the hands of these monsters or at the hands of undead. On the other hand, if you agree, it can withstand, but they will lose everything. But if there was no black disaster, whether her brother would be alive, if he had not died, perhaps she would not have become the ruler of Haston. And in this case, most likely, it would not have been in such a situation. Patrick noticed the boss that it was time to finish, went to look for his sword. Suddenly, the main character felt that this was approaching them quickly enough and knocking on the door. Therefore, he asked that it was still. It is not clear who it was rushing here. The Queen of the Demons asked whether she was doing something because she could block the door with magic, but the guy asked her to just open. Then the girl said that she understood everything and immediately did what he asked. As a result, a little girl immediately ran to them a room, who was Rosalina. The baby saw the knights and said that they really are here, so she asked them to help. The village invaded the village, and everyone was fighting with all their might, but there are too many of them. That's why they need the help of knights. He was dead, and the head said that she would wait for her, so everyone is desperately holding so that she asks for help. After all, it was he who recently said that Haston would save. Suddenly, the girl raised her head and was surprised that she saw the skeleton. Patrick carefully looked at her and said that he was really a skeleton, and unfortunately, the right decision is now in the hands of another person. Rosalina immediately drew attention to the ruler and realized that it was she. The mistress carefully looked at the other side and noticed whether the inhabitants are really dying. Patrick said, "If you think now the time when they should begin to exterminate them a little, so if he can be aground to ask for a favor." The girl had already begun to use her magic and said that she was most curious to see. She ordered her monster not to go astray and fly only straight. So already quite soon her flying eye was soared by the settlement. And at that moment, all those present saw a huge amount of undead on the streets that killed people. The knight was surprised that there was also ghoulie because he cannot stand them because they stink terribly, so it would not be easy for people to get out of there alive. Rosalina immediately remembered her gang, which was played with her and raised her. And right now, all these people did not attack the undead and killed her mercilessly eating. The battlefield also came from the battlefield inherent in the sound of people who were begging to just kill them. Therefore, the girl turned to the knight and asked why he was inactive when there is an opportunity to fight back. Because he is strong, so she begs them to save them. After these words, she immediately drew attention to the ruler. And she told her that people are dying right now on the street, and she did something in order to save them. The woman tried to answer something, but the girl again said that she was asking if she did something. Therefore, the countess had no choice but to turn to the main character and begin to beg them. She sobbed, as if the child begged to save everyone who was still in this settlement. After that, Povalo, along with the others, headed towards the battlefield, and he replied that he would do everything. For them, this of course is not particularly difficult, so that in the end they go to fight. The undead continued to attack the peaceful people who were in the settlement, and now one man also fell to the ground. He was still conscious, so he rose and asked who was saying that he was weak. At the same time, he did not even think that everyone would die like that. At the same time, the corpse rose and rushed to the attack on him, and the man thought that he was also the end. But there wasn't there after all. At the moment when he had to attack him, a girl appeared and killed this monster. This girl was Feld, who, after the attack, said that it was a great muck. She just wanted to land on the roof, but now she is very vile. The undead that was in all sides noticed a new sacrifice, so everything rushed wholly on the attack on her. The girl also drew attention to them and shouted that they were too noisy. But at the moment when the corpses tried to run to her in order to tear to shreds near them, a butterfly flying. There were a huge number of these butterflies, and when they touched the objects, they exploded and created a flame. All this was just the magic that the girl could create. And after that, the Queen of the Demons only smiled due to the fact that she was proud of herself and her strength. The man whom she saved these actions with admiration for her looked and asked, was it really an angel? Mel's immediately got angry and asked what this miserable spawn was carrying this heresy. Then she rushed to the attack on him and immediately burned out quite strongly. Then she said that he would get out of here faster if life is really dear. He, of course, rushed to run away, but the demon could not understand how this damn human only dared to confuse her with an angel. However, she could never have thought that she would help some people like this. After a few moments, Lich arrived at her, who noticed that she was not a man, but a monster, and even in human form, with such a large amount of mana. Therefore, it can be said that she is either a queen of demons or a dragon. But it is not clear why it is on the side of people. The girl answered him that she wanted, then she was doing, and undead like him have no right to interrogate the queen. Simon smiled and said that he would find out the truth when he retires the flesh from her, because she is stupid times too confident in her own abilities. But in this case, why not refuse humanity and also become undead, because she will definitely become a strong look. But Melju said that she did not understand what he was there, but he could say for sure that he is the most talkative undead, which she had ever met, so that her ears are already withering. The interlocutor continued to laugh and added that he is one of those who serve the great Lord of the Dead. It is he who out of 10 evils, whether the girl thinks so, that Simon Magus will lose to some queen of demons. At that moment he gathered all his strength in the bone staff, which he held in his hands, and prepared for the attack. Also, the army of the undead that he called here also headed towards the girl. Soon, the queen of the demons noticed that she would say right. After all, she was without the concept of what he was talking about. But she can say with confidence that she is definitely not her opponents. Simon immediately turned his attention to the sides and saw the ancient monster, which was already behind him. The main character immediately grabbed him with his hand and said that this lousy was found, and he most recently told him that he remembered him well enough. The undead looked at this guy and realized that he was those who recently met him in the church. But when Simon realized this, it was already too late, because the guy hit him very much with his hand. After that, the opponent's body flew away by several tens of meters, while at a huge speed. In the end, the main character also smiled and said how pleasant only in the sensation. If the guesses are flickering and are really true, then this is a gatekeeper to the army of the undead, which means that he is a gatekeeper of one of the 7 dungeons of huge evil. Suddenly the guy said that he could not die just like that, so let him get up, and the girl continued to think that he threw him away with one blow, and it seemed even restrained him. Therefore she turned to the master and said that he had lurked his insult like him so really. Sallow thought that it was a few hours ago. This one tried to study him in the hatch without his permission anywhere, but he replied that he simply disliked him. It would be nice to hit him a couple of times. In any case, the situation will not be resolved if they just stand here, so he asked the girl if she thinks that Erebos is now in the village. But she looked at the interlocutor and said that it was most likely not so. Then she directed her hand up and noticed that this barrier was created to lock those inside. The guy was surprised, because he thought it was just a red sky. The queen of the demons said that the caster somewhere outside, which he is not thinking about, and unfortunately, her strength is unlikely to be enough to dispel the barrier. Davilo said that there was nothing wrong, because he was going to figure it out, and asked if she could still deal with this trifle. He wants to minimize the losses of people, and the village has almost died out, and in order for it to continue to exist, at least a small handful of people is needed. The girl immediately agreed and said that she would perfectly cope. The master stroked her in her head and said that then he would get a little here and go to a meeting with Erebos. At the same time, while they were saying, a crowd of the dead was approaching them. The girl asked how much he thinks about it would take. He replied, -15 or maybe 20. And the queen of the demons was delighted, saying that during this time she would be able to hold out. And then asked him to be careful, and he said that he would do everything. And now it would be necessary to finish his own affairs here. The gatekeeper of the king of evil spirits at that time was also alive. He turned to the main character and noticed that of course he allowed it, but was he really an ancient monster? The guy replied that it was close to the truth, but he was not quite, Simon asked. But in this case, who he was at all? The gentleman immediately answered, perhaps he is simply by some slave to Patrick. The undead replied that it was stupid, because the ancient monster thought that he would just lie like a fool doing nothing. After all, he was Simon Magus, who took over the share of the duty of the great Mr. Erebos, never failed him. The attack of this creature was strong enough, and therefore the main character had to jump away. The creature itself thought that the guy was damaged, so it was necessary to go to the master. But suddenly he looked forward and saw that the opponent was on his feet. Pavlove, because of this attack, was quite angry, so he shouted that he was starting to enrage him. Simon realized that the situation is really for the worse, because it was in front of him, and really the boss of the nucleus of antiquity of Zvalo. So the situation becomes dangerous, so he decided that he should not stay here. And rushing at the duckling, I thought that I needed to quickly go to the master to him. He saved him. The undead hoped that this is how he would be able to escape from the protagonist, but it was already too late, because he was already at the mouth of a huge monster who was not going to let him go. Using the ancient monster, the hero tried to swallow the creature, which ran away from him. But unfortunately, he did not succeed, because he realized that this Simon was quite a quick scoundrel and managed to escape. As soon as the creature was near the barrier, he immediately rushed there to escape from here. The guy in turn changed his face to the human and said that he tried to eat him at a time, but he had fled. And he doesn't want to mess with his search, but in no case should he be released. Then he thought that he had recently promised the Queen of Demons that he would soon return, and right now he was worried about her so that nothing happened to her when she was fighting. Therefore, taking advantage of his enormous force, he decided that he would not waste time here. The same villain, most likely, probably already ran to his mother, and this is an Erebos that should be outside the village. In this case, it turns out that he had to move to the walls of the castle. As soon as Simon thought that he had already managed to escape from the pursuer, he felt strong energy from behind. And there he saw a huge stream of dark power, which was heading in his direction, worn out everything in its path. The hero said shortly before that he would simply hit the side where the villain fled and the matter will be with the end. After some time, a huge funnel remained from this blow. Pavallo went to believe what had happened and thought that in appearance the village did not change much. It turned out that he heard Patrick's voice. Well, he probably simply heard it. Daggering from eviction very shortly, he noticed something. In his opinion, it was true, although it is hardly possible to call undead with a corpse. Then he raised his head and said that because of him there was a complete mess in the village, so it is not clear how he was going to correct all this. Perhaps he was going to blame others, but he would have been alive and could reproach him for injustice, so he would tell Patrick. After some time, the hero reached the place where he was heading, and it was just a barrier. I remember Melju said that her strength would not be enough to destroy him. In this case, this barrier should be considered very good, but whether he can hit him, interesting. In order to check this, he immediately extended his hand forward, and she was immediately struck by the demonic power. Of course, she immediately twisted her several times, breaking the bones and tearing her vessels. Naturally, the guy did not feel any pain, so he smiled and said that it was even impressive. But in this case, he thinks that nevertheless, he will be able to go through him the main thing only so that Demura can withstand. After all, the wine, if it breaks and it transforms, then Patrick must scold it very much. However, if something goes wrong, then he will dump all this on the creature that holds in his hands, so they are very counting on this corpse. But still, before entering the barrier, Pavallo immediately looked around on the subject of the look. And when I still did not see living beings, it was glad that there are no people around, so you can move around. Therefore he moved a short distance and immediately began to transform into an ancient creature. And when the face of a huge monster came into the light, then everything was ready to cross the barrier. So at that moment the hero went forward immediate and expecting the intersection of space. At the moment when this happened, the entire barrier began to rise in price, and a huge explosion occurred together. After the main character went through the protective structure, a huge hole formed there. And the evil spirits which was in the vicinity, as well as inside, immediately turned into her attention to the guy. He in turn walked calmly between them and only speaking that they are teaming right here. Naturally, the dead will see a new victim, immediately rush to the attack, not sparing their limbs on him. But the hero saw the attack perfectly, so after a few moments together, where this happened, an explosion happened. Most of the monsters who tried to attack him immediately died, and Pavallo said that he was susceptible to just terrible. One of the older gags immediately stopped her minions so that they would not attack him. Therefore, the detachment of the dead, who was ready all this time, was to break him into shreds and stopped. Only the elders lined up right in front of the hero, and he said that all this was right because it would be so good at once. In the distance, the silhouette of a monster with burning eyes was visible behind everyone in the bushes. The main character just headed for this creature, so he said that he has a gift. After which he grabbed Simon's body and immediately threw him towards the interlocutor. And he stated that he was thinking of them to have something to talk about, because Erebos is right in front of him. The leader of the undead realized that there was an ancient monster right in front of him. Therefore he turned to him, asking if he believes that people depress many races. The hero clearly heard his question, but there was still no answer from him. The interlocutor continued to say that people are miserable, arrogant, as well as selfish, even having quite good living conditions. They are constantly invading others. Soon, Povalove ended patience, so he said that he would not bread the traction and proceed to the essence of the issue. Erebos said that people should disappear, and his forces are more than enough to destroy an entire empire. He thought that this was completely impossible because of the impregnable fortress in the form of Riaza. But it was only until a black catastrophe fell upon him, and then everything became extremely clear. If he said that he was going to exterminate all people, then all the monsters would also immediately be ready to give their lives for him. Then the hero said that he says too many words to burn to drown the rubber and let him say that he really wants. The leader of the undead continued to speak. If he had not stood aside, many monsters would not have to die. In this case, they could easily destroy the total people. After listening to him, Pavallo noticed, if he correctly understands, he arranged something here, lies with his conscience. Erebos said that this was true. It all started with him, and the guy immediately interrupted him. After all, he realized that he wanted to say that he would not interfere with extermination of people. The king of undead replied that he was very sorry, because the interlocutor does not divide his eyes. And not thinking for a second, he took advantage of his dark magic, so that a magic circle appeared over the guy. Erebos called on some monster, to whom he ordered to immediately come into the light. The main character was waiting for what it was, and it turned out that it was a rotting tapir. Immediately after he saw a huge monster, he realized that he should take advantage of his strength, so he took off his limiting bracelet. The air still landed on the monster and landed on the place where Pavallo was located, so after he did it, the earth broke down below. And somewhere in the settlement itself, Melju continued to fight the undead, but she was surprised and did not understand why there were so many of them. Fortunately, she had enough mana so she could still use her fire. Therefore, a crowd of corpses, as usual, was easily destroyed, although there were quite a lot of them. The girl said that they were so boiled that she had to spend a lot of strength on them. Then she wondered that the barrier that covered the sky was created by magic as much as the divine level. But the master still managed to go through him, so he is amazing. But not even 3 minutes after he said that he would go to meet with their boss. While the girl was thinking about it, someone appeared behind her. She drew attention to him and realized that this was the head of the bandits. He was wounded, so he called the girl a sorceress and asked the safety of everyone else. The Queen of Demons answered, "If he talks about other people, then they are now saying water there." And then the man asked if she was a comrade of those knights. One of them wants huge armor, and the other in black clothes as a beggar, that is a wanderer. Melju realized whom he was talking about and noticed that she could be this comrade. Because it is just a girl on the escape, and even close to their grandeur, the chapter was already losing consciousness at that moment. He thought since she knew those knights, then this is their help, so he is grateful to God for the fact that Rosalina managed just in time. At least the death of Tot was definitely not in vain, and perhaps even Haston will be able to save. Then he turned to the sorceress and said that he would soon become undead. The girl noted that she knew this, and then the head asked to fulfill another request. Suddenly, he carefully examined her and realized that she was not a man. However, for him it did not matter. Therefore, he asked that she could not bring him a weapon if it was somewhere nearby. The girl carefully looked at the wounded body of a person and realized what she would do. So after a few moments, she threw a spear in his direction. Then she stated that she was really a real warrior. The man took him, and then the Queen of the Demons flew away. Soon she saw a big explosion and did not understand where this ominous energy came from. And one of the very monster that the King of the Undead called and who attacked the protagonist called on. Naturally, Pavallo survived, and only said that he did not like that another strange dead man appeared. And then he reincarnated in the ancient monster himself and attacked the creature. After this happened, Erebos said that he did not expect less from him. This power is really worthy of greatness in an ancient monster, because he sees how he fights. The hero in turn looked at the enemy and thought, was it really an undead with an ancient slug inside? While he concentrated his attention on the monster, which was someone in front of him. And this was just the King of Undead, who after that took advantage of the divine magic, namely the skill of Fang of Evil. Erebos said that this is the most powerful last spell among divine magic, so even an ancient monster will not be able to survive it. So let him tremble before his powerful force, and here are those fangs that he called, immediately rushed to the ground, attacking the protagonist. The dead, who were not far from the battlefield, carefully looked at what was happening, and the stakes called by the King of Undead pierced directly into the body of Mr. Pavallo. Erebos was very glad that his attack was crowned with success, and he thought that it had finally happened. Because now, he will be able to kill an ancient monster, after which he will turn the entire continent of appearance. He is going to become superior to the creation of a truly ruling dead world. Then he again turned to the ancient monster, attacking it and saying that the death of his millennia will become the death, which he must accept with honor. The stakes offered to fly towards the protagonist, and he heard and felt them perfectly. Of course, the pain that he experienced from this weapon was impossible to convey, and when the attack ended with success, something exploded greatly right in the center. Subsequently, the King of Undead noted that his fangs immediately crumbled into shreds. Pavallo rushed in his direction and said that it was damn painful, so he no longer has the strength to continue to endure this pain, so there is enough from him. Erebos was very surprised when he heard that the monster continued to endure pain, but in this case, he may not endure. Then he turned his attention to the tree that was nearby and immediately demolished it. The main character was very surprised when he saw what had happened and asked, and here the tree was here. Then he looked atop and said, "Be that as it may, this is probably his strongest spell. Well, is there really nothing stronger?" The King of Undead thought that his opponent specifically allowed himself to attack to find out how dangerous divine magic was. Therefore, it is extremely clear that the station for victory is not at all, so now it would be better to retreat. As a result, he was too hasty if he thought he could defeat the ancient monster. So he made a decision to specifically increase the distance and immediately escape. But the hero did not want his plans to successfully end, so he said that he was talking to him. Therefore, let him stop fussing and talk to him. And if he has some kind of weapon more powerful, then let him use right now. As a result, after these words, silence hung on the battlefield. Pavallo immediately asked why this was not quiet. Was he really more than he had nothing more? Of course, these words angered the King of the Undead, so he rushed back into the attack, using the same spears. Also, an attack was created from several sides. The hero did not understand how it turns out that they all end up on the same fishing rod. Then Erebos used a completely different technique that drew her forces from the dead. He accumulated quite a lot of this divine energy, and immediately directed it towards the protagonist. After that, chains formed on the body of the ancient monster, which held it on the spot. Pavallo was very angry about this, because he could not tolerate such a deterrence magic. It turns out that it is also from a series of divine and strong enough. Another of the elders then he took advantage of his strength. So the rotting tapir, who was lying without strength, recovered again and became even more, after which he attacked the hero. He of course did not like this because this attack was quite vile. Therefore he immediately changed his face to the human and said that this creature is quite nasty. But since he became more in this case, he should also treat this a little more serious. That's why Pavallo used the body of an ancient monster, but became several times more. Because of this, he was easy to absorb an opponent, who, although he was big, but no more than the ancient monster himself. The king of undead looked at what happened and realized that they could not defeat again. But the hero, after he completed his attack, again turned his body into a human one, and he said that now it was time to smash one of the 7 dungeons of evil, as he had not said before. Somewhere in the settlement itself, Patrick did not understand what place the boss thinks, how much stubbornness was in him, and when it only comes to him, that he was a walking disaster. He understands that he is a boss, and he can be everything, but he would not have prevented him from knowing the measure, because it was Patrick. After that, he would rake everything, so he thinks that he had to quit. The explosions did not stop in any way, so the ruler asked what was happening. The gatekeeper replied to her that his boss was creating new problems for him, but if we say correctly, he was destroying the army of undead right now. The girl asked whether she realized correctly that he is now saving Haston, whether he was in mind this. Patrick noticed that this was not entirely true, but everything would be resolved somehow. She has nothing to worry about. This is a formality. He is nervous of the bones, so let her talk to him, as before. Fortunately, not in the village no longer see, as expected from Melch. And only he said about it, when suddenly the girl fell right next to him. So Patrick said, if you recall the ray, then the sun will appear too. The girl joyfully said that the case was done, and she did not spend the whole mana to the last drop for a very long time. The knight only thanked her for the work done. After that, the queen of the demons asked how the master was there, and the interlocutor noted that in comparison with him, she did a tremendous work. It turns out that he still has not returned, and as she can hear, he still fights. He really has an incredible power, but if you think about the accompanying damage, then it's completely fantastic. Patrick is striking where you did not go, there always happens something. Right now he also feels that she will fall his poor soul a lot of work. At the same time, it is not clear why the master is so pulling when he can calmly crush everyone. It seems as if he does not quite appreciate that he was following him. Suddenly he turned to the girl and called her by name, after which she immediately looked at him. The Death Knight at the same time rose and raised his weapons, and also said that he had no earlier decided to leave only the ruler alive. That's why it would be necessary to finally deal with her too. After all, they have no reason to leave someone alive except the ruler. Rosalina was very frightened, and Lara asked Patrick to wait a minute, because the girl is one of those who are under her authority. For a short period of time, an awkward pause hung between them. And then the skeleton smiled and said that this is really a significant occasion in order not to kill her. It turns out that all the people from the lanes were killed, undead, and so that this girl cannot do anything alone. And besides, it is in such a broken state that there is simply no need to kill her. But if its elimination causes an emotional shock, so the weakened ruler will become a big loss. Therefore, he really decided to leave her alive, after which he turned to Melch. And he asked, she could not have to sleep with anyone. The girl replied that she could do it easily, but it was interesting to put to sleep in a circular. The knight said that he would like to talk with the ruler alone, and then the Queen of Demons understood everything. Away, taking advantage of her magic, immediately put to Rosalind. Patrick made sure that she fell asleep and said that now they needed to start a dialogue, as the ruler could notice. They are fulfilling their part of the rescue of the settlement. So it's time for her to fulfill her promise. Lara immediately asked what she needed to do. The interlocutor noted that we are talking about non-disclosure of everything that she saw here. I think that these obvious things should not be said to her, so he will lower them. Right now, he is going to tell the story, so let him listen carefully. The story of this about the heroic ruler who suffered a lot of insult, his benefit to protect his village. The ruler noted that her land threatens the invasion of undead and decided to protect the village for the sake of its inhabitants. But it is not clear what to do because she watched her undead and local troops were not able to withstand her, and the only way out was to ask for help. But while the residents went to help their anger at the ruler, accusing her of all the troubles, and the situation only became worse when the undead killed many people who were waiting for salvation. But even such a situation of the ruler coped and suffered all this. Therefore, after, it would seem, eternity arrived for the reinforcement of the empire, which defeated the hordes of undead. And this village was saved and told this wonderful story. So from now on, Lara will not be a cowardly ruler who hid from fear. And she is the savior, who knows about the very beginning and sacrificed herself for the sake of saving the people. The girl asked if he really wants to deceive the inhabitants of the village. After which Patrick immediately extended his hand to the side and asked, didn't she say that she wanted to live? So let them look right now, which is in the castle, and feed the remaining people. And soon help and food will also arrive from other villages, the ruler asked. But how does he know that help will come to them? Patrick replied that he does not just know this, but organizes it himself. They will take care of everything that will make the young ruler hasten heroin. After what I heard, Ular thought for some time the whole situation that had developed. At the same time, the knight said that everything had already died down, and it seems that the boss had already finished his battle. Therefore, she thinks that it was time for him, and it was time to go to the boss. The girl replied that she could not use the teleport because her mana is at 0. Suddenly, the countess connected to their conversation, who asked if she could ask her at least one question. After all, she is not entirely clear why they all go like this far for the sake of saving Hasten. It was not clear to her, because they are monsters from the dungeon and cannot be so friendly to people. Speaking of this, Patrick said that she wants to live, so you should not try to learn too much about this. Shortly before the incident, Plavallo said that the time had come to destroy one of the dungeon of a huge evil, so he was sorry for Erebos. After all, he would really escape this if he simply sat silently in his place. His minions were so out of hand and haunted, even when he stood quietly, and his back pierced so much that now the hole is itching. As a result, the interlocutor said that he did not stop admiring his strength, but the guy replied that he did not need his admiration. In the end, he only wanted to ask the king of the undead why he chose Hasten to attack. If he had not invaded this place, the ancient monster would not stand here right in front of him. Erebos said that the paths from Hasten are the most suitable route for invasion of the empire. At the same time, the hero did not talk about that, and thought what this asshole knew that here was his territory. It still came here. Then the interlocutor asked how he himself thinks why he came here. Then he began to use his strength, and Pavallo noticed it. So he immediately counterattacked, using his forces of an ancient monster. When the king of the low it was allowed to destroy, he began to laugh very much, and did it until the very end. The guy, of course, did not really like this, so he decided to finish off his opponent, after which the explosion thundered. And then the head of the king of the undead immediately fell to the ground. The hero approached him, and thought what happened. Was he really not trying to use the magic of movement? Although this is not particularly important because he was still going to kill him. And now he would like to look around, and what he saw did not quite delight him. Because it is not clear what to do with it, because this place is no longer suitable in order to restore it. And as soon as the guy thought about it, he heard the voice that he called him. And it was Patrick, who rushed to the boss with all speed and called him. He spoke his gaze for himself, but the knight said that he remained and would not move, because he missed the Lord, and he probably also. Davallo understood the sadness of this situation, so I decided that he was the end. Sometime after everything subsided, Hasten's settlement was spilling, but also rain. Previously, people went carefree in this place and drank, and also rejoiced at life. But now everything has changed after evil spirits attacked the settlement. Rosalina sat and hid from the rain somewhere in a dark place. She, in turn, recalled what was in the past, and now she realized that she had nothing else left. Therefore, she immediately wondered, was it really salvation, because she was left only one? And the rain continued to pour everything, and the girl was sitting alone, and no one approached her. She only continued to repeat that she hates them all for what had happened. Further, the girl wondered whose fault is the fault, that everything happened so. At the same time, her gaze was not at all the same as before, and she wondered who killed them all. At the same time, the main character with the steel finally returned to the dungeon. There they met Renee, who congratulated them on a joyful return. But the arrivals were very tired, so the guy only managed to mutter something. And the maid, in spite of everything, was very energetic, so she said that she patiently waited for them. Suddenly, a fragment around the cave fell off from above, but the girl easily destroyed him and returned to the master, saying that she was waiting for him, and everywhere sank. The boss immediately stroked her head and said that she really worked very well. Soon, the flicker, like everyone else, fell without strength, and it was clear that they were very tired. Renee was a little embarrassed, noticed Mr. Pavallo that he was probably tired. In this case, whether he wants to have dinner or first to take a bath, he answered he would like to have dinner with water from the bath. Patrick realized that something strange was happening, so he turned to Batory, who was also sitting there, and asked what she taught her until they were. The interlocutor hesitated and asked how they had everything, and the hero told her to just leave. Patrick said, if not a doctor into account the number of people who died and undead people, and not to assume that their damn boss prompted the whole village, then everything went simply super. The woman was surprised and asked what he was doing there at all, and the guy answered how he was doing because he cleaned the undead. The interlocutor asked if he was convinced that his stripping sank only undead. Pavallo replied that he was cleaned out. The mistress was surprised from this, and he continued to say that he was going to sleep and should not bother him. He also took out Erebos's head and laid her on the table. Elizabeth looked at his head and asked if it was the king of the undead, and when the rest were about to leave in order to rest, she asked them to wait. Then she asked with surprise, unless it is just his shell. Patrick, and also wounded a little alerted from this, and asked what she meant. After a while, the main character informed his gatekeeper as everything was, because at the end of their battle, the villain used magic. The interlocutor noticed that the boss did not think about it. This is a complete crap, because he really made mistakes with this cleansing, and so bad that the ruler knows the truth. But it turns out that Erebos is also alive. It is not clear what they did in Haston at all. Dovalov nevertheless noticed Batory. After all, she said that the king of the undead lost at least 70% of the vitality. Patrick added a conflict between the two dungeons of evil. No one has yet cancelled, and for no matter what reason he was, now he needs to be careful. So far, Erebos will not bother them, since he will not be able to do anything for a while. But even so, it is time to start taking all this seriously. As he already said, even if he can take care of the consequences of the settlements of the recruitment of monsters in the dungeon, the work of the boss, still. That's why he is interested in whether he understands this. Naturally, the main character did not hear all this because he was already sleeping very tightly. And Patrick is already tired of this because he is constantly trying to do something for him. Rosalina at night headed for a tree, near which there was a large number of corpses. There were also other people who said that they were given the third day. But what is the meaning of one's stomach if his wife and children are already dead? It is not clear even how the ruler helped, because he thinks that everything is all right. One of the men stated that it would rather follow his own light than it would be so. The girl turned to him and asked why to leave somewhere, of course. She also hurt so much that she just wants to run away. But why should they run away? She is interested in what they did wrong in order to just die. Let them just think whose fault is and who mercilessly killed them all. Already when the baby spoke about this, you were very angry, because I understood that all this was unfair. Therefore she declared to those who were next to her so that they would not direct their anger at those who are not worth the fault, because in meaningless death there is no sense. And if they die in any case, they must take revenge on those who brought them to such a state. People listened carefully to her stories, so they asked what they needed to do. And then Rosalina then said that they themselves know everything perfectly, because they should destroy all the undead. Gal was in the imperial palace, and there he knocked his head. Nearby were several dozen guards who buried the piece of the emperor himself. His Majesty turned to the guy, calling him a complete name. The knight patiently waited for him to turn to him and asked that he wanted his excellency from him. The emperor said that he was surprised, because in his voice he was not treated to fatigue from him, as he had just noticed in a long speech. The subordinate replied that he would not even dare to say this. Further, the old man stated that the fate of the center of the raids will also depend on the words of the interlocutor and the actions of the interlocutor, and therefore he has very high hopes for him. Gal replied that he would strengthen his determination in order to justify his majesty. After a while, Gal on homunculi moved over the capital. The girl was sitting with him, and said that it means he was entrusted with full control over the center of the raid. The interlocutor said that it was true, and asked if she was true for in floodplain. She replied that he was a pursuit, but since she was an aristocrat with a huge condition, there are probably assistants, so it would not be easy to catch him. To which the leader said that it was enough for them to show that he was put on the wanted list, and this is already good. He thought that a month had already passed since a black disaster fell on the capital. This greatly influenced the highest echelons of the power of the empire, and the accusations fell on everyone in a row, and those who cannot cope with this are eaten. Therefore now a lot has changed, and finally the main knight has arrived at the right place for her. The girl asked if he had forgotten that in 2 hours the meeting and what she would do if he was late. The guy said let him wait until he arrives and asked if she was there. After that, the interlocutor said a little indignantly that she should be there. So the R went to the huge door and opened it, said that he enters. And when he opened the door, you saw a girl who was sitting and stuffing donuts into himself with might and main. Because of this, the guy immediately smiled and asked if she had a good rest. In response to this, the girl also smiled at him sweetly and greeted him. At the same time, a small detachment was moving through the dungeon. The leader said that they would remember, if at least slightly feels the monster, they run away. Let them hold the ear in the way, because this is the core of antiquity, and they are about to reach the first room. He also hoped that the information they received earlier was reliable. As a result, being in the first room, they made sure that the information was true. This was evidence that monsters still did not appear here after the Histalt raid 2 months ago. The man is really sure that there is something to choose here, so you need to continue in the same spirit. The interlocutor noticed that this is excellent, and soon they will become rich. As a result, after the advance, the detachment did not find a single monster or living creature in the second room. Yes, and to great surprise, in the third room the same situation awaited them. The leader of the detachment really could not believe that even here was nothing. The girl asked that if everyone knows about this information for a long time, maybe other units have already cleaned this place and took everything valuable. The interlocutor noted that this could not be, and she still could not believe that it was the core of antiquity. If they did not find anything, going so deeply, then there is no sense, because even deeper. Suddenly the leader said that the fifth room was coming further, and there are ancient anthropophage plants there. This is a plant-type monster with numerous prickly leaves. Please, according to rumors, his body has the ability to turn into a stone firm as a mineral if you harden after special processing. Therefore, even as a material costs a lot of money, and they will be able to pick it up, at least it paid off all the costs. One of the people asked that, if there is nothing in the fifth room either. Or suddenly there are monsters, and they are just a detachment from the rank, so here, even the weakest monster can kill them with just a blow. The leader looked at her with surprise and asked her really want to return empty-handed. Of course, this is their business. If they want, let them return, and he will not hold them. But if there is something valuable there, even let him not hope for his share. Nevertheless, everyone together went to the fifth room, and it was not clear whether it was clear that something. The main one said that all this was already very valuable. Therefore, let them quickly collect everything that they can only take away and need to leave. Only he tried to cut off the valuable part from the plant as he saw that water was dripping from the ceiling. But even more, the man was surprised from what he realized. This is not water, but a saliva of a monster. Then he began to mumble something slurred, and the subordinate asked what he was carrying. And the leader, trying to run away from this room, shouted that they should fade quickly, but it was already too late. Therefore, after a few moments, they were mercilessly killed, looking for their things. And Patrick said that he knew these guys had nothing worthwhile. And Renee added that they would have survived if they had gone in a timely manner and surrendered. But there is no limit to human egoism and greed, so it hates people very much. The knight turned to the main character and asked what he was thinking about it, and the guy replied that they were 100 times tastier than undead. Patrick added that these people are not even similar to the Empire, judging by the coat of arms on their clothes. They are from the western kingdom of Krantal. In order to make sure of this, the girl rummaged in their things and saw the coat of arms, so she said that they really came from far away. Pavalak noticed who would have thought that the delicacies there would be delivered directly to their home, and the gatekeeper was not delighted from this conversation. He said that it is impossible to postpone the strengthening of the dungeon more, because he realized that rumors about the absence of monsters in the nucleus of antiquity are spreading too quickly. Then he asked how the boss could be so irresponsible when it comes to his dungeon, although now he began to spit on it. But did the boss really think that he would say so? So let him go down right now until he quit. Fortunately, it was lucky that in this situation, their guest is Mareja in this situation. Thanks to the magic of observations that she used, she quickly noticed uninvited guests. The main character smiled and said that this is true, because you can rely on her. Renee was indignant and said that she could also use magic. Then the master tried to reassure her a little and said that she was really amazing too. Melju looked at what was happening and said that, of course, she was glad that at least a little could help the great core of antiquity. Patrick began to admire her and said that all this is really thanks to her, because they owe her many. Suddenly, the queen of the demon resumed the question of how long she could still stay with their guests. In one of the strange places, subordinates turned to the head and said that the preparations were completed. Therefore, he can say that he should go to Udek. And this creature spoke with his highness named Ubar. At night, Mel sat on a stone and looked at the rising moon. She thought that her future seemed very gloomy. After all, there is neither at home nor troops, and there is not even money at all. So considering himself the queen of the demon is already quite strange. Therefore, it is time to decide on the banquet of the kings of demons in a couple of days. While she was thinking about this, Patrick came up that he said that the air was really refreshing today. The interlocutor was surprised and asked, could she really breathe? He replied that this was not true, because it was just a joke about undead. Then Melgit after that, she said that she was not very funny. Next he asked what she was doing here, to which the girl replied that she had come to ventilate and is also interesting what he was doing here. The knight said that he had no idea of sleep, so he devotes his free time to training. The queen of demons was surprised that he had where to grow. But the gatekeeper told her that the swordsman's hands were rusting at the moment when he misses his blade, so he needs to train. So they spoke a little more, and an awkward silence. Patrick understood, I realized. If you think about it, then he first talks with the girl alone. Then he said that this is not so important, but Mr. Tentuple's almost recovered. Renee has already gone to him, and he asks if the interlocutor wants to visit him too. After which she agreed, and to fit after a while they went there. Upon arrival, Patrick said that he had only slightly recovered, which was very good, because to be honest, such a regeneration rate is striking. Renee just considered that only 68 tentacles recovered. Of course, although it is restored to the process, it goes really very slowly. It is because of this that she believes that a maximum of another 5 tentacles will grow. The queen of the demons just touched one of them and said, hey, I remember that they said that they were fighting with a detachment of Histalt. The knight noted that she had a castle near the capital, and if she had not known about him, it would be strange enough. The girl in response to this sadly said, of course, she knows him. Indeed, in the end, it so happened that it was a punitive detachment led by Byrne, which was the strongest hero at that time, who killed her father. She thought about how strong Mr. Tentuples was, since he survived the fights with such a terrifying enemy. And if you really were a girl in his place, then she would have died like her father. So now she realized that it was not destined to become part of the core of antiquity, as she dreamed of recently. Speaking of thought aloud, Patrick said that now that Mr. Tentacles has recovered a little, you need to convince the boss so that he hired monsters. Renee suggested hiring only males by the type of gold that guarded the fourth room, but the knight did not like it at all. Suddenly, the marshmallow interrupted their dialogue and turned to everyone. They looked at her with surprise, and the queen of the demons stated that she probably should go to Judek. In the capital, Arkansas was just interested in Miss Wynn as she feels. The girl replied that there was already no trace of her wounds. Gart said the best. She pretended to be recovering, because in the current situation it is desirable to hide from the imperial family that she recovered so quickly. The interlocutor was indignant and said that she was forever like a bath sheet. Soon the man said that they have a few snacks, so he asks if she wanted them for tea. And the fix to him noticed that soon there would be a meeting, but he did not really like it. Then he asked Miss Wynn if the maid was here today, to which the girl replied that she did not know this, because she recently went for sweets. After that, the commander understood everything and told the girls that he did not go the first to the meeting room. Gart asked what about him. And the R said that he remembered him to sign something, and this would not take much time, so he would catch up with them. After the explanation, the girls agreed not to be late. After some time, they left him, and the guy remained himself. But it turned out that he was not alone, so he asked that for the maid wiped the cups here. In the shadow was a man who hid his personality and said that he would find out everything right now, and the commander added that he did not need to report. At the same time, I thought that thousands of confidential documents were accumulated in the office. The maid wiped the dishes without its knowledge, which means she could read something. Therefore, he ordered the subordinate to find this maid and eliminate it exactly 4 days later at dawn. Very soon, the meeting that was supposed to take place still began. The commander thanked those present that they found time in his dense schedule. He gathered them here in order to tell about a black catastrophe, which threatens the empire. Suddenly, the man said that the authorized imperial court said that the black disaster was not an ancient monster, so he would really deny their words. The guy answered the commander of the card that the icing data was only a means to calm the people. The interlocutor noticed if it was so, then he proves the involvement of Pavallo. AR replied that he had seen him with his own eyes. The hero of Win history personally opposed him, and the trace of Gero Agenelia lost her hand. The man nearby was immediately indignant and asked that for nonsense, because he had not heard such reports. Pointing to Gart's hands, the commander said that the evidence is right in front of them. He looked at both girls and their moral condition. Then he noticed that all this was like the truth, and at that moment he thought that it was terrible, because even Win was powerless in front of him. Then the Gallet said that there were no prerequisites for the appearance of a black catastrophe, so they are here to prepare for repeated and sudden previous. Naturally, those present began to whisper among themselves, and then one of the men asked what his plan, how he was going to stop him. After all, he does not think that there were some flaws in the defense of Riaz. Only the attack by Plavallo proved that she was powerless against him. The interlocutor said that the Duke of Reludos is right, and he wants to say the answer to his question. Because it is simply necessary to emphasize the need for 36 masterpieces, the Duke immediately stated that they are all actively looking for them. Of course, the captain understood that they were looking for them, but no one would find them in any way, because even Dantu's teeth, that they were auctioned, were in the hands of Pavallo. But it is not clear which of those present are able to survive in battle with him. Each of them is a diamond of the Empire, but even they are nothing before his power. Their weak human bodies, with the exception of Win, will not leave on the body of landscaping and scratches, no matter how much they train over their abilities. Therefore, to make up for such a bottomless abyss in force, they simply need to collect more masterpieces. After his short-lived thoughts, he said that the last actions of the Pope were also extremely suspicious. He spreads among the people rumors that the Black Catastrophe is the heavenly punishment sent to the Empire by the Lord himself. The girl in front of him was immediately indignant, saying that it was nonsense. And the guy added that there was an explanation for this, because the Empire has overcome religion for centuries. The interlocutor screamed to this so that he watched his tongue, as she suppressed. The guy's words can be regarded as an insult to the Emperor and statism. He in turn did not answer this and only smiled slightly. And she got even more angry, asking, did he really find it funny? After which she rushed into the attack. The captain in turn was not at all scared and stated that he had only told her the truth. At the same time, near her neck was a blade that stopped her. Therefore, Arkansas said that she also seems to overestimate her own forces. He in turn definitely does not apply to this as frivolous as one might think. If you put everything on its own, then the actions of the fractions of the Pope divide the Empire into two. The guy understood that 3 out of 36 masterpieces were stored under his guns. That is why, in order to get them, you will have to start the war, namely the Great Holy War, somewhere at the same time. Patrick talked with the boss. He was again very lethargic and said something inexpressively. But the gatekeeper added that he had already told him several times that he had gone aground. In response to this, the hero said that he had heard him perfectly, but does not understand that from that. The knight was in despair and shouted that it means that he does not understand whether the boss's ears are only hanging for beauty and as many as 2 pairs. And again, he shouted that the girl really left the dungeon. Since it was still for a look, it may therefore Renee and the eagle went away because he could not reach him. Dovalo noticed that he seemed to say that she wanted to go to Judek, so the problem, because there would be a banquet of the king and demons, and for her, it is quite normal to go there. Patrick was even more angry because of these words and shouted that probably this was due to the fact that she might not return, but the hero explained that she did not say that she would not return. After that, the interlocutor calmed down a little and said that if you think about it, then he is right. In truth, the state of the Queen of Demons raised questions and even before the words about Judek. Instead of saying that she would return, she said that she thinks she should go. Perhaps he would see his meaning where he is not at all. Renee, who came to feed the boss, said that she also felt something was wrong, and the knight said probably Mel's was going to recruit a monster's army again. The main character at the same time turned to earlier and asked that she had it in a pan there. After that, the baby smiled and said that she noticed he looked depressed, so she prepared porridge soaked in her love mixture. Dovalo asked what others soaked in death. Patrick smiled and said that he was heard, but the result would be the same. Naturally, Renee was angry because of this, and then it hit him. Further, the hero said that she had gone. It is clear what they all gathered here. Do they really want to tell him something? Patrick noted that for 2 months it has passed, and it is impossible to delay more with the hiring of monsters. Besides, Renee confirmed this. At that moment, the gentleman asked why he constantly shifting all the work to him, after which the interlocutor was surprised and asked who else, to whom he was shifting. As a result, the boss only turned over on his back and noticed that in the end, he would not even take a step from here. In general, Patrick is his gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper should not replace the boss of such difficult matters. The knight said that he was really right, which surprised Povalo. Then he lowered his gaze down and said that he was unlikely to succeed in doing this. Did he really forget that he gave him full power over Haston? He must know how much he has to do there, so the work is not managed. Dovalo noticed that he was really surprised that he had so easily agreed. But who would go then? And the interlocutor, of course, was talking about Renee. But the guy did not really like this prospect at all because he realized everything. And the girl, as if nothing had happened, told the master that he would not be worried and grant this business to her. At the same time, the main character recalled what happened recently when he saved her. Then he asked if people would not have questions or suspicions about her eyes, to which Patrick said that they would certainly be. Let her leave this business and enjoy the rest, and that's all. Of course, from this answer, Dovalo was upset because he realized that he needed to go. Further, Patrick again turned to him and asked if it could be that it was not so simple. After a heavy road, the old man told Miss that they had already finally arrived. Then he asked her to protect himself, since he wants to see the world at such a young age. The girl, of course, agreed. She thought that she had heard so much about this place, but did not think that it was here. And Melange arrived at the city of a mercenary Yu, which was called Knecht. It is worth saying that this city corresponds to its name, because everyone looks so threatening. It is this city that is located between the borders of the Union of the Kingdoms of the Empire, so not one of the parties intervenes its affairs. Here, every 4th resident made a career for himself, participating in raids, and she heard that it was from here that the detachments get the most information about the dungeons. But at the same time, the girl does not see either a card or signs, so it is strange that she is for the first time in such an unfriendly place. That's why you will need to look at the stars in order to find out which side there is Judek. In fact, the city seemed very large to her, as if it were a castle of the king of demons. And having stayed here quite a bit, she could feel what a dense concentration of mana here is still a dense concentration. Inside, about 10 people. All magic is approximately the level of those forces that she saw in Riaz, so there are probably complete information and requests for raid. But everything was not so simple at all, because she saw how one of the people was restored. And he showed what kind of card it was, and then they let him in. I thought the fuss. Was it really that this certificate seems to be not possible to enter without it? Of course, this is bad that a lot of effort should be made only to get information. Suddenly, she felt something strange that came from one of the lanes. That's why this attracted her attention, and of course, the girl, without thinking twice, went there. In a place where there was a fairly large number of cells behind which monsters were sitting. She, in turn, carefully looked around and thought, were all these monsters caught? Suddenly, some strange man appeared that he asked what such a lovely young miss was doing here. And while she and the girl spoke, a dog, who was behind his back, looked at them carefully. Further, the man greeted the young interlocutor and said that his name is Poon from the Albright Trading Guild and asked that she disappeared something concrete. The person understood that outwardly she looked very young, but since she came here into one, then a strong one. so with confidence it can say that this girl is an unusual aristocrat. That is why it would be better to be in her good account. The interlocutor noted that her name is Melry from the Agris family, and she is interested in what kind of place it is. Pun said, if we talk about it briefly, then this is a warehouse of trophies received after the raids of the dungeon. They are mainly used for the manufacture of equipment or jewelry, but it simply puts them up for sale. At the same time, the girl realized that after the restoration of the castle and still would have to gain an army of monsters, so you can look around. And the man at the same time told her that she would go and looked what they have. Suddenly, the Queen of Demons saw Lycanthrope. He is a powerful monster that was with her as the only army military leader, and in battles for the castle, he always won. Therefore, she thinks that he must buy it, so she turned to the seller and asked how much he costs. Poon noted that these were an extremely dangerous creature. 4 members of the Drut Rang detachment had to give their lives in order to get it alive. Melu, in turn, said that he simply called the price and would not say anything. The merchant replied, since she insists so much, and now he will look in his documents. And after he did this, he said that he cost 250 ounces. The girl was very surprised and realized that it was very expensive. Of course, not that she did not have money, just everything is not so simple. And the money that she had handed over to Renee, who said that it was a little gratitude, and she thanks that the girl helped Mr. Podvallo. The Queen of the Demons thought that now she has 500 ounces, so she could not spend half on the outflow of the monster, did not even begin to rebuild her castle. So she said that she would look better at other monsters, and the interlocutor noticed, of course, let her do this, not shy. Then the girl went to the cage in which the dog was sitting and asked who it was. Pun said that he himself knew little about this beast, but he heard him found a dungeon after the raid when they caught monsters. There was no mother next to him, and he does not attack people, but it seems that this is just a big dog. Glue from this story was surprised, therefore I decided to regret it. The merchant saw that she was pulling his hand to him and said that this would not do because it was dangerous. It was still a monster. But from the dog, in turn, there was no aggressive reaction, and he only sat peacefully. The girl asked not to worry because she would not hold him accountable. And the man noticed that he was just worried about the client, and the dog, which the girl played, began to even smile. As a result, she really liked it, so she asked how much money should be given for him. But when the night came, Melg looked at her acquisition. Then she stated that she still bought it, but wasn't he too big, because he was sitting next to her and was twice as much. Apparently, due to the fact that his wool merged with a dark cage, he seemed less to her, only his face was visible. Inventing the name, the baby said that now he will be called Biplos. Previously, she heard that the night in Necta comes 30 minutes earlier than in other places, and really got dark quickly enough. In her opinion, now the heaven was the same in reality in the core of antiquity. Although now is not the time to indulge in such nonsense, because you need to get to Judek, rather. Then she invited her dog to follow her, and they hit the road. And very soon they arrived, instead of which she resembled ruins. The girl immediately looked forward and said that they probably had already come. On one of the slopes stood a creature that was like a deer. Mel's turned to him and stated that she was already here, so she asks to show the way. The deer immediately transformed and was more like a person and immediately greeted the Queen of the Demons. He told her that she was heading to an abandoned monastery, which is located right behind the hill, because most kings have already arrived there. The girl said that she understood everything and immediately followed her beast to the appointed place. On the way, the baby paid attention to him because I realized that it was wrong. So she said that the Biplosion did not follow her, let her sit here and wait for the soldier of her army, but it seems that he does not understand anything. Therefore, she again asked him to wait here until she returned, and if people meet, let her quickly hide. Let him be only half a day with her, but she cannot take him there, because everything is very strict with this. And yet, the more she thinks, the more she understands that the name of the Biposure sounds a little insincere, so that another good name is needed. Then she looked closely at her new pet, and thought about the name. When the Queen of the Demons squinted a little eyes, he reminded her of Povayo. Therefore, she soon stated that she decided everything, and from now on he would be called by Landfill. She, in turn, will try to return as soon as possible, so let it just stay here. Melling used her wings, adding that now he could no longer see him, so he will hope for her name for this name. The main characters just told Patrick that he would not forgive him because he would always say it, and he will die in torment. And the interlocutor with a smile on his face noticed that he has been cursing him for 100 years, so was he not yet tired? Then he said that in this case, his osteoporosis hopes, and the knight was surprised because it was already some kind of new wish. Then he said that the master would not think about the bad, because we can assume that he will be on vacation. Then he handed him some little thing, and the hero asked that it was still. But suddenly I realized that this is the very familiar little thing with which magic was limited, so I asked how many they still have them. Patrick replied that there were many more than 30 of them, and then carefully looked at the thoughtful guy. And he said that he told him this bracelet very expensive, really spent the entire dungeon budget on them. The gatekeeper did not understand what he was talking about, because earlier he said that it was the most ordinary cheap. The hero, of course, was indignant at the fact that he lied to him. but Patrick said that it was with good intentions to use them carefully. At this time, Renee connected to their dialogue, who asked the master if he was waiting for her. At that moment, the girl was already collected and the meeting said that it was time to go. Small, smiling, she said that it was a feeling that they were departing for a honeymoon, so excited. After all, only she and the gentleman will be for several days, so that everyone will eat. Patrick was outraged because of this, and asked where this did not get together with such a mood. They should not show tricks, and let them just gather on the road, and also do not forget why they will go around. The knight literally begged that they would not arrange troubles and returned as soon as possible. Soon the hero asked the girl where they were going, and she replied that their direction is Knecht. This is a city of mercenaries, so there are a lot of news about monsters. The hero realized what she said and already thought what they would do there. But Patrick looked forward and thought that, probably, he in vain sent these two together and simply went crazy. Although until he thinks his head should not arise, and it was with these words that he tried to calm himself a little. Melg, in turn, finally led to a destroyed monastery, and before going inside, I thought about how much time it was not here. And in this place, the banquet of the kings of the demons, which was called Judek, was supposed to take place. Inside were demons who immediately paid attention to the little girl. She walked slowly and caught her eyes that literally condemned her. The creatures present after they saw her also began to whisper among themselves. Further, the girl wondered that the last time she visited this place for so long that it was now tense. And when she was here, there was also in her youth. It was when they came here with their father, and then she was also in the spotlight. But now everything is not at all the same as before. After all, she, as if she had become a stranger here. While she was trying to drink, someone carelessly pushed her, and so the liquid spilled. Naturally, Melryu immediately got angry and asked if he did not see where he was going. At the same time, she was very surprised when she saw that not even the king of demons pushed her. So immediately decided to use her strength and realized that some demony dared to touch the queen and was going to decapitate him for this. But she was even more surprised after she saw a grin on the face of this creature, who did not even say anything and turning aside just left. The kings of the demons present, as well as their subjects, immediately began to laugh, saying that this king of demons really... The girl thought, are these villains and dare to despise her so openly? I think that since she has no strength to not restrain himself in ridicule, even if not only to wait a bit, then it is still endured, and after that, it will collect the greatest army. Suddenly, a melting felt that someone again touched her body. Of course, she again became very angry, asking who dared to do this, and probably, they seemed to be a little ridicule. But all this was completely wrong, because it was a girl who recognized her and said that she was she. And Melzu herself asked, was it really Marmolia? The acquaintance was very happy that she was alive because she was very worried about her. Then she hugged her and said that a lot of years had passed, as if yesterday they studied and played when they were children. The girl said, judging by the manner of communication, she was too childish about the Queen of Demons, and her friend answered how much they needed a manner at all. Then she looked at the prizes of the visible glances of the rest of the demons and offered to sit somewhere else. Renee, along with the main character, arrived his city of Knecht, and stretching out a few gold coins, the girl asked for the best room. Naturally, the owner of the institution was not very surprised when he saw them, but said that he would show them the best room. But the rest of those present thought, did the poor even now have a servant? When Plavolo arrived, it immediately jumped on the bed and said, finally rest, and the owner said to be located. If something is needed, let him call him. After which he left the room, and Renee asked boss was not too early for him to lie down. The hero noted that a short time was simply protected without rest, but the maid noted that there was a board of instructions with the raids with the dungeon that she heard nearby. They need to take a couple of suitable monsters through her, and if the guy goes with her, it will end even faster. So she asked him to get up. As a result, nothing happened, and the homunculus realized that they needed to do this as soon as possible, but he looks very tired. Be that as it may, such a chance falls into life only once for her. Earlier, Patrick approached the girl and asked if she wanted to spend time in the company of boss. She, of course, was very surprised and asked, was it really a question of a date? The interlocutor noted that this is not so necessary to tell the master that she would go to look for monsters alone. Renee was on her own, so she asked if they had a honeymoon. Patrick wanted to answer that this was not so, but still said that he would be. Right now, Svalov realized that everything was bad, so he said that it was not fate to relax, so he said that he had to go. At that moment, the gatekeeper thought that Patrick's advice was simply followed, and the master himself volunteered to go with her own free will. This is clear proof that Renee was important to him. Now she is sure that he will belong to her, and they will quickly manage. And then they will find the perfect honeymoon, so it is definitely a genius. At this time, Flickering with her friend talked. The girl told her, heard what happened to her castle, and immediately went to her demons for intelligence. But all the adjacent territories were already captured by people. Therefore, everyone had already considered her dead to do not understand where she was all these 2 months. On this, the baby replied that she simply wandered back and forth, while she thought that she was not at all what to mention her stay in the core of antiquity. Then Marmolia took her hand and said that, in any case, she was very glad that she was alive. Melru said, to be honest, she expected the same reaction from her as the rest of the kings, and her friend did not understand why it was so. Then the girls said that their fathers did not get along with each other, and the interlocutor added that it was their business. The rivalry of the fathers remains with their fathers, and this does not concern them. Now they in turn are queens and are in no way dependent on them. After that, Marmolia asked if it was true that she came for help, and therefore she was in Judek. Melgu did not answer, and sadly thought that she already knew everything. Suddenly a friend reported that she could help her. And he says, she is not like a friend, but as a queen of demons, because if the girl tries, she will definitely be able to help her. Marmolia held out her hand, and the baby realized that she had grown a lot. Unlike her friend held out her hand and offered to return. Melge also held out her hand to her, and thanked her for deciding to help her. So soon she would certainly restore her castle. The interlocutor was deprived of and said that she would be able to cope, but everything was completely not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Previously, I smelled with my friend, and she said that her dad is stronger because he is a real descendant of Asmodeus. And Marmolia shouted that this was not true, because her dad is stronger than her, and his horns are also stronger. That is why, already from childhood, they had a very stretched relationship. Not that the role was played by the difference, character, or something like that. Rather, it was natural for them. They often quarreled, and perhaps the fathers influenced them, although the men got along quite well on her memory. Let their relations were so, but it was impossible to deny their intimacy. However, when I felt the power of the marshmallow, everything began to change a bit, and each of the girls became more close to her father, which had even more influence. Right now, a friend told the girl to walk with her, and she smiled and said about the fact that she had not matured. Marmolia was surprised and asked why she suddenly thinks so, and the interlocutor replied that she said this by the way, and she was interested in where they were going. A friend replied that it would almost be impossible for her to help her to return the army of demons. However, there are kings that share her intentions. As a result, she opened the door and asked to go here because it is true. Melg was really very joyful when she heard that there are those that share her opinions. But when I saw who was in the very room, there was nothing left with her smile. After all, there were no less bloodthirsty king of demons, who looked contemptuously at her. She immediately looked at her friend, turning to her, but she did not answer, only told the rest that she brought the girl. And the marshmallow at that moment realized that I really did not mature from my young age. And she has not changed at all, because since childhood she was envious of her strength and was very cunning. The smile of Marmolia changed to more viciously, and she called the girl a loser. Soon, the little queen of the demons was in the spotlight, and the main one turned to her. It was a direct descendant of Satan in the 4th generation, the king of the demons of Ubar, and the girl. He said that he was very disappointed in her. The ex-girlfriend also incited her, called only stupid. Then she asked, did she really think that the queen demons would be accepted in Judek, who had lost her army? Melu, of course, knew that it was not worth expecting a welcoming reception here. But still, she did not think that the relationship with her would be so cold. The chief again turned to her, calling the descendant of Asmodeus, and said that he gave time to excuse. The girl was surprised that she had to make excuses, and stated that it was only a misunderstanding, because she did not lose to people. The rest of the kings attended immediately killed her and asked, no matter how she lost to people. Really, in her opinion, since the Queen of Demons remained the only surviving this victory, let him look at his current state. What else to name, if not a loss? At that moment, someone suggested even not to say anything, but simply to execute it. Naturally, the baby hesitated at that moment and understood that she had nothing to say because the king was to blame for the death of the demon army. That's why there was nothing left to do, how to say that it was her fault and needing her head. Someone called her a shame of the race, and someone said what impudence you need to have in order to come here after such as to maintain authority. They must remove it from the post. Several senior demons with a collapse with this and stated that they needed to end her. Some speaker even offered her to execute her, which was very pleased with Marmolia. They further said that they could not allow the banquet to break due to such insignificance. Therefore, he proposed to postpone the decision before the final day in Judek. The Ubar, in turn, smiled when he heard these proposals and ordered the sinner to the sinner prison. Davalo, along with Renee at that time, headed to the center of instructions. But they were stopped by a man and said that they show a sign of distinction if they want to pass, the hero to ask what other sign. At the same time, the guard was beside himself and thought that this beggar is not a servant. Also seems to be that a guy was hardly standing on his feet. But soon he was surprised to see that they were members and the rank, so he offered to enter their center. They look forward to that their efforts would go for the benefit of humanity. The gentleman asked the girl where she managed to dig them out, and she replied that she found when she cleaned the troop and took only the cleanest. Then the hero noted should be such a trash there in bulk, and the interlocutor noted that there is certainly a lack of them. Soon they went to the stand, and the girl said that all the information about the dungeons was collected here. After I saw him, I did not understand if they would have time to see all this, and then asked to remind you who exactly they are looking for. The gatekeeper said that they were looking for a strong monster, which, despite the repeated attempts of people, was never defeated. He noted that he understood everything and could recruit monsters from other dungeons of huge evil, although still, it is not worth doing this. What about the dungeon and the rank lower, whether they are suitable? The girl at that moment asked his second to wait. Then she handed over a large number of sheets and said that this is a list of suitable ones. Suddenly the waiter approached them and asked if they would not want to return tomorrow, because they would simply close soon. Renee angrily said that she would like to stay for a short while. Therefore, she asked if it was impossible to do something. The interlocutor smiled and said that they could not only linger because of their two. The girl realized that this is really bad, because if everything is delayed until tomorrow, then Plaza will definitely come to the date. The hero thought about, was it really easier to cross here tomorrow to die, so he decided to better kill him. The girl, in turn, extended a gold coin and asked whether they have more requests for a raid or not. Of course, the interlocutor became interested in what specifically interests them, and he, in turn, was surprised that they had already taken so much, and everything was not enough for them. Renee pointed to the rest of the ads that hung on the board and asked them to bring them. And soon they attributed them all to the hotel in which they were, but realized that those and those were not very good. The girl said that this time not so many monsters standing, and the hero soon asked how he found an ancient metal slug. The gatekeeper said that this idea seems to be not bad, but the dungeon is too far, so this idea was again pushed back. The gentleman said that he did not like it, just had to hire a Marston. The interlocutor said that she also thought about it, but he knew that everything was not so simple. The guy, in turn, complimented her words and said that she was simply weak, and the girl added, given the level of people who challenge the dungeon of huge evil, this is true. After all, the Queen of Demons would have lasted a maximum of 3 years, and perhaps only she thinks. But it seems to her that the King of Demons manifests himself in all its glory, only remaining with the king. Pavallo soon noticed that she was really right here, but still it was worth asking her about it. After all, she really helped him in search of Renee, so he probably let her go in vain. Suddenly the hero thought that if you think about it, then it was he who smashed her castle into chips. Therefore he got up and asked the gatekeeper how long Judek would be open. She answered, as far as she knew, 2 days. If I decided to go there, then you should have time before the end of the banquet. The guy said that it was worth trying. If it turns out to be far away, then there is nothing to do. Renee noticed that it is possible to determine where Judecca is located only by stars. Only kings of demons can do it, so she is not particularly familiar with this method. But the main character, in turn, replied that he knows how to read the stars. And at night, sometimes on one of the hills sat a dog Melge, and also a deer who said that he was somehow embarrassed. And suddenly he felt that someone was approaching them, so he asked him to stop and say who he was. After all, it can say that this is the other with is certainly not one of the kings of demons. And only they are allowed to step on this land, and if he decides to get closer at least a little, then immediately lose his life. But the guy did not stop, and the interlocutor said after so many warnings he continues to go, and his name is Bamut, and he is a faithful servant of the great Ubar. And now he is the guard of this place, so he cannot let anyone in. So it grew to huge sizes and stated that right now it would not pass alive. The main character, of course, was not at all afraid of him and only said that he was simply very loud. Somewhere in the old monastery, Marmolia was just... She laughed and said that it was a good sight, and also asked her ex-girlfriend how she was living here. Naturally, Melg did not answer anything, and the interlocutor said that she looked even better than she expected. Still, they are not friends against whether she was so against the council. Many people wanted to kill her in the edification of others at the discussion of punishment. But she is her friend, and therefore could not allow this. And therefore, how hard it was to convince them all, and whether she knew how difficult it was. But he is interested in how the girl thinks what they still converged on. And according to the results, it turns out that she was just a friend of a friend, after which the fangs will be torn. Indeed, what a pity that their dear Melts will be left without their charms, so it is not clear how many demons will mock after it. As a result, the girl cannot even imagine what she was. After all, she waited for a very long time and painfully exactly this argument, so now he enjoys. But if a girlfriend loses the horny fangs, then he will no longer be able to claim the role of the king of demons. Therefore, she has a wonderful plan as about the option to become her servant, and she will even give her a chance. And who knows, perhaps in the end, even the place of the boss will turn out if she bowed and licked her boots. Malouche did not answer anything, and Marmolia asked she really does not like it because she was silent. Suddenly, several demons came up, who turned to the mistress and said that they were ordered to bring the sinner to the court. And she ordered her to take her away immediately, after which the subordinates obeyed. Melgu was immediately taken out of her camera and put to punishment. Marmolia after that smiled and said that it was all boring, but one should not despair, because the fun is just beginning. Soon the demon asked for attention, because the trial begins. The future ruler of monsters in this girl betrayed the faithfulness of her subjects. That's why it is definitely guilty of undermining the authority of all kings of demons. So based on everything presented, the court condemns it to cut off the horns and the removal of fangs. Now the representative of the Agra's clan has the right to appeal the decision, so she is asked if she has to say that in her protection. And then Malush said after that, let her stay in the dungeon was short-lived, but she thought over a lot. But at the same time, it so happened that she still cannot understand something, because the weaknesses are eliminated and the strong survive. The army was typed to protect it, but were not weak and died, and it, being strong and survived, it is so incomprehensible what the problem was then. Of course, those present were very angry and asked which of her the queen of demons, but she is so frivolous about her subordinates. The baby immediately looked at the one who said this and asked, did he really think that she had abandoned them? And in general, it is not clear to her whether they know what relations associated her with her own subordinates. At that moment, Marmolia burst out with laughter. She asked, did she really follow her friend? Decided to raise the noise from the army, which she herself lost. Most likely, she just started her head. Since she said this, Melju replied that this was not so, because more than in her mind. No matter how much I thought, all this would not initially be absurd, because they accuse her of what she is innocent of, and the punishment was generally determined before the trial. This is all in reality very childishly, but it is funny to observe how such an unforgettable supreme demon agrees with this farce. That's why she looked at the main one and asked Sir Ubar, was she really wrong? Marmolia, like all those present, were very surprised, because she turned to him, sir, and not a gentleman, so they began to ask what kind of disrespectful communication it was. And the chief said that they stop, which they would not say the mouth of the one who lost everything, and such words do not definitely hurt him. At the same time, the girl realized that she would not make an outcome. It would not change for her anyway. All these higher creatures should meet with the real higher. These kings of demons are so ignorant, and it is quite funny. And already from this simple thought, it still becomes easier for her. One of the verticals said that this such action of the defendant will be put forward a second punishment and the first must be fulfilled immediately. Another demon began to laugh and said that he would gladly help to do it. Now she will be very painful, so she asks to enjoy the young queen demon. And he is going to start precisely with the saw of the horns because it will be more painful. Only this creature wanted to begin their evil intentions as the dog barking was heard. Those present did not understand what kind of noise it was, because they stopped the events at the most interesting. Ubar also did not understand that it was the judge to scream, where the noise came from. Melu, in turn, felt that it was a landfill, but really he came running here. While the rest were discussing that the dog barking was heard in the sacred Judek, it was heard another voice that appeared and was immediately very familiar to the girl. He said that, in his opinion, to listen to the dogs barking is much nicer than all this nonsense that they carry. Melush thought that this simply could not be. She did not believe that she was here, and perhaps this is just dying hallucinations. Even if he begins, he is not there, and yet she thought if suddenly he is here, she would like to see him. Therefore, with tears in her eyes, she turned around in the hope and saw Mr. Pavallo. He, in turn, was sitting in a chair, as if at home, and greeted her, saying that he sees she had problems. Long before the incident, no less bloody situation occurred. In that battle, a sufficiently large number of kings of demons were killed, and the main character did this naturally, who realized that it was the last. In vain they only resisted the kings, and in fact nothing of themselves was. And suddenly inspecting the rest of the bodies, he asked if someone survived. Is this creature also strictly? Then it should be believed that he is the king of demons. Therefore, Dovolo approached him and asked how old he, according to him, unlike people, is difficult to say, so let him raise his head. The boy was very afraid, so he did not raise his head. And then the guy shouted with you. He looked at him. Then he declared what kind of horns were still fine and interesting. What is his name? Of course, the interlocutor immediately hesitated, and then said that his name was Ubar. And looking at the protagonist, right now, the king of demons remembered what happened before. From this, there was no face on him, so the subordinates asked if everything was in order with him. At the same time, the dog Melju rushed to her in his arms. The girl smiled and asked, did she not say to sit quietly and wait for her? But apparently, he just chased Mr. Pavallo. Marmolia was beside herself with anger when she saw what was happening. Referring to the two that arrived, she asked what they were for demons and who their king was. They probably lost fear if they distract them from the sacred court. Renee immediately got angry and asked how she dares. Let her know her place. But the hero asked to behave calmer, because if the truth is to tell, then she was right. He apologizes because I really did not want to interrupt them and they don't have a king in general. They just passed by. But even so, now he became very interested in what was happening here. It turns out that all those present became ashamed of Melry because she managed to lose everything. That is why probably so much noise happened about punishment and everything else. As a result, he is interested in whether he will ruin their possession, then following logic, they are all the same punishment. The kings of the demons were immediately beside themselves from rabies at that moment. Someone shouted that he was a jump who forgot his place, and not only did he dare to appear in Judek and insult the kings, and also threatens Mr. Ubar. The hero in turn noticed that he simply asked a question and nothing more. But the judge shouted that he would close his mouth because he would break him into such pieces that no one would collect in his life. After that, he rushed to the attack and using many of his blades. But the guy who stood right in front of him did not even move for a second and only began to yawn that it was very amazing. Suddenly, right before the demon attacked him, he was stopped by a huge amount of power. Of course, the king of demons looked at the protagonist, but he asked why they were looking like that, because he did not. And their king did this, at which he indicates right now. Those present in bewilderment or turned their heads and looked at him, asking what he was doing. Ubar was very angry at them, and it was clear that it was he who stopped his subordinate. And then he asked how those present dare to show such a disrespectful attitude towards the greatest. He apologized to Pavallo and said that he would personally punish him for raising his sword on the great. Marmolia was also surprised from this. After all, I saw that their main king of demons bowed to this guy and said that he was welcoming the highest creation of Mr. Padvallo. The rest, immediately thought, was it the monster that is the main boss in the core of antiquity. The judge, who was behind, asked the master why he did this, and the man thought he was a fool because he still did not notice anything. After all, if he hadn't done so, then this maid, he would have decomposed him. The hero looked at Ubar and said that he looks familiar, so it's interesting whether they had already met. And the main king thought that not only his subordinate, but all the other kings of the demons would have already been exterminated. Therefore, he respectfully turned to the highest creation and asked what led him to this place. The gentleman said that he remembered him, and his name, of course, was surprising, because he grew up very much and hardly recognized him. The man replied that all this happened thanks to his mercy, which he had given 900 years ago. Further, Dovolo approached him, and touching, asked to get up because he was here behind this. But the king of demons was just in horror, because he understood that here fear was simply impossible to forget, and everything was, like that time. When he suddenly appeared here 900 years ago, it was the same. On that bloody night the boy asked him why he came, and the ancient monsters, as then answered, how he himself thinks in this regard. But he said that he should not worry. Perhaps the fear of the past had not yet let him go. But this time he really was after another, the interlocutor asked. But why? And the master replied that he had come for Melch, which surprised the girl herself. Renee also came out from behind the guy and greeted the baby. She said that after long discussions they came to the conclusion that their dungeon needed her. That is why it is interested in whether she wants to become a member of the core of antiquity. The Queen of Demons was very surprised. And Renee continued to say that she came here in order to return the army, of course. They hoped that she would agree to become the managing one of the rooms in their glorious dungeon. And in this case, of course, it will place monsters that will become part of its army. The baby asked if she could become a manager. The interlocutor noted that this was true, and every member of the core of antiquity would help her to recruit suitable monsters. The hero at the same time noticed that he would not do this, so Renee said, of course, except Mr. Pavallo. The results of the guy stepped forward and said that this is why they came here. Then he held out his hand and asked to allow her to ask for one service, to which the girl agreed. At the same time, as soon as they tried to shake hands, Marmolia appeared that she shouted that she was against. The insignificance that is not able to cope with the army will become a manager in the core of antiquity. It is simply ridiculous. From childhood, she was compared with Melch and said that she was not so good, and now she had a chance to overthrow her. Turning to the greatest and powerful master, she is sure that this is reluctant, and he deceives him, so that he can ask her for this, because she is not worthy of this. But what about her? Because she, unlike Flickering, the true queen of demons with an ancient pedigree, if he allows her to take her place, then she will give him the heart, body, and soul. Then she reached for him with her hand belittling to do this, and then Renee rushed to her and immediately cut off this limb, with anger, asking how she dares to pull her vile little hands to Mr. Pavallo. From the injuries, the queen of the demons began to scream, howling her fingers were cut off. Ubar again turned to Mr. Pavallo and asked to forgive such rudeness, but he said that there was nothing wrong with that. The man replied that this was not so, because if he gives them this opportunity, then they will punish it properly. The subordinates of the demons immediately seized Marmolia and shouted about why it was so. Let her go. She also screamed, turning to Mel's that she sat in perplexity on the ground. After a while, Renee asked her if she regretted it. And he speaks of what had happened, because she was trying to ask her, and she would cut all these kings immediately. The girl replied that there was no benefit for the core of antiquity in this, and she understood that she decided not because of some mercy, yet the kings will now be considered her, so it is better to leave them alive and will be more benefit. Then she asked, but how he and the master generally found Judek. Renee replied that he could read the stars surprisingly. True, At the entrance there was an annoying guard who refused to conduct them, but this monster, from whom she led her smell, helped them. The girl disappeared, told him, and said that she expected this from the first soldier of her army of two-tone. She will do everything possible to become a worthy member of the corps of antiquity, but whether everything was fine, and Renee asked what she said. The girl is sure that the past managers were much stronger, and now she began to take their place. Of course, she will work hard, and yet a little exciting. The gatekeeper stated that if we say the truth, she does not fit the criteria, and doubts that she would last at least 3 years, and perhaps would not even survive tomorrow. The queen of the demons was upset and thought that she knew this, but hearing it in the face is like a knife in her heart. Nevertheless, Renee added, they came here after her, because Mr. Pavallo himself wanted so much, so let her try not to disappoint him. The girl immediately got up and said that she would try her best. And the maid noted that this, of course, was a good mood, and wants to say in advance that she had already received permission to recognize from Mr. Pavallo. The young interlocutor understood all this and asked where he himself went, to which she soon received an answer. The kings of the demons were still at the meeting, and there was an awkward silence between them. Suddenly, one of them violated her and immediately turned to Mr. Ubar. It was Bierman, who dared to speak out on behalf of the northern king of the demons. It is well known that the ancient monster, as well as the strongest dungeon among the bosses. However, even given this behavior, quite strange. In these, it, in turn, is not entirely acceptable for the supreme demon, and he sets this out, with all due respect to him. The man got up and said, if you cover about such behavior, then he hears his words with all his soul. It seems that they are afraid that he will undermine the authority of the kings. But another of those present said that this was not at all. And the previous speaker continued to speak partially. This, of course, is so, because if something similar continue in the future, then it will be very bad. The supreme demon from these words immediately got very angry and asked what they were, worthless and fools. Then he took advantage of the skill of the giant's hand and grabbed the one who opposed him. Having stated, did Bierman really think that he would take his audacity for noble courage and forgive everything? I suppose he was looking for benefits in his actions. But since he is so worried about the time on his shoulders, so let him try to take him to his own if he can. At this moment, the Supreme Lord was asked to moderate his anger a little, because the Northern King would die so. But the main one did not agree to this and continued to squeeze to the blood. Then he said those who think that he bowed his head due to weakness to voice his thoughts. After which the kings immediately knelt down and begged to forgive for their ignorance. Ubar said that this was enough from him, so everyone was free. He thought that this situation should serve as a lesson for them. By the way, it is completely incomprehensible to him how a child from the Agrea clan in general could contact an ancient monster. And while the man tried to calm down a little, just the main character appeared, who noticed, here he is. The Supreme Demon asked him what he still needed, and the guy said that he did not want to do this at all, but he thought, well, he decided. And the Ubar was again alert, because he knew that everything would not be like that. He already bowed his head, so what else to lose, if for the sake of the survival of demons? At that moment, the guy took out the thinner and noticed that they were the kings of demons. In addition, it was not clear to him why the interlocutor tensed so much, and suddenly he saw what was there. After some time, the main character's detachment moved from the ancient monastery. Renee said she could not even believe that the master was not too lazy to convene a sudden meeting of the kings of demons for their work. Pavallo said that they were wonderful friends and did not think that they would make so much effort, and the girl did not think that he would be passionate about this. Davolo was also very happy because he understood how good it was. He entrusted everything to the kings of the demon, instead of sticking to the hotel and sorting out the monsters himself. And finally they could join them and meld. She finished with her affairs and said, because now the member of the Corps of Antiquity asks to allow help with luggage, because they probably need help. But Renee said that everything was in order, and by the way, whether the girl decided all her affairs there. The Queen of Demons smiled and said that she did not need anything else here, because her goal has already been achieved, and how to go back, she will do everything to become a strong Queen of Demons. Now they needed to return to the Nect, and it remains only to weed out the remaining selected candidates. Soon, Madame Marmalie came several subordinates. They asked if everything was in order with her, and she saw that someone from the aim of her hand. But at the same time, it was not entirely clear to her what happened to her horns. They were cut down right now, so she realized that all this was not a dream. The guy said that she slept all day, so it is not clear whether everything was fine with her, but the lady replied that now it doesn't matter. She is interested in what was Marty. And this she heard that the girl left with the ancient monster, and this struck her. The guy asked not to worry about the horns, because the kings of the demons would find the right explanations of their absence. Although not the majority, but still many supported, they will also continue to follow, so they asked to forget about disagreements. Marmolia was beside herself from rabies, and told him to close his mouth. What other disagreements he thinks that she was his friend, but how he dares to say that. In any case, she should die and is useless to count on other kings. That is why someone is strong, who can oppose January of antiquity, and they definitely have the one who can do it. This is exactly the one who managed to make him his own enemy. Those in a completely different place, the wizard asked what led the guest to him, and next to him was R, who said that there was a question for the third eye. This case is quite urgent and concerns precisely homunculi. Upon arrival at the Knecht Hotel, the girls began to deal with the ads. Everything was painted in very detail, so the kings of the demon tried very well and stylized everything according to human requests for a raid. Renee noticed the master said, the kings were taken away only by those who were not inferior to them. So what is the great one? Melgu asked me. Really, even such strong monsters were not interested in Renee. The girl answered, because Elizabeth Korolev-Sukobov, her race and data speak for themselves, so even a rotary hitch than to use it skillfully. She tore this announcement and said that it was not suitable. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what about the other. He speaks of a giant lamia from the corner. Renee said that she does not need her description indicated that she stands out with her elegance and beauty. Therefore, this appearance was also destroyed and not suitable. She says, if you notice this honestly in this, then here only a bunch of ordinary monsters gathered. The Queen of Demons conceived, and judging her the logic that she too does not suit her according to the criteria, then everything is obvious. After all, it turns out that Madame Renee was also afraid of her beauty. In the capital, the leader of the Knights was in his office and worked hard. He was looking for various information in books. He realized that there was nothing about Pavalo. And in the head at that moment, the guy's thoughts about the destruction of mankind surfaced, so that for the sake of the security of the whole empire, we need to crush him. And for this, accuracy will need to collect all the masterpieces with which you can fight. Soon his thoughts were interrupted by the Goros that knocked on the door. The captain invited her to enter, and she asked him if it turned out that something. The guy answered, for starters, he would like to drink a cup of tea and only then speak in everything. The subordinate immediately understood everything, and with the help of his magic, began to pour tea. Then she put on the table and asked if this was enough. After that, the commander noticed from the fact that he found books of the most reliable information, there are only information about the core of antiquity. Although there are well-known facts, but as he reads, he noticed something that causes concern. And this aspect is associated with the personality of the gatekeeper and the meaning of the existence of the dungeon itself. The tentacles can be omitted because many like him have an unknown origin, but there are absolutely no records about the other two. The AR understood, even taking into account various variables, there are many oddities, many dungeons of huge evil strive to expand power. However, the nucleus of antiquity is unusual, so he said the main goal of Pavalo has not yet been disclosed. The girl listened to him and asked first to listen to what she was going to report to him. He in turn immediately raised his head and really asked why she came. The tracker was a little surprised by the efficiency and said that an urgent message came from the third eye because the Queen of the Demons Marmolia was asking for negotiations with him. Therefore, after some time, the captain of the Knights has already arrived in the city of Knecht. And there the representative of the third eye thanked that he responded to such an unexpected challenge. AR said that he had recently reported that the Queen of Demons requested negotiations. The interlocutor noted that this is true. This place was chosen by that side, and it seemed in a hurry he would not recommend to meet because it could be dangerous. And when they talked about this, the demonic side finally arrived. The girl looked at the man and said that she expected to see the old man at the head of the human organization. And in the end, it so happened that they have a young and rather handsome man here. The knight introduced himself, saying that he was the commander-in-chief and his name is R. Edelweiss Gal Riviston. I remember that the report said that she will come to a meeting without an escort. The girl answered, apparently, not only they promised this, but what to do. Further, the representative of the third eye said that their conversation should already begin. And when they sat down at the table, the commander-in-chief suggested going immediately to the matter. The Queen of Demons said that he was impatient enough, but she agrees. It turns out that near her castle there is a village of Rosoid, where about 400 people live, so if they throw something or break off something, its army will destroy it. The guy noticed that if they have something, then they are thrown away. It sounds small enough on their part. He wants to abandon their tea, because I would like in the future so that they would not resort to such tricks. Marmolia noticed, thought that he was a simpleton. She did not feel the aura of magic, but still they were not so simple. The captain said that it was not important and should be proceeded to the essence. After that, the interlocutor said that soon one of the roles of the demons would leave the Knecht. That's why she wants to be killed and said, she is too bloodthirsty. AR asked if he would really interview to speak out against the army of the King of Demons, whether it was worth regarding this as a request to become cannon fodder. The girl said that this is not so necessary to kill the Queen of Demons named Melge. If they finish her until she leaves the city, she will generously reward them. For those people in Manda, after all, they need bridges for biological experiments. After hearing her, guy immediately said that he would be forced to refuse her request. The Queen of the Demons began to laugh and said whether they rejected the deal, which, in fact, the problem should be sufficient. But the commander-in-chief said that this was not at all. and the interlocutor asked what was the problem then. Since he was in a hurry here, then something needed. Her manner of speech has changed a lot, so the guy said that it was rather a hurry to do something. Further, I realized that she had no fangs, so there should be no horns either. Besides, rather strange behavior, as if he was running from something. The Queen of the Demons, with whom they have never contacted, suddenly hastily asks for negotiations, or a trap, or something very serious. She suddenly got up and asked if he was laughing at her. AR asked if he was laughing because it wasn't she hiding something from them. After all, he asked for strange things to help get rid of the Queen of Demons named Melj. But the knight, in turn, perfectly understands that she has a patron. The girl's body moved again, and he realized that everything as he thought. Therefore, it makes no sense to get involved in the throne games of the kings. He rose and said subordinates that they were returning. Marmolia immediately screamed so that they waited a little. He was right, because, as she said, she has her own patron. AR replied that this himself perfectly understands, so they would pretend that there were no these negotiations. And only he wanted to leave the room, as the interlocutor said that her patron was an ancient monster from the dungeon of evil Plavallo. But for sure there is a way to kill this villain away from the eyes of this creature. The commander-in-chief immediately turned around and immediately said that he agreed to the deal. The Queen of the Demons was surprised that he immediately agreed to this, and the captain continued to speak as he promised. They eliminate the Queen of the Demons of Melj. The interlocutor was surprised when he called her full name, because she understood that she did not call him. So she asked if they still know about her, and the commander-in-chief said how he could not know about the queen to the demons who were next to the capital. It turns out that the girl said, the victim will soon leave the city, so you need to hurry. But for Marmolia, everything seemed strange enough. This man was clearly smiling, hearing the name of Pavallo, which means something is wrong here. Next, she said, whatever he thought there, let her leave these thoughts to himself, because he really forgot that they have 400 people from the village of Rosoid in hostages. She did not joke and seriously intends to kill them. Suddenly the commander said that he almost forgot they could just kill them. Such a queen did not expect demons, so she asked what he meant. And the guy ruthlessly answered, to die in the name of the great renaissance of a powerful empire will become a special honor for them. It turns out that negotiations took place, so it is time to get a reward according to the agreement. After all, as he remembers more recently, the girl promised them to provide monsters as experimental. And it turns out that one of them is right in front of him. After all, the Queen of Demons is a fairly good sample that is perfect. Her subordinates immediately told the girl to stand behind them, and did not understand how he dares to say that. The body of Marmolia began to tremble with anger, and she said that now this dirty man does not take her seriously. That's why she immediately ordered her subordinates to kill them all. But the commander-in-chief of AR only smiled when they hear her intentions. The next day in the morning, the main character woke up because he heard that someone withdrew him. It turned out that it was Rena who asked the master to wake up, but he said that he needed another 5 minutes, and the girl noticed that he said the same thing 3 hours ago. The gentleman said what another morning, because day, night, or everything else does not matter to them. The maid realized that everything was not so simple and said it was time to use this, and the interlocutor, she noticed, probably, talking about the very forbidden spells of total destruction. The guy asked in what sense they wanted to use it, and the girl tried to do it. As a result, the bright light spread throughout the room and in the neighborhood, so he shouted that he had already got up. So he asked to cancel his spell until it killed anyone, soon asked that it was still the demons could use holy magic. The Queen of Demons said that this magic is called genocide and this magic of light. Then Renee entered into a conversation and said, disarmed already rose, then let her have a breakfast she cooked. This is a baked goat, which is prepared with stewed vegetables. The hero saw the slurry, who was inside, and said how it turned out from this because it looks like a homunculus. After which the gatekeeper noticed that on the day when he was returning from Judeki, an answer came to the letter that Patrick was sent. The letter was a little thing that she took out and showed the master. The boss asked that it was still such a glass or a mirror, really wanted them to admire themselves. Mel's also looked at the contents and thought it was a magical communication device. It turns out that if mana pouring into it, then most likely she will work. The girl did this and asked if Patrick was heard on the other end. The guy looked at him and said that he had strange nostrils, and the interlocutor noted that he had only contacted, and he was already finding fault with him, and he did not like it. Although all this is completely unimportant right now, and he is interested in whether it was heard well, Renee wrote that it helps them, so he contacted to help also hiring. At that moment, the master asked him from where he got this thing. The skeleton said that he borrowed him, and the master should remember the large mirror in Batory's room, and this is his fragment. The hero was surprised, and did not believe that she had so easily lent him. The interlocutor added that she wanted blood in return, but as they know, he was in bloodless and countless night of death, and Batory was interested in the blood of a homunculus. Therefore, they managed to go on the blood of Renee, so ask if I understand the whole situation with them now. And right in front of the device appeared a girl who immediately greeted Patrick with an insane look. but there she did not see anyone and asked where he had gone. The knight pretended to be a bad connection and said that it was now real. He found out here that Melg was helping them, but the homunculus has already stated that he was too late because for the real Patrick, the blade has already been sharpened. In the end, the skeleton said that he should be going to business. He looked at the requests that Renee sent and, frankly, did not find a single remarkable monster. So he sent information about those that he found. Renee was surprised and said that she did not remember that she saw with a letter that, but she was told that it was attached from behind. As a result, monsters who were not in the requests were in those lists, and Patrick said that he really had to work in order to collect everything. By alone, they do not represent anything special, but together they can become a real threat, and some are even able to effectively use the advantages of caves. And so it happened that he did not put his eye for a long time. The hero was surprised from these words and asked how long it was. Was it really before they went with Renee to look for monsters? Patrick realized that he had made a mistake again and after that disappeared from the communication device. Melz looked and said, "It seems that this time he really turned off." The master noticed that there was nothing wrong with this because this villain will still receive his thanks. The demons with whom Marmolia came and the commander-in-chief said that they were really reliable. But who would have thought that they would come here with such a large army? Then the subordinate turned to him and asked if he could take a living demon. The main thing replied that he could do this and said that now let him get a well-deserved reward. And he turned to the queen of the demons, who was sitting on the ground, and she was guarded by 2 warriors. The girl asked if this person thinks that she would remain unpunished after this. If he does something with her, then other kings will also rise. The R, probably, it was worth mentioning earlier, but before that there was no case. Nevertheless, he helped him a lot. After all, it was thanks to her that they had the opportunity to deal with Pavallo. When Marmolia heard this, it immediately began to laugh, and the interlocutor asked what made her laugh. The queen of the demons asked how not to laugh what he was saying ridiculously ridiculous, with whom he was going to figure out. After all, she can assure him that this is absolutely impossible, and he has no idea how terrible this ancient monster is. The representative of the third eye noted that there was no need to listen to her further. He humbly thanks for such excellent material. The commander-in-chief immediately asked if he could make the plan. The interlocutor replied that he would certainly create the best homunculus from this queen of demons. The protagonist, along with his detachment, was headed to another point, but moved and not through the air to create, which created Melza. Before that, Patrick said that between his subjects, his master is the most important fidelity, and in order to achieve her to achieve the boss, you should start hiring monsters yourself. While Mr. Concrete recalled one of the girls informed him that it seemed that they had already arrived. He was glad that this finally happened, but did not show. The gatekeeper also said that the first candidate in the list is the guardian guard, guarding the neck. They say that he instantly recovers from the stones around him. Therefore, this makes him an ideal bridge for the dungeon, Davilo said, apparently. This guard, which Patrick spoke about. The queen of the demons looked and asked, is it really that he was restored instantly? She was told that for a magic golem, this is quite possible if there was an inner magic stone. The boss asked whether it means that they just needed to find and get this stone out of it. And Renee noticed, even if this is so, then she does not understand whether this huge affects their cave. The guard had already rushed to the attack on them, and the master said, if he climbed, then this creature will also fit. Suddenly she added afraid that this golem seems strong enough. That's why she will delay him, and even if they will be a stone, until he regenerated. But the hero stroked her head and asked him to calm down and relax. He was already so grateful that she delivered them. And so far he's going to deal with this creature quickly. That's why he jumped right onto the limb of the huge monster that flew into it. And at the moment when he was below the guard, he immediately slammed him with another limb. But naturally, the ancient monster, this attack was nothing, and he said that Patrick really did not lose him. And after that, he easily freed himself from dozens of tons of stone, which fell on him and crushed them. Then he smiled and stated that he really liked this candidate. Then he immediately hit him, and Golem was completely fragmented on small stones. Both girls were surprised from this how quickly he coped. At that moment, Renee told Melz so that she would not stand a pillar and found a stone, and she agreed. At the same time, Pavala was upset due to the fact that he got dirty and asked who was there further on the list. And in some of the strange caves, several cycles discussed the news among themselves. One of them said that after yesterday, the Galel disappeared from the quarry to earthquakes. And according to rumors, a flock of silver wolves, which was kept under the control of the plateau above the gorge, was also destroyed. So they don't understand if people tried, because if so, then they can also become the following. Suddenly the main came and said that they would cover their mouths that to experience ahead of time, because no one knows where their dungeon is located. And behind him was already a marshmallow, who asked if it was true. The Cyclops were all as one huge. Renee did not think that they were here, so Patrick was very impressive. The creatures were amazed and asked who they were and how they penetrated here. The maid said that they arrived with the proposal. After all, their dungeon needed monsters. But the Cyclops killed her because they realized that they did not exterminate everyone in the district, and at the same time, they did not understand how they could be here. The main shouted atomism with you, did not think that they would surrender without a fight. Renee was surprised from this and said, apparently the words are meaningless here. And the monsters did not even understand what they were talking about and why they behaved so carefree. Soon the Mr. Detachment was already heading for the subsequent point. Renee said that they were very weak. Indeed, before that, she could not even imagine that she would cut them off with just one blow. Then I asked who they had the next on the list there, and the interlocutor replied that it was a monster named Yaksha. And while he was not discussing this on a tree, someone followed them and said that it was amazing because they didn't get here. The interlocutors turned out to be a guy who hung upside down. He said that they had heard in the other side of the Cyclops at the fall, and Renee was surprised that the news had come for them so quickly. The guy went down and said that there was nothing to wonder why they think that people still have not found them, because people are able to extract information with incredible speed. The maid understood and noticed this, which means that they are already aware of everything, and she does not need to explain all the details. He answered, of course this is so do they really want to recruit him in their dungeon? Of course he agrees, but under one condition, and immediately turned to the fact that in black. After all, as he understands, he is the same landfill. Renee was already beside herself with anger and asked what kind of disrespect. Yaksha invited Boss to fight. Frankly, he always wanted to know how strong the ancient monster. Gomunkel asked how he dares to turn to the master on you. Let them agree. She will teach him herself. But the guy said, since he wants, then why not? Now they will look at what this is the show. The opponent smiled and immediately stood in the combat rack, saying that the new boss showed all its strength. The hero immediately asked if he wanted all the power, and soon it was all over. After some time, they arrived again at the hotel, and Plavallo said that he was already tired. He does not want to do anything, because for 2 days in a row they stomped without a break. They say, if you do something unusual, it can end poorly for a person or monster. Suddenly, Renee came up with food and asked, perhaps he at first eats. Unfortunately, there was no time to cook herself, so she bought in the city. As a result, while the boss ate, she looked that they managed to hire only Golem so far. After all, the Cyclops, as well as Yaksha, went to the other world, so she did not expect that he would fly away from one Sloban, and Arkan so often apologized for inexperience that the recruitment was in question. But on the other hand, she can say to Mr. Pavallo that they had a big catch, a good raid came out, killed everyone, and also got treasures. The hero asked if it was curious that inside these chests, this is a trophy, which mined from hunting for people, was suggesting to look together, because they did not look in a hurry. Soon the maid noticed, as expected, there are full of magical artifacts. The boss also connected and said that he was wondering if there is an artifact here, that he makes holes even in Patrick's bones. Suddenly he was very surprised when he found some flour and asked that it was still. The wizard thanked the commander-in-chief for providing such valuable material. AR replied that he should not be thanked because all this is for the benefit of the Empire. The interlocutor, he said, truly excellent, did not think that he would be able to get such a high-quality model, even if he looked, is he not beautiful? The commander only smiled because of this, and looked at the queen of the demons that was there. Then he said, if we talk about the beautiful, then this is certainly so. Although in truth, the appearance of a special role does not play, because the goal of the experiment to test the suitability of the sample, the wizard said that this is true, and they do everything possible. However, if it is now removed this hastily, the created body, then it will not last 2 days. The R said that there is enough, but the man said, in addition to this, an unstable process of personality suppression is unclear. He would receive the goals to keep him under control. The commander-in-chief assured that this was not scary either, the interlocutor said. Since he says so, he is sure he will receive the desired result, regardless of how to use it. The captain smiled and thought it was so, because this creation had already found his appointment. The protagonist looked at the plant in his hands and asked Melge, and asked if it was really a magical artifact. She looked and said, apparently this is so, but he was already used, so that only magic remained on his function, and now on the scroll, which does not allow him to fade. Renee said that it was Lycoris, and that means he would look cute on her hair. The queen of the demons agreed with this. And the main character at that moment understood everything and immediately said his subordinates so that she would stand quietly. But she did not understand that he was doing and tried to break out. Although very soon, Pavallo, pleased, finished his work. As they said earlier, he attached a flower to Renee and said that it was wonderful. At the same time, he thought that this girl always tries the most, and with arrival in Connect, he often began to notice her changes in her mood. I'm definitely not sure, but it seems as if she is expecting something from him. In addition, he never gave her anything like that. Melg just said that Madame Renee is very good. But the girl turned to the Glorious and asked if she was really going to her. He answered, of course, this should not even doubt it, but if you don't like it, then he will buy her better. Renee, in turn, smiled sweetly and said that she was very happy because of this. Davalo noticed that this is fine, and then it was finished with business, so you can finally relax. But she did not say to Turn that this is definitely not so, because they need to visit 2 more places. Of course, the main character was not enthusiastic about this and said that he did not want to do this. History at that time was in the capital and she was very bored. The girl did nothing for days, so she just died of boredom. She wondered what she was told, even when she would better refrain from using power in front of someone. This is especially true for the presence of the imperial family. Wynne understood that Gart was afraid that she could again be taken to the front line. But just sitting and inactive is even more difficult, because at this very minute someone in the Empire may be in danger. So she wants to at least make sure that in the capital it is now quite peaceful. That's why she went out of the room from the room in which she was and looked around. And then I decided that it would come out for a while, and no one would even notice it. But as soon as she went down behind her, he was the commander-in-chief, who asked where she was going. The same time he smiled sweetly and asked if she wanted to talk. History was indignant because of this and said that she needed to be warned when she enters. The interlocutor thought that now is the perfect moment when she could escape, so she went secretly. She asked how to escape because she would never have done it. He asked if she was talking about, and the girl immediately apologized for linging. Then she turned to the Era because she still could not ask him, and the captain told her to speak. It was evident that Wynne was worried, asking how the Gorus is now. From the day of the attack of a black disaster, when her hand became like that, she cannot decide to talk to her. After all, in the end, it turns out that the girl lost her hand only because of her. The commander-in-chief said that she still should not take all the concerns of the Empire on her shoulders. Of course, this attitude is commendable for the hero, but she should remember everything. And he says that all members of the Knights Order of Edelweiss Black Wolf are ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. The same applies to Gorus. Therefore, her hand was just a victim in the name of the Empire. In addition, the girl herself does not attach much importance to this. It seems that she thus takes care of Miss Wynne, so you should not smoke herself for it. Then he asked if he could ask her about one service, and the girl asked what he wanted from her. The interlocutor noted, "We are talking about artificial creatures that were developed in the past in the Empire. Recently, a message was received that anomalous phenomena were recorded in a research laboratory in the city of Connect Mercenaries. He rumors the creatures that they still remained at that facility. Fortunately, the laboratory is quite far from the city, so far there are no injured." Wynne immediately got up and said that she had to quickly report what had happened in Knecht. Suddenly she thought and realized that if the escape was publicized, then this would disgrace the Empire. Therefore, since the AR has the confidence of the Emperor, he must solve this problem quietly. The guy said this case requires a minimum number of participants, and also silence. This is a secret mission. And in addition, now it is not in the position of entering the forefront. Rash actions can arouse suspicion of the imperial family and the environment. History looked at him in surprise and asked what she was doing then. The captain said that he agreed with the controller of the teleportation center at the western gate of the palace and will soon be there. The coordinates were transferred and she should be there in 3 hours. The girl was on a platoon and said that he would run their cooking there. But the interlocutor did not want to let go so quickly, so he turned again, having finally stated that she should come exactly 3 hours later. The hero said that she understood everything and ran again to prepare. The guy also got up from his place, because he understood that he should also hurry, because this is a little time. And only he opened the door as he noticed in front of him, of a person. Which after he saw him said how kindly it was kind of on his part to open the door. Further, the old man said that they had not seen Sir R. The name of this man Eurasia was the third for a long time, and he is a dad. Then he asked the commander-in-chief, perhaps he should now be called his authorized person. At the same time, the interlocutor asked what brought him here, because he is a man that serves me his majesty. The clergyman smiled for this and only said that his words, as always, are quite sharp. But it turns out that he just wanted to know how the heroes and the support of the Empire feels. The guy immediately interrupted him and noticed how he knows, the hero of Wynne history, and Dad never intersected before. Even if so, does he really think that he will believe that he will only come to ask her well, being so unexpectedly? Now he is waiting for him, so he should go. At that moment, Dad said, and if he said that he came to meet him, will he believe? So he asked to give him only a couple of minutes of his precious time. After some time, the captain stood and thought what was on his mind. After all, making such an absurd offer right now is quite strange, and suddenly he saw that several dozen fireworks began to launch into him. And it was in honor of the fact that the punitive detachment of Diana Inrock arrived, and they congratulated him on the return. AR knew that Next Species is a city mercenary in which a third of the population is involved in raids. And according to the information reliable to him, somewhere it is here that Povalo is hiding. That you need to eliminate this ancient monster, they need more information, and for this, you will have to go to some risks. Suddenly, the subordinate came to the commander-in-chief and said that the preparation was completed, so they were waiting for further instructions. The captain thanked Sir Stormon for his work showed, and then a representative of the Third Eye arrived that they said that they were also ready. He asked to allow him to ask how he was going to find that Queen of Demons, who according to is hidden in Knecht. Then the R said, as a simple person, he does not have for this either means or special methods. Therefore someone is already looking for this demon, with much more zeal than they, and he intends to use it. Then he asked the man how much time they had, and he answered, 78 minutes left before the hero arrived. After hearing, the commander-in-chief said a little early, but it should begin. I also thought that the kings of demons could easily find themselves like, so there is a melting without difficulty, and then he will appear, so those present have to see a rare sight. In one of the bars, there was a real party. It was discussed that the dungeon was damn dangerous, and a miracle that they did without casualties. The sale of one of the guys went somewhere and was asked where he was going, and he replied that he was going to go out of little need. This man went out into the street. He felt that his stomach was turning very much, so in vain he rushed in a row. Suddenly he heard some strange sounds and said, to see, someone also went over. Therefore, I decided to approach him and ask what happened to him, but felt a strong stink. Suddenly, from the darkness, he examined that some monster devours a person alive. Therefore, immediately, grabbing the weapon, he asked how the monster could get into the city in general. At the same time, it was not clear in any way that it was for rubbish, but the homunculus that the man devoured and then attacked him. He had a huge force, so a person could not cope with them, and it's easy. In addition, as it soon turned out, this monster was not at all alone. The city manager stood at the highest point and saw what happened, so he asked what the hell was going on. The city gradually began to glow, so he said that even for the authorized empire this is already too much. Although not even so, even for the order of His Majesty, this is outside the rationale. But the wizard, who was behind, asked him to follow the tongue. The man at that moment thought that he knew the Third Eye allows countless human experiments, but to arrange a real massacre in the city center is already an overkill. The commander-in-chief immediately told him that one should not worry too much, because he would not reach the complete destruction of the city. The interlocutor asked what he meant when he said so. Suddenly there was another powerful explosion from the city, and so far the manager did not understand that it was the Ardor who finally said he was here. From the flaming city, as well as the rising dust, it was visible to power, so the man asked if it was also a homunculus. In addition, the commander of the knights said that it would not reach the complete destruction, but if these creatures begin to attend, the Knecht would be even more dangerous. As a result, if everything will go at such a pace, then the city and residents will be killed. Suddenly he looked at the main knight and realized that this could not be because all this was planned. The commander-in-chief only smiled and asked to calm down because it was just small victims. At that moment, he understood that, judging by the state of the city, Pavalo did not intend to destroy it. The fact that the ancient monster came to this big city and not only does not destroy it, but does not take any action at all indicates that it has another goal. Depending on the situation, it may prevent homunculi from destroying this city. Then he began to laugh and asked to take a look at this picture. Is it not delightful? Right now, there is a victim of the citizens of the empire for the benefit of the prosperity of the entire state. The city manager was horrified by this and thought that this person probably completely demolished the roof. Soon, the main character asked if that side was their hotel. One of the girls replied that it was, and suddenly everyone was surprised to hear the cries of despair from the master. At that moment he was horrified because he understood that his bed was destroyed. The squad Plavalo moved through the forest, and Mels was surprised from a large tree, because it was just like in the forest of Gathenia, the fact that this forest is still very ancient. The hero noticed that we did not deal with us, so the rest of the day probably you can lay down. Renee replied that it was true that they would rest and would return to the dungeon. And suddenly the pet of the queen of the demons of the state heard and began to growl, and she asked what happened. Then, after a few moments, a powerful explosion occurred, the shockwave of which flashed directly to them. And when those present realized what happened, the boss was in horror, because he was very worried about his bed. The gatekeeper at that moment told him that he could lie only on her knees. But Mels was concentrated on what was happening in the city, and felt demonic energy. That's why I asked if Marmolia was really there. Further, the hero noticed that he would have splashed Manu into the air, and the demon was surprised that he also felt her. The master saw that the queen of the demons began to worry for some reason, so he asked what was the matter. And the girl turned to both members of the detachment and asked if she could go the first in order to explore the situation. At the same time, a mess and chaos reigned in the city itself, and homunculi destroyed the inhabitants. He did not attack people with his great force, but they could resist without battle. But of course there were those who, with resistant to use their combat skills, as well as weapons. One of them was the same mercenary who was the first to meet the Gomunkulov. Now he slept from the resident and asked him to run away. But looking at that moment to the sides, I realized that these creatures have no accounts because they all arrived. Suddenly, a guy who thanked for assistance was nearby and asked if he was a hunter, and also said that they were from a detachment of Red Ursus. Burks realized that this squad of the highest rank were each member of the elite warrior, so understood that their help here is very useful. The new interlocutor said that they almost cleaned the surroundings and asked if he knew something to give their monsters. The man replied that he had no concept and introduced himself. Then he killed one of the creatures and said that he looked and not as an artificial creation, but Chonic's homunculi are completely different. But no matter how the main problem is, this is a huge creature. After all, this huge monster is precisely their main goal for destruction. The new combat comrade said that he would have to get closer for this. The man noted that he would go with them, may not say, but he too, but a rank. The guy replied that he would not allow this, because for him, it would be one way. Of course, he too was not safe from anything, Burkus. When he said this, he touched the man, and he thought he was really trembling. Although I soon realized that this was completely wrong, because this friendship belongs only to him. The guy said that he understands him with all his might, even though it is to protect the inhabitants of the city, but he should take care of himself and the people around him, and the rest he will trust him and his detachment of Red Ursus. Burkus said that he agreed and asked not to give up, to which he heard a positive answer. And after that, the guy with whom he spoke immediately rushed forward. And the man crouched to the ground, stuck in a weapon there, and shouted that he was here. The warriors of the detachment, which the guy recently talked about, tried to fight with a huge homunculus. One of them said that his ears are ringing and it is not clear what kind of magic it was. Also, at all, none of them could understand what kind of monster it was, because no one had met such before. It turns out that it was this monster that ruined their city. This rubbish just has a huge supply of mana, so you should not deceive yourself, many times more dangerous than it seems. Near the huge homunculus you have the same time, strange streams of mana appeared. When the leader of the detachment saw this, he shouted to the others, so that everyone rushed back. Only he told the parties dangerous, and the creature immediately began to act. Suddenly the wizard who was in their detachment said that this is the magic of detection, and not an attacking spell. Therefore, if they want to destroy it, then this should be done in one fell swoop. Then the leader of the detachment immediately ordered all his soldiers to open fire at the same time. When they did this to the creature, a flurry of various spells rolled. She began to growl, and this wizard said that everything acts perfectly, so that the attack should not be stopped. But the leader, looking at the huge monster and how he resists, understood that something was wrong here. Because although it screams quite strongly and does not inflict any damage apparently. Therefore, he decided to try the attack of close combat and throwing himself on the attack, shouted to die. Many Mongols only drew attention to him and managed to defend himself with the help of his strength. Although there was a powerful explosion so that the man's body flew away by several tens of meters. And when he landed on the ground, he felt a strong blow, so he could not move for a few seconds. But when a little came to his senses and managed to look up, he told the detachment that he could not cope with her. Suddenly someone appeared in the sky, and it turned out that it was a Marthes, that he was asked if Marmolia was really looking for her. When the man looked up, you saw that someone was soaring there, so thought it was really an angel. The former friend, even in the body of the monster, recognized the girl, and she said why she still became ugly. Is he really so much offended by her, which even turned into a monster? The homunculus immediately got very angry when she heard these words and rushed to the attack. Melryu too did not have the side and said that now they would put the end to this, after which she took advantage of the highest magic with black annihilation. Before everything happened, the girl flew and thought that several days had passed since the end of Judek. At the same time, there is no reason to stay in connect after the fact that she experienced, but this is demonic energy that calls her definitely belongs to her. Moving in different parts of the city, the Queen of Demons realized that this trace was leading right to the square. And now she told her ex-friend that even in this state she could not forget her hatred of her. Although she does not know what happened to her shortly before she regrets, she certainly will not. That's why she took advantage of the highest magic, so that a bright, dark flash immediately rushed towards the opponent. Soon she reached the body of the homunculus, and after that she began to scream greatly. The members of the mercenary detachment saw that the Queen of Demons was in the sky, but did she really defeat the monster with one blow? And it was also unclear why to kill her. Well, even though they are not interested in her, and in any case, in the current state they are not able to do anything, so they need to retreat faster. Her attack seemed strange, because although she used pure destructive magic, she couldn't die so simply. Despite the fact that people had fought with her before, and were hunters of the wound, the wizards from the detachment, whom she fled faster in order to escape, suddenly turned around. After all, he felt that the monster who fought with the Queen of Demons changed the properties of mana. Their reality soon the Marmoly itself began to crawl out of the body of the homunculus. Of course, her body was already not at all the same as the Queen of Demons, and she was rather a homunculus. The mercenaries, looking at this, did not understand what happened because this monster probably was still alive. Naturally, Marmolia heard them shouted and immediately paid attention to there. The girl immediately took advantage of the medium-level magic called the Silent Dagger. So most of the members of the enemy detachment were immediately killed with the help of her strength. And those who survived were horrified because they felt that a monster began to get to them. The former Queen of Demons came closer to them and took advantage of the magical explosion, as a result of which the huge dome of destructive energy spread around the district. And in his epicenter, there was only a girl in the body of a homunculus, and nothing more. Also in the sky of the meeting, there was the current Queen of Demons that turned to a former friend. Marmolia moaned in pain and told Mela that her body was melting, and therefore it hurt enough. Then she added that it seems that she dies, but there is something that pleases her very much. After all, even so, most likely he will have time to take a friend directly with him. Therefore she took advantage of the highest magic, piercing the earth of a whim. It is because of this that many spikes immediately began to appear from the ground and attack the opponent. But Mel's immediately took advantage of the protective magic, which blocked this blow. Then she looked forward and saw several streams of mana, which retreated back. And the ex-friend at that moment prepared for the attack and immediately jumped up. We grabbed the girl's staff and said that now she is definitely similar to the Queen of Demons. At that moment, their forces collided with each other, and it was clear that, although they were equal, they were very strong. The commander-in-chief was asked if he was pleased with what was happening, and he replied that he really likes it now. He understands why they were so sure. Then the old man smiled and said that he waited a little more, and he will witness a more exciting sight. AR was delighted from this, and said that he could no longer wait for this, because he understood that everything was going according to plan. And the former friends at the same time continued their serious battle among themselves. The girl who was in the body of the homunculus felt that her body was melting more and more. And also she realized that her power was holding something, so looking down, she saw the ice. Melgu thought that she had almost no mana left, but the opponent's body would not last long either. That's why the girls just hold out, and the victory will be exactly behind her, so she wants Marmolia to freeze a little in the ice. But unfortunately her plans could not come true, because she felt that the body pierced several limbs. Naturally, this attack was created by the former Queen of Demons, after which she began to laugh very much. And then, flickering a little exhausted body, she immediately pulled to her and hit. In this battle, as before, the girl was just crazy, so she laughed and said that now she would be a little painful. Then she took advantage of her new magic, which was called the Rejection of Sylphida. But fortunately, she could not complete this attack because she managed to defend herself, discarding her opponent. And when the Queen of Demons landed on the ground, he realized that she had already spent the whole mana. The situation was a similar situation when she defended teleportation by the Ion Center by decree of Mr. Pavalo. Then he appeared, and she fell, and then something else happened, although it was strange, because as if she had found at that moment to remember. Then the girl raised her head up and realized how to die, so she apologized immediately before the master. Until the last, she regretted that she did not even manage to start the work that he entrusted to her. Further as exhausted, she fell to the ground and only finally turned to Dad. Renee, who was in the vicinity of the city, asked if everything would be all right with Melj. The hero replied that she would cope, because it seems stronger than it seems at first glance. But the gatekeeper said that this demonic energy is very strange. And the boss replied that it is still not possible to worry. The girl herself is not aware of this, but she is a very outstanding Queen of Demons. Then he turned to the dog that he was nearby and asked if it was true. And the Queen of the Demons herself, after she lost consciousness, woke up and turned to Mr. Pavalo. The commander-in-chief, who looked after what was happening, said that in the end, the Queen of the Demons was defeated. The change in the formula, as expected, showed an excellent result, but what exactly they changed? The interlocutor noted that he had previously tried to obtain crushing power, minimizing binary effects, such as gap. But her case, he concentrated exclusively by violence, closing his eyes to everything else. This girl is really very unstable, but the size of her power is simply undeniable. AR perfectly understood that all these aspects are vital for the upcoming raid. Therefore, everything that happened here will definitely need to measure the power of Pavalo. Then he noticed that for some reason, the ancient monster was in no hurry to think. So I thought, whether Melg still had nothing to do with him, in this situation, everything will end even before the arrival of Win. In this case, you need to have time to get at least some information about him before it appears. But where is it not clear where it is not clear? Suddenly, the old man turned to him and asked to look at the battlefield. Naturally, the commander-in-chief immediately did it and was very surprised when he saw what was there. I still melt the balance in consciousness, and looking around I thought, was it really Mana Mister? Marmolia also looked forward and was too surprised when she noticed what had happened. Because right in front of her, as if you were the most ancient monster and felt, it is very good. Because of this, the girl was very angry and immediately rushed to the Queen of the Demons that stood below. Melg, of course, noticed this attack in order to defend myself, took advantage of her spell. Since she did not have a large amount of mana, she used an ice spear, which was not such a strong attack. But the consequence, she was very surprised when she saw that the opponent's bodies were frozen, so she asked herself how it could be. As a result, it was her usual spell, but his power differs several dozen times. The baby thought that she had accurately used all the remaining forces to discard Marmolia, and in this state, she had to die from exhaustion of mana and loss of blood. But it is completely incomprehensible how Mana Povalov was inside her. To all this, all the wounds disappeared, but did he really do something with her in Riaz? The girl decided to make sure of this, so she took advantage of the discovery of life. The former friend was still conscious, so she asked her to die as soon as possible. So the marshmallow completed her attack and said, finally everything ended. Then you thought that if she was careless with this black mana of the master, she would be torn apart even before the blow of the oblique Marmolia. It was actually dangerous, so you need to return to the boss as soon as possible, and she will soon ask him about Manette. Suddenly she heard something strange and thought of a similar fatigue takes her, so that sounds were already in the way. But in reality it turned out that it was exactly the sound that she thought about because she made her ex-friend, something crawled out. The baby saw that this was a rather vile creature. It is not clear what it was. In addition, it turns out that she eats the body of Marmoli right now. Although this is not true, because most likely it simply absorbs her mana. Melish thought she didn't even know what it was, but she was not obliged to deal with him. Her rival was dead, and she fulfilled her duty, like her friend. So I decided to distract this creature with some simple attack to avoid with the help of teleportation magic. But when she flew, you felt a strong blow, and the blood immediately poured out of the mouth, and the strength left the body. As a result, the demon realized that it was a return, and this was just the price for using someone else's mana. She turns out that she has no time for this, so you need to get up as soon as possible and get out of here. After all, a creature later, after a few moments, immediately threw its limbs in her direction. The baby realized that she would not have time to dodge, so she already thought that she would die. But the end of the monster's attack was not possible to happen because the body of Mel's was thrown back. And she did it to Renee, who discarded her and arrived at the battlefield. There was also a beast that easily caught the Queen of Demons and saved from strong blows. Further, the gatekeeper said that she had already begun to worry, that she was not so long, but she has encountered. As a result, Melzu realized since he is not both here, and Mr. Podvallo is here too. Indeed, the guy approached them and asked the girl how much he could wait, because he almost fell asleep. Then he asked Renee whether he could, as she did all sorts of extracts with cables, and the girl replied that the newcomer could inadvertently and in half cut herself. But even so, he will definitely succeed, and she is sure of this, although the hero said that he would probably refrain better. Then he looked at the creature that was in front of him and said, "It seems this is some kind of snot, and it becomes more." As usual, he did not like it at all, because it was definitely trouble. Then the interlocutor noticed that now everything would settle, but he replied that there was no need to do this. Then he became more serious, and preparing for the attack, said that he himself would do it. The monster immediately rushed to the attack on him, using one of his limbs. But for Pavallo, this attack was nothing, and he easily blocked him with his hand. Although the explosive wave, which turned out from the production, scattered in different directions, and the limb of the creature was immediately deformed because the blow came quite powerful. The hero looked at this slippery opponent and asked if he really wants to shake his hand. At the same time, Renee asked the queen if the witches did not want tea, and the girl was surprised and asked where she got him from. What the interlocutor answered, to be prepared for such a common cause for a maid. While he was not engaged in tea drinking, the lord torn the units from the monster that was his hands. And then he threw him in different directions, and the blows were very strong, so that the body of the creature collapsed. Soon, Melryu asked if he was so throwing him so, and Renee replied that she should not worry, because there is nothing strange about this because the master is fighting him. At the same time, the main character from trading, the main characters told the essence that he would look strong. But what will happen if he tries to fight him with a different method? Next, the guy went to the sloking monster and began to pour a sufficiently large number of mana into it. The body of the homunculus began to not hastily swell so that the hero realized that it would explode, and in the end, it happened. Of course, he did not want this at all and realized that he poured a lot of mana here. In order to defend herself to Renee, she used an umbrella, but the Queen of Demons was covered with mucus. Then the girl thought that this creature was really incredibly strong. The last majority of the kings of demons. What to say about ordinary dragons? Nevertheless, Mr. Pavallo easily coped with his power. Then he went to the girls and said that the hunt was to sleep. Renee asked him to be careful because this slurry could get into his mouth. The dog of the demon queen just dragged a piece of flesh. The guy became vile because of this, and he asked why this rubbish was dragged here. Then the baby said that this was not rubbish, but a piece of the flesh of Marmol. At first the interlocutors were surprised, but then they remembered who this is, she said when she met her. She already looked strange, but then it came out of her. It absorbed her body. Perhaps this is some kind of parasite, but it is embarrassed by a couple of moments, given how many of them around this version is not like the truth. Renee immediately drew attention to these gizmos because they seemed familiar to her, so she turned to the master and said that she realized what it was. It turns out that what is now scattered and what was the homuncule girl. On the tower, a representative of the third eye was disappointed that his new creation and the pinnacle of alchemy were destroyed. And the Cossack said even by the standards of the dungeons of evil, this creature should have ended for at least 3 minutes. The commander-in-chief immediately told them that it is not worthwhile to look for excuses so desperately. After all, he perfectly understood that it was expected. No matter what monster the alchemy would give rise to, he still could not cope with Pavalo. However, since he dealt with him so quickly, to call Win was superfluous, so they returned to Riaz. Then he turned to the master of the tower and asked if that person was in order. He replied that everything was fine with him and the commander-in-chief, and noticed that the deal was completed on this. The interlocutor did not understand what this person was talking about and asked to wait a minute. It turns out that he called it a victim for the sake of the future empire, but how he could just leave. It turns out that all these deaths were in vain, in his opinion. The commander-in-chief stopped and asked what other vain. Let him only look that the brave warriors of Knecht successfully defended the city. To all this, the damage was half as much as they predicted, and is it not? The master understood everything, and immediately in despair fell to his knees, because everything was clear. But leaving here, I realized that these deaths were not in vain, because they nevertheless removed something. They were accurately convinced that such an ordinary power is insufficient in order to update the ancient monster, and learned that he had the one for whom he was ready to act himself. But the main thing is because of this disaster the war will break out, and this is an event that cannot be dispensed with the strength of masterpieces. Destruction in the city is perceived as ordinary skirmishes between people, as well as monsters. Indeed, according to external signs, no one will guess that the homunculus was made. The subordinate stated that behind the lane is now a teleport leading to the capital, and his subordinates are already there. As soon as he wanted to continue his conversation, as he stopped and asked everyone to stand too. The commander-in-chief was surprised, and the man said that he had just received a message about the appearance of an unknown violator in the teleportation center. It turns out that he is only one, and this is a monster form. AR realized that this maid with a blade probably, she was trying to block their paths to retreat, which means that they learned about the involvement of people in this. So most likely homunculi are able to recognize their own kind. The guy ordered to immediately return to the magician of the magician and install a temporary teleport there. Mana circulating under the tower should be enough for teleportation. As soon as they tried to do this, an attack was immediately made on them, but the commander defended his subordinates and repelled it. Suddenly, the knight who defended him saw that something clung to the weapon and began to pull, so he shouted to the storm that he would stay here, let him take care of the commander. And the man noticed Gvin that he did not doubt his strength and courage, but how he was going to cope alone. He shouted subordinates that they were now cut off, so let them hurry and go quickly. The old man told the commander that he should go, but the R was worried. Then he stated that in no case would he forgive death, not provided for by the plan. After that, the commander with the rest of the detachment went to the Tower of Magicians. But the guy who stayed told the girl that he knew that she had carried away the lives of thousands of hunters. Therefore, he was very well heard about her bad glory. And in order to fight her, he asked to appear a maid with a blade. On the way, the navigator told the commander that his senile mind is not completely clear, but his will. Namely, why he allowed Sir Gwyn to be alone. In response to this, A was asked if he believed that he was there alone. It turns out that the old man is really well aware of the abilities of the one who was not left. The storm said that he was really in the know, and it was even more difficult for him to understand this, because at least another knight should have exposed help. Then the commander-in-chief noted that it was wrong, because he would only interfere. And all this due to the fact that they know very well, Sir Gwyn is blessed by spirits. Finally, a battle occurred between the knight as well as Renee. Soon, the buildings and walls near which were a man were destroyed. This was done by a girl who noticed that the master ordered to destroy the teleport and kill suspicious people. Gwyn asked if she was going to play with him since he was left only one here. In response to this, the homunculus immediately stated that this person should be less idle, because she sees that he is looping. Let's win the time for the escaped. Therefore, she rushed to the attack immediately and asked if he thought that Renee would not guess about it. In order to protect himself from his rival, the guy immediately put his weapon. At the same time, the girl easily destroyed this weapon and said that for one person he holds well. Suddenly, the knight changed his face and immediately turned to his spirits. The gatekeeper immediately jumped, because I realized that everything is not so simple here. It turns out, he is not just a swordsman, and all this time, he accumulated Manu. In addition, you feel bright alien mana, and these are probably perfumes. They just rushed on the attack on the girl in order to limit her from the owner. But Renee was completely difficult, so she managed to dodge and jump up. Then I accumulated a little more strength, immediately rushed into a counterattack. But the water spirit with the help of his strength blocked her path with stones. although this did not stop the girl, and she made her way further with the help of weapons. Then both spirits united in order to fight easier against her. The homunculus landed on the ground, and when she looked forward, she was surprised. Because this time the path from the wind, as well as stones, degenerate the path. It turns out that this typhoon consists of a huge amount of mana, and the space is literally saturated with the power of higher magic. Gwen at that time rejoiced, and thought that it would be for her for underestimating people. This is what would become a dungeon for this monster. Suddenly Renee noticed that managing the highest spirits, and especially two at the same time, very entertaining. After that, she immediately grabbed the weapon and prepared for the battle. In a temporary shelter in Knecht, it was restless. Burkus was asked to stop, because the detachment of Ursus was defeated. But the man was persistent and asked if they were really offering to just give up, because it was necessary to act, and the interlocutor asked if he was going to do this alone. He replied that he did not know this, but he could not just wash off here, and at least just check what is happening to the city. Then the leader of their organization was asked to stop him, because the body is not even recovered. And the main really noticed him that this time I would allow me to act alone. Let everyone carefully listen to the instructions in the center, and the magician of the magician may be survivors, and they are their goals, so it is necessary to clear the bouquets of the places. The detachment of Diana Enrock performs together, and one should expel these damned monsters from their city. Suddenly, a man looked at the city and asked everyone to see there, because the guard appeared. This guardian from the mountain ridge should have come in order to unite with the detachment and save them. The girl said that this is good, because the power of this monster is very large, and she will help them. But Burkus was alert at that moment, so she asked what happened. The man saw what should not be seen to anyone, and therefore shouted right away, "Everyone ran away with you." This was due to the fact that Golem apparently was not going to help them, but was going to destroy everything he sees. So soon this huge stone block immediately attacked the city. A little earlier, the main character communicated with Patrick and told what was happening with them. The gatekeeper asked, did she really do something again? And when everything got out of control, he decided to invent this nonsense. Pavallo realized that he was opened, but asked who he was holding him for. And the interlocutor said the place where the Gomunculov of this Imperial Alchemical Society could create, and judging by the scale of the precisely involved empire, he may assume that the Queen of Demons came into contact with people and a conflict arose in the process, as a result of which she was captured. Such Korolev usually decapitates, and they are all killed, and then the bodies are exposed supposedly to raise the fighting spirit, but this is cruel. Didn't they refuse it? Turning it into a homunculus and releasing the city means that they had some kind of insidious plan? The hero noticed that he was talking about this. After all, there is definitely something unclean when he was looking for Renee. He saw a homunculus that was able to fly. But in comparison with him, he was not at a completely different level. In the past, he prompted everything so that all materials of the research should have been destroyed. Patrick was angry and asked that here is uncleanly everything that could say, at such a pace in a few years, they will see the results at the level of Renee herself. Pavallo immediately remembered the forces of his gatekeeper and said that it was really scary. He was tired of everything, but you can't leave everything as it is. It is interesting how to find out where they are starting something. You may need to demolish the whole city. The interlocutor said that this was true, and the hero was surprised. Patrick noticed whether he would think that people would have left without viewing the sample created from the Queen of Demons. They probably watched from somewhere. The boss asked, probably they also followed him, the knight said. They touched the flicker and followed him. But this seemed little so that they ran away, leaving the samples. Then the gentleman said that in this case he would act, but the interlocutor himself stipulated to do this, so let him not complain. The gatekeeper said that he understands everything perfectly, because if he has to, let him equalize this city with the earth. And soon the protagonist informed his comrades that the great Patrick gave the good to them to smash everything here. What if she heard powerful blows and looking at the stone golem noticed that this species was beautiful? Apparently all people gathered there, so tracking their movement and has become much easier. But on the other hand, there is a teleport, and judging by Maine, there are two higher spirit. That's why Renee most likely fights with a rather strong opponent. Since such a cool type here, most likely, Imperial cones are still spinning somewhere nearby. Gradually, in turn stated, if we talk about the main gate, you cannot worry. After all, she watches them through a general review, and no one will slip by for sure. Her body was already allowing. It became so that let her leave it. The hero was surprised and thought, was the gate not on the other side? But he said, since everyone is doing well on their own, then it would be time for him to do something. Therefore, he went to the bell, which was nearby, and immediately took it to hold his hand. Then he examined the surroundings on the subject of what was striking well. When I saw a huge tower, he immediately threw the bell there, saying that he would start with her. That moment the knights were just at her foot and were surprised when the tower collapsed. Those present did not understand where this thing flew from. Really, the ancient monster threw it here. The danger was also that the tower falls right on them and everything was bad. And in order to protect themselves from her, the wizards put the dome and blocked the wreckage. Fortunately for them, they managed to hold the whole severity of arable land, so no one was injured. One of the wizards told the mister to the authorized that the temporary teleport in the same way as the crystal in the center should accumulate mana. But due to the fact that the tower collapsed, it will take about 10 minutes on this. The commander-in-chief turned to the storm and asked how much Uin was left before arrival. The subordinate noted that it would take 5 minutes. The guy realized that the teleport, which destroyed the maid, was just a device. The coordinates leading to the Necht have not gone anywhere, but it is bad if Win encounters her and caught the eyes of Pavalo. This is very bad because a girl without a complete apocalypse is absolutely powerless in front of him, so that this time she will definitely die. At the same time, the old man turned to the commander and asked to give the order to return to the teleport. And then he gives the word that will bring Win history here. Gwyn, who was on the battlefield, realized that the strength of the perfume is definitely not omnipotent. The appeal requires significant time spent, as well as mana. So much mana goes to their maintenance that time goes against him. However, with this typhoon, the advantages are now behind him, because even if the girl bursts himself, he will simply block the way with the spirit of the earth. Most importantly, now it is to remember that his goal is definitely not a victory. And before all of his mana completely runs out, only 3 minutes remained. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong with his feet, but did not understand that it was now. As a child who admired the heroes, he read a story about one subject with a dry-speaking name. Being high in the sky, it seems to be a small point, until it falls anymore as the guillotine becomes more. Gwyn did not understand how this could happen at all, so that his body was cut into several parts at that moment. The monster defeated him. Then he fell to the ground and began to bleed, and the spirits that were recently called for began to gradually disappear. In the end, the guy only asked Renee how she managed to do this. The girl said this blade and the cable can be freely stretched for tens of meters, so such a hurricane is definitely not a hindrance. Then she asked whether this person really has a blessing of the patronage of spirits. Even if he is already half cut and healing does not return him to life, he will not hurt to make sure of this for sure. And only she wanted to do this, as she heard that someone was turning from behind her. Therefore, immediately turned to him to fight further. It turned out that it was an old man who was delighted that she had stopped. He understood that Gwyn had a blessing, so it was necessary to win some time, a little time. But he was shocked when he saw what happened after a few moments. After all, Renee ruthlessly approached his comrade's body and pierced him with a sword. Of course, because of this, the Bamber got angry and immediately rushed to the attack. And the girl looked at this and said, "It seems that you can hear more from him than from a half-trap." Her weapon immediately flew in his direction at high speed. The knight did not attach much importance to this, because he understood that this was just a tiny blade. But after a few moments, he was discouraged from the fact that it increased several dozen times. Fortunately for him, the man could hardly recapture this weapon, and it flew up, landing on the ground. Then the old man thought that throwing the weapon was a mistake for her, and went to attack. But the girl immediately reached for her weapons, and it fell like a guillotine again. Therefore, the knight had no choice but to block this attack. At that moment, Renee said that he was better, told everything that is known about Marmolia and homunculi. Otherwise, she will simply kill him, and that will be over. After a few moments, the shipman was in horror because her weapons increased several times. That's why he said further that the victory was behind her. But even so, in vain, all the parties that she spent so much time on the old man. After that, Renee heard that someone was approaching her and calling her a monster. But it turned out that it was History, who immediately rushed to the attack. After a collision with Renee, the girl immediately landed on the ground and stopped. The old man saw what happened and thought that it was expected from the hero. She threw away the maid with a blade with one blow. What is still an incredible power, because the funnel from the blow was very deep. At the same time, the commander-in-chief thought about the fact that their priority was returned unscathed, and a temporary teleport would work without any problems. In addition, the old man whom he sent will lead Win in safety, so now there should be no deviations to the plan. Let the maid with the blade recognize the homunculus. This fact does not reach the people of the empire. Suddenly he remembered the landfill and immediately frightened. The wizards noticed his anxiety and that he fell, so they asked if everything was in order with him. The R said that everything was fine and asked how many before activation and teleport. It turned out that only 3 minutes needed, so he asked not to be distracted by him and continue. At that moment, he thought, was it really a hallucination? Because the fear in his memory would not let go of fear. Suddenly someone appeared, stated that the great commander himself had fallen, and even allowed such a mistake. It turned out that it was Goris. She noticed that the master of the towers of Palyaris sent a request for help to the imperial court. Fortunately, she intercepted her. Otherwise, what was happening would be revealed here. The captain said that he nevertheless did business. But since she was here, it means that Win has arrived too. The interlocutor noted that he understands everything correctly, and the Knights of the Black Wolf Edelbrace arrived all to one. She does not know how much this corresponds to his plan, but Gwyn is dead, and the storm is wounded. Besides, history entered the battle against the maid with the blade instead of him. AR immediately asked if she did not receive instructions from the old man. The girl replied that she did not know from them because she immediately went here as she arrived. The guy was alert and shouted that they needed to rush, and Gart was surprised, asking where he was so suddenly gathered. The interlocutor replied that all knights need to urgently get out of here. But it was too late because the Queen of Demons, with the help of her strength, spotted them. Therefore, she reported this to Mr. Pavallo, and he understood everything. On the battlefield in the dust that rose, she began to gradually subside. Naturally, the arena was still alive, so she looked angrily at her offenders. And the Stormmen told the rest that they would not enter the battle with her. The interlocutor asked why here is the heroine and the entire knightly order, and there is only one monster against them. The old man immediately stated that this was the commander's order, and so that you can't stay here for a long time. The other members of the order immediately screamed so that the wind would leave now, but the girl was at a loss, asking why this was so. Let them only give her only a little time, and then she will immediately turn out with this monster. As soon as she was going to rush to the attack, when she heard the commander who asked her to stop. The commander-in-chief said that now they should retreat and regroup, but history again asked why this is so a great chance to destroy the gatekeeper of the core of antiquity. AR said perhaps this is already new, too inappropriate, although the chances will initially fall out. Of course, the heroine did not like this, but she said, since he says this, then she agrees. Further, everyone was ordered to immediately go to the temporary port, but suddenly the teeth of Danda came to them. Further, she came up earlier and inquired where they all gathered. After all, Mr. Podvallo entrusted this place to her, so no one will leave here. The girls saw that their black-haired leader and a similar situation became more complicated. Besides, the blue-haired girl was satisfied with strong. Renee had to fight with many troops of the highest rank, which invaded the dungeon, but not a single person demonstrated such a destructive power. Moreover, if it concerns the instant splash of energy, so the girl turned to history and said that she would kill her first. The heroine was surprised, asking if the monster also has a name, but if she can kill her, then let her only try. The gatekeeper, because of this, was even more angry and asked how she dares to bathe from the name given to her personally by Mr. Pavallo. Suddenly, those who were on the battlefield were surprised because they saw butterflies in the sky. The commanders immediately reported that it was magic. And suddenly they heard a familiar voice to Payne, who asked what was happening here. It turned out that this was the main character who said that he had come here for Renee, but here everyone had gathered. Then he greeted those present, emitting his incredible power. And looking at the people who were right in front of him, he said that these were familiar faces. They were very afraid of only one of his eyes, and the guy said that he remembered everyone. It seemed to him that he would never see them again, because people are short-lived. This is bluish-lacked protein Lateg and red-haired who talked about the whereabouts of Renee, and also a fearless villain who leads all of them. They met again, but there are so many people in the Empire, but is it not wonderful? The commander-in-chief thought, since the ancient bridge did not erase the city from the face of the earth, but came to look for the guilty, which means that there is his own reason. Then he came up and bowed to the master, saying that he remembered him. This great honor also asked how his well-being. The main character asked him not to courteous and asked if this was true, but the interlocutor apologized and said that he was not involved in this incident. Then the guy was surprised. Was he really not here just because of the joke because they came from the capital? The R assured that the prophet exclusively for the settlement of the situation, and if Mr. Povaloa wants to find the guilty, they will be happy to help. Then they looked into each other for some time. Soon, the master turned and said, Renee, that they were leaving because he was tired to death. The girl agreed, but soon he saw blood on her face, and the commander-in-chief thought whether it worked. Due to the experience on his body, sweat even performed, which expired to earth. And when he saw that the ancient monster began to leave, he even smiled a little. But after a few moments, the main character turned out to be near him and asked what he was smiling. AR was very scared, asking where it came from, but the subordinates immediately rushed in his direction in order to protect. At that moment, Plavallo asked if he thought he could be so easy to get rid of. The hero said that he had the dead in the capital, but now he had not crossed the line. And he said to this after he saw blood on Renee's face. In particular, he was angry with the main commander, to whom he arranged all this. What if the master saw that several arrows always flew from some strange person? He was very wounded and shouted to Madame Wynne so that she would immediately take the captain. The girl, for a second, without hesitation, did it and jumped in the other direction. Also, Garrett shouted in all the other knights so that they would cover them. At the same time, Dovallo realized that everything is bad for him to act on his nerves again. After that, an explosion was on the site of the region, but he survived, then held out his hand, using his already attack. AR realized that he would leave this name, so he shouted about it. But suddenly the same knight jumped out to defend them, who defended them, covering them with his body. Then he smiled and said that this time he was faster. and before falling and losing consciousness, he asked to take care of the heroine about the commander. The girl was horrified by what she saw in front of herself, and her consciousness was again clouded. That's why she was very angry and was going to rush to the attack right now. But the commander-in-chief grabbed her hand and asked not to do stupid things, because he understood how it would end. The interlocutor did not understand why he was stopping her. While they were discussing this, I understood the Gorus. It is important to prevent a collision of Win and Pavalo, and for this you need to use teleportation. This is a black mana that is around them, as if a poisonous gas and breathing is becoming increasingly difficult. The movement of the knight slowed down, and it is difficult for her to accurately calculate the coordinates for the teleportation spell. And this is really very bad because they should at all costs find a way to break through. I thought a little about what you can do. She immediately turned to Einar. The man of course heard her call and said that he understood everything. But the main character, continuing to use his dark power, asked how much it could be resisted. The knight thought he needed to discard the black bath so that the time to concentrate on the magic of teleportation would appear. And this can be ensured by blocked by the energy of landslide, so he took advantage of the third of the masterpieces called the Wall of the Mind. The heroine noticed what was happening because the man rushed to the attack and tried to stop him. But after a few moments it turned out that it was too late, because his hand in which the shield was located was immediately cut off. Those present, who saw what happened, took it with horror. Naturally, this made Renee, who said that he did not know what he was going to do, but while she was here, he would definitely not come out. And after a few moments, Einar was killed by the power of the protagonist. For history, this was even more shock, because she did not expect so many comrades would die now. Therefore, she was very angry, only shouted that she would kill him. AR understood that she was simply losing his temper, so he tried to stop her. But the girl was just beside herself and did not even hear what was happening around. Therefore, in order to stop her, the commander-in-chief attacked and held her. Naturally, Win shouted that he would let her go, but R said that she could not lose her for anything, so he begged to stop. Pavalo looked at what was happening and asked what they were doing. Suddenly, a storm rushed to the masterpiece and immediately grabbed him in his hands, after which he took advantage of his strength and immediately activated the Wall of the Mind. The gentleman looked at what was happening and asked that it was still. Further, using his dark destructive magic, he directed it towards the dome. The old man saw that this power was distorted, so he asked if he blocked her. The main character was really surprised because he realized that he was so strong. And then he asked perhaps he should also add a little seriousness. So soon those present noticed that his face had changed to a huge ancient monster. In addition, those present were horrified that spells appeared right in front of him, and there were a lot of them. Gart understood a little more, and the magical circle of teleportation would be ready, so mentally begged Sir Stormin to hold out a little. The old man knew legends that 36 masterpieces were created by God. Therefore, no matter how strong the magical attacks of the ancient monster are, he would never break through the power of this shield. And after a few moments he realized that these thoughts were useless, because the dome began to crack. And after a few seconds, he was completely destroyed by the pressure of a huge amount of attacks. So below there was a huge explosion that only raised the wall of dust. The commander-in-chief of the game covered me with his hands, and soon he heard the old man who asked the commander to run. It turned out that the subordinates, covering them with his own body, protected from attacks. The man asked to leave him, because he is an old man, and let him leave, and Win asked to take care of the commander and the empire. In the end, he only said the commander that for him it was an honor to serve him. Next, the voice of an ancient monster was heard, who asked, were they still alive? The girl immediately got up in order to defend herself, and the R said that she would not do this, because now they will definitely cope with him. But the heroine this time was very persistent and said that she doesn't matter. After all, she is a hero and fight for the empire for her honor. And before rushing to the attack, she thought that the one who defended everyone and is a hero. Soon, a large number of magic stones left with the Povalo group. Renee looked at them and said how beautiful it is, they shine. But they did not come here for this, but what to do. But spending time well enough with benefit, the hero answered with sadness that this is true. And I also wanted to see what the golem was capable of, but he did not have time to finish with the village and how he was dried up by mana so that he would raise him, how to go back. Melryu said that there was only a small snag. They will return. They will be all for eternity. The golem weighs a chant like a whole mountain, and their poor dog drags it alone. It seems that he even lost a little. No matter how much the cruelty to see, the gentleman said that his skin would give him a reward of the finger of Patrick. Suddenly, she noticed that she had an idea, since she would change her dog in the middle of the journey and at the same time try to drag the wagon on all fours. The queen of the demon, this was surprised, saying that the mistress of the dog means she could not lose her face. After the conversation, they asked the master why he did not kill those people. He said to Renee, in the true appearance even transformed much slower than it was usually. The master smiled and said that of course he could slam them, recalling how that bastard was attacking him. He would like to explain to them better and can say that for them, it would be too light death. After the battle, the heroine was in the cemetery in order to honor her fallen comrades. She laid flowers for them and recalled those moments when she fought with them. Suddenly, a man that was nearby and asked to remember Burns' detachment that he had challenged the nucleus of antiquity. It turns out that this time they lost only 4 knights and 1 masterpiece. Many managed to survive only thanks to her. A member of the Knights Order, Black Wolf Barishik, spoke to her. The girl replied that she knew this, but still everything is not so simple. Suddenly, Gart came up to them and said that her flower was beautiful. She was sure that everyone was grateful to her. But the interlocutor was immediately indignant and said that this was not so. Next, her tears in her eyes began to boil, and she added that everyone was probably angry at her. After all, if she came a little earlier, and if she were a little stronger, she would have broken up with a maid with a blade. If it was only a little stronger, everything would be much different. And in this case, she would definitely be able to kill Pavallo and all those who died to save. While the girl screamed, her interlocutor interrupted her and said that she would certainly overcome him. The day will come, and she will fight Pavallo, because for the sake of this only victory, everyone is fighting. That is why now she asks her to leave the girl the past behind. So for some time they sat, or you did not cry her all your tears there. The commander-in-chief was sitting in his office and thought about what happened. He in turn could not understand how he still survived, and even more so why. He was completely incomprehensible because of what, after all, Povalovo did not kill him. After all, he had the opportunity to kill him at any moment when they were on the battlefield. In the end, the power of the ancient monster, as well as the power of Win, collided. And after that, it happened that the main character became uninteresting from... After all, it turned out that they used the magic of teleportation. In the end, the hero got closer to the era and told him something, but now the guy could not remember what was then. Of course, I would like to figure it out, but now too many eyes are directed at it, so you cannot act recklessly. And even he could not come to the funeral of his own comrades. In the end, he thought that he would do reports right now. But in the end, when he got up, he saw that with his vision, something was not as if it was getting dark. In addition, something squeezed so much as if they were about to burst. AR got up from his place and asked himself that damn it was happening. He thought perhaps this pain from fatigue because he does not understand. But when he drew attention to the candle that was in front of him, the face of the ancient monster appeared. Out of fear, he immediately lost concentration and fell to the ground, losing consciousness at the same time. When the guy woke up after a while, right in front of him was a gate that asked if everything was in order with him. AR opened his eyes and asked, did he really lose consciousness? And it is not clear how long he stayed here. Suddenly, he felt that the blood that flowed to the floor poured out of his mouth. The girl was horrified and asked what happened to him. Then he immediately shouted to the others so that they allowed the anchor urgently, because something was wrong with the commander. And the commander-in-chief soon realized that it was because the ancient monster was not going to leave him alive. Immediately before his eyes, the moment surfaced when he was the last time he talked with Landslide. After all, in the end, he told him that the guy has 6 months. Soon the subordinate returned to follow the commander. She began to collect fragments and asked if the hallucinations were only intensifying or it seems to her. The captain replied that everything was in order with him and he was already used to them. In general, it is worthwhile to rejoice that people still seem to him by people, Gart said, but 4 days have passed, so this is only a matter of time. Healing does not help, and the symptoms do not pass, and they still cannot reveal the cause. AR noticed that modern medicine is powerless and thought that the source of this infection, Pavallo, is likely to never cure it. So only one thing remains: the situation. He noticed the girls as an authorized person, orders this. No one should know. The same applies to Win. The apocalypse must be completed before death overtakes it. For this, first of all, it is necessary to restore the destroyed masterpiece and fill the loss. The interlocutor noted that she would take on the replenishment of the order mainly to those whom he noticed. The detachments went a couple of hours ago and had to make contact. Now Arkansas understood where the heroine had a few nights, but when they managed, so he asked why, then he was not immediately informed. The tracker said, does he really want to know about something in his state of something? What extra troubles? The details will report after he completely finishes. And now, perhaps, she will have to leave him, and along the way here she saw the one whom the commander was clearly disliked. He immediately understood who was talking about and hoped that it would be only his error. Soon there was a knock on the door, so he asked to go to the guest. It turned out that it was a dad who greeted the Commissioner and said that he had heard the news and decided to visit him, so hoping, even though it would console him. AR got up and said, to be honest, he does not know if it was about his religiosity, but he is bad to lie. After all, as he understands, the man came to hear the answer. The clergyman immediately smiled and stated that he would not deny it. The commander-in-chief asked why he had him. The response to this interlocutor said that he wants everything to be a knightly order of Edelbrace Black Wolf, one of the strongest detachments of this country with them. The current empire religion is considered an instrument for maintaining relations with the Holy Kingdom, while it actually reasons. Sometimes his life puts on one level with the life of a simple aristocrat. And the guy said, if he listens, you might think that the creed of the creed is true. Even if God exists in this empire, God is only His Majesty Emperor. The priest only began to laugh when he heard it and said, of course this is so. But this is so far, because soon the blessing will spread to all corners where a person's leg has ever stepped. And it was then that they will get rid of oppression and spread the teachings to even more extensive lands. He noticed, he said it as if he was going to start a sacred war. Dad answered, the sacred war is too much, and he is not like a weapon even with difficulty holding a spoon in his hands, like the interlocutor, however. Since he has an unhealthy appearance, he deviates on this, and they will assume that he had not yet given an answer. In the end, he only granted him to bring God's will with him. The interlocutor left the commander-in-chief, and he began to think about the answer. Soon I decided that it would still give him, but obviously not the one they are waiting. In the Dungeon of Antiquity, there was finally some kind of bustle. All those present gathered in the fourth room, and Patrick turned to Melge. He stated that from now on this room will fully belong to her and her demonic dog. Of course, they were delighted with this, and the girl immediately screamed at the state just perfectly. Now they are part of the very nucleus of antiquity, as if a dream has become a reality. In addition, there is enough space here to rebuild a new castle, and you should think about how to equip everything here. The knight was really glad that she liked her, and the master said that he was seized. He was also satisfied. The subordinates answered, this is true. The destruction of Knecht was really worth it, and the boss brought an excellent gatekeeper here. The hero asked if he was talking about Biplosion. Patrick noticed that this is true, and frankly, one has enough of it for this room. Then he asked whether it was true that he brought Melge. The guy answered, so, and she came up with a name. After which the knight said, she clearly has a talent for the court of subordinates, which truth cannot be said about the choice of names. But even so, apparently, he still does not know the true essence of this dog. So time has not come yet, and someday she will know about everything. Then Renee approached them and said that we are now located in the third room. The magic stone, which serves as its source of energy, is completely charged and reliably hidden in the wall, so that ordinary people cannot find it. Pavalo stroked his head after that and said that she was smart. The last days she really worked well, and he is grateful to her for that. In the meantime, these two were attracted to each other. Patrick apologized, but it seems he already saw this scene, so that they did not change the two drops. Like his rotting head, which does it because of what he saw. It turns out that he can no longer endure this, so he will go to the main one. As soon as he began to say that boss should do something like a landfill shouted, that if he needed, let him go, and he would stay here. But the knight replied that this was just necessary, and Boston was a little surprised. Patrick stated that this time he would not leave the dungeon even beyond the threshold. Just like recently, too much has happened, and now the whole city is destroyed. Moreover, rumors reached other dungeons and huge evil, and apparently they considered his actions strange. The boss asked, and what happened? Would the guests really come? And the subordinates replied that all this was true. Of course, those present from uninvited guests were surprised. The knight said that Batory told him about this, and it seems that other dungeons of evil have something to say to the boss. Davalo is not very happy with such news, so he asked when to wait for them. With his answer, Patrick struck them even more, because he said that they would arrive today. Soon as usual, the main characters yawned and said, how is it at home? Good. But for this, he kicked Batory about whether he understands at least the rest here. The guy looked at her and asked, was this cleaning for the new year? But the interlocutor fell again because of this, and the queen of the demons asked if they often gather from the dungeon of huge evil like this. Patrick answered, this is by no means so. If she's about the meeting like Judeki, then this has never happened. Their collection is aimed at strengthening the connections between the kings of demons. For such a dungeon of evil, they have too many racial differences, and not only. As a result, the baby asked, does it really mean that she will witness a historical event? The knight noted, if we speak in general, then this is true. Besides, he could not remember that the owners of the coronation of the needle gathered together. In fact, this means that the lawlessness of the boss crossed the line, and he doubts that this is an occasion for joy. One has only to look at the text of the letter that was handed over to them. It is written that they are heading to the core of antiquity and did not even bother to ask permission or reveal the purpose of the visit. The demon noticed that there was not a drop of respect in it. Patrick realized that now everything is clear to her, and they are so shameless, these so-called friends. Yes, and he can say that their manners are completely absent. Malush looked at how he threw the text of the message and exhaled sadly. Then she turned to her interlocutor, because she worked accurately. Therefore, it seems that someone invaded the dungeon. After that, the gatekeeper asked her to inform everyone else, and the girl agreed. And he is going to go first and find out the purpose of the visit of their guest. In the center of the Union of Kingdoms, namely in the Great Desert, a caravan was going on. The main trade route that connecting all 5 kingdoms went through this desert. Suddenly, a person who controlled a camel heard that the earth was trembling, but did not understand what the hell was happening. On the trade route, the moment when the dungeon that arose did not take possession of the trade route. As a result, people decided to end this dungeon and regain their land. They thought that there were only huge insects against them, so that with their powerful army, selected from the 5 kingdoms, they would drive these evil creatures. But as a result, they were all defeated and begged both sorrows, although they were mercilessly killed. The surviving person did not understand where their army was 10 times superior to them, because all this is simply impossible. This is a real nightmare. And the mother of all insects, the lord of the desert, Despair, who covered the 5 kingdoms, controls this dungeon. Patrick rushed forward at the same time in order to see who arrived at them. Looking at the traces, he realized that there are the very movements that he saw on the projections. When he arrived at the place, he noticed the monster familiar to himself. It was a boss of the dungeon of a huge evil sandy hell mother Hexabel, she said. Apparently they had not yet fully filled the monsters. Patrick heard an excessive imitation of a human voice. He heard that among the insects of monsters, there are those who imitate the voices of strong people. Although now it is more important that I just said, because probably it is trying to appreciate the combat effectiveness of the core of antiquity. As he thought, it would be necessary to take measures until the boss came, and for this he was going to attack. The same time appeared the main character, who asked, were they really going to play peeps? The rest of the girls also arrived with him. Patrick stepped forward and asked the main thing to stay behind, because he himself would figure it out, and the hero asked him why he was doing this at all. At the same time, Hexabel saw Pavallo, rejoiced, called him a teacher. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was still in great shape. The guy also greeted her and said that she had become even more. The interlocutor was a little indignant and asked how he could say that, a lady, but Pavallo did not accept it close and said that her things were going well, but interestingly how he was doing. She answered, thanks to his instructions, just wonderful, and they continued a sweet conversation, and Renee was horrified from this. Then the master turned to the rest and asked to meet it, because this is a Hexable, a former gatekeeper of the core of antiquity. The boss of the Sandy Hell greeted everyone too. She apologized that she had not introduced herself before. The new gatekeepers of the dungeons were in horror. And after a while everyone was sitting at the table, Patrick noticed if Hexabel was summing up the blue path before his arrival. And the question of replenishing the monsters asked simply because of anxiety about their dungeon, but froze during their skirmishes, because she was confused at the first meeting. The hero asked if it was true, and she replied that she simply did not know how to say hello. Patrick asked the master why he hadn't told this before. The master replied that he was busy not doing anything that had flown out of his head. Then the knight said, if she is higher and the gatekeeper in vain of antiquities and a boss friend, now she is the head of another dungeon of evil, and they cannot relax in any way. Suddenly the Hexable crawled closer to him and said that he was his big fan, which he was very surprised. The girl said in the skill of owning the ball there is no equal, and despite the fact that he is a skeleton, he is called a Knight of Death, that is, the strongest fencer. Therefore, it is a great honor for her to meet him personally. Patrick blurred in a smile and said that she would feel at home. Then he asked if everyone heard the appearance of the boss of the Dungeon of Evil, his fan. Further, Hexabel turned to the girls and asked who they were. Renee replied that she was the current gatekeeper, and Melga did it too. The maid apologized for tactlessness at the first acquaintance, but whether she was called the mother of all insects and the fact that she called herself a lady is connected with her sex. The interlocutor answered if she talks about it, you are really a female. The girl noticed, now everything is clear, and that means that it was the arrival of Renee. She was the only woman next to Mr. Plavallo. The Queen of Demons said from her experience in love affairs, there was probably something obscene between them. Patrick tried to stop her and asked where it could come from. Renee was evil and said that this was just a parasite. The knight asked for forgiveness for chaos, because they simply found out that the bosses of the Dungeons of Evil decided to visit without warning and became nervous. Hexabel said that she just wanted to see the teacher for a long time, but this applies only to her. The girl who brought asked, is it really the same core of antiquity? This time, she will let this ancient monster understand that he cannot attend anymore. It was the boss of the dungeon, Margar Ajidahak. Shortly before that, the subordinate asked the girl in the dungeon itself, was she really leaving? When not one of them bore bother to explain between Plavallo and Erebos with the chapters of the Dungeon of Evil, the conflict. The same thing is with Connect, so that it is enough with it. You can no longer leave the actions of this creature without attention. And now she arrived at the dungeon and thought that she would never allow others to look down on her. Suddenly the girl who led nearby turned to her sister and asked to see. After all, it turns out that she can now also turn into a person. Let her only look at her tail, and he is very cool. The interlocutor noted that it was true and sadly thought that she was about to appear here alone, but asked her. Therefore, she asked Fanfur at official events to call her a boss or lord, to which the baby agreed. Suddenly, someone came up and stated that she brought the child to a meeting of the bosses of the Dungeons of Evil. But the girl did not give herself offense and said that he himself came without concealing even his threatening aura. It turned out that it was a boss of the Dungeon of Huge Evil, Nilkambal Kurak. Dahaka understood that he, in the appearance of an ordinary orc, but they say he became a boss of the dungeon at the expense of his own strength, and so stumble upon him directly. It is strange. In this, she said, let the outer girl look like this, but in strength, the fan fiction is many times superior to ordinary dragons, so she asks to leave her comment for herself. The man noticed that he understood this, but let the Lord of the Dragon take into account that a comrade can be lost in an instant. The interlocutor realized that his facial expression did not say anything good, so she asked her sister not to move away from her so that it would not happen. The baby agreed, and they headed for the dungeon. And when all three went inside, they noticed that there was not a soul. Dahaka said, according to the book, there are hundreds of Glazia, known as the demons of caves. The orc was surprised from the fact that there is such a book. Then she said perhaps some strange detachment had already exterminated them, but the girl replied that this was impossible. She thought that these were nuclei in ancient times, and not some seedy third-rate dungeon where they did not look at their own monsters, so, most likely, it was a trap. It turns out that they decided to test her, but do they really think that the girl will give up so easily? Going through several rooms, they did not see anyone and soon only found Golem. But he slept, and because of this they were even more surprised. Dahaka was very angry and asked how much more they would mock her, since she will answer seriously and incinerates this cave to the ground. Suddenly, her riot was interrupted by Patrick, who said that they were granted them, because Melia recently reported new guests. There must be a girl, Aji Dahak, and a man is a Kurak, and they came together. The orc said that they simply crossed at the entrance, and Patrick added that it was even good that the others are already waiting, so you should start. Suddenly he was asked what to start, and he replied that we were talking about the first collection of bosses of the dungeon and huge evil. That's why very soon everyone gathered at the same table. Before that, the fanfare was interested in the Overlord. What is the plan? The boss replied, and if her guess is true, most of the people gathered here suffered from the outputs of Pavallo, and then only one thing remains. These will have to unite and put an end to his riot, even if it ends with a battle with him. As she thought about the police of those present, she sees that everyone has something to say. On, of course, besides her, because I have no idea what this expression on the face means. He appeared Patrick, who noticed that everyone was waiting, as he supposed. Dahaki was just interested in what kind of man this landslide, and so he just appeared slowly, starting to go to his own guests. The girl was very surprised when she saw him and thought, was he really a black disaster and the most terrifying dungeon among the bosses? It was surprising for her that he looks young like that. Patrick went to the master and explained something to him at that moment. And the hero sat down in his place and near him lined up in the gatekeepers. Dahaka wondered if it was possible to look at him at all, because if her eyes just burst. But it is impossible to ensure that this happens, so she begged herself to pull herself together, because she is a representative of the dragons. Surely everyone feels the same as she, but because of the pressure of this monster, then she should be the first to act. Suddenly, Batory said that she had nothing to say. At this gathering, she thought to have fun, but it is not clear why everyone was silent. She went to Pavallo and said that in him, the problem could cease to pretend that he was not in business, even if he still behaves like the owner and the real boss of the Dungeon of Evil. But he said that it would be better to just sleep. Dahaka was surprised that Batory was familiar with him, and besides, it looks like they were close. Hexabel also noticed that she had nothing to say because she wanted to visit the teacher. The Lord of the Dragons was horror that she was a student of this monster. Elizabeth said that she really came after so much time from here, such a boredom. Suddenly she looked at the girl and noticed that she seemed to want to say something, so let her ask her to speak. She was immediately alerted, but thought that she had to say the fan fiction, after all, was looking. Therefore he lied all his strength into a fist. She said that she was going to go to the Empire. These words present were shocked and awkwardly. Then she was embarrassed and twisted her head and said that it was not her. Suddenly Kurak joined the conversation. He noticed that he sent everyone a message about his intention to go to the core of antiquity. And taking this opportunity, he wants to turn to the bosses of the dungeon in evil with a request. Now he will say directly that their dungeon Nilkumbal plans to destroy the empire before this winter. The gatekeepers of the core of antiquity from this information were a little shocked, and Elizabeth asked so what he really wants to help, but the interlocutor replied that he was not here. After all, if it is easier to speak who he asks not to intervene in the war between their dungeons and the empire. And when he said this, the protagonist with him, you already met with his eyes. Hexabel apologized for breaking through them, but she was interested in how much was left before the winter. As a result, she received the answer that she was only a month left. Then Kurak said that they would really destroy the empire in just 1 month. They have long completed all the preparations, so all the Nirkumbal warriors are already waiting for the order from him. The interlocutor said that he will not be able to defeat the empire only with the help of his orcs of warriors. It is interesting how much the empire has several million soldiers who are ready to fight them. The man said this is their last chance because now the chaos reigns in the empire because of the fall of Riaza and the situation in Knecht. Moreover, he formed an alliance within the empire, which shares their goals. From these words, those present were no less surprised. And Elizabeth immediately rose and asked with horror, did he really unite with people? She was beside herself with anger, so the bloody energy immediately began to seep from all over the cave. Then, the conversation entered the conversation that he noticed, if they were going to fight, let him fail from here. Nothing to breed a mess in his house or they want to fight him. But Tori was indignant and stated that she had nothing to talk about with someone who sold her privilege to be a monster. Kurak noticed that they would still meet while the woman was leaving. Further, the gentleman said that he had a foreboding that everything would end like that. After some time, Patrick noticed the boss wanted them to leave, and he really managed to send everyone away, but the guy replied that it was not even he enjoyed the quarrel. The knight added, judging by confidence, Kurak alliance, about which he mentioned, should be enough. To destroy the empire, their common dream and boss reacted too impulsively, so they are the only ones who think so. Davalo said now he is definitely not a suitable time for this, at least for now. Dahaka and his sister were heading somewhere. The baby noticed the orc spoke about the destruction of the empire and, as she thinks, is it serious? The girl replied that she also dreams of erase all people from the face of the earth when they cross their boundaries. But the destruction of the entire empire is a completely different matter because this is a difficult task. She remembered how the interlocutor before going to the dungeon told her about the loss of a friend in one moment. She did not understand whether this was due to his expression at that very moment. After a while in the flight, the girl noticed a Hexable, and Kurak was also there. But Dahaka remembered very well that they parted in different directions. Then it is not at all clear why they are now together. The heroine of the Uan Empire at that time was in the city of Yubaf. The knight asked why she did not eat, and she replied that she had lost her appetite. The guy did not understand how long she plans to behave like that. She will not return her comrades, refusing to eat, and now he understands why Gart sent him here. The rest went in search of Cian. Suddenly he saw the girl's face and asked, was he really interested, because he mentioned another warrior? He is sure that they were disguised and hiding somewhere, when asked if they could take them at all. The interlocutor noted that these are those with whom they can at least communicate. Perhaps they will be entrusted with more difficult work, but even if they don't think to get up from the table until it finishes. Then he got up and immediately turned to the chef to the cook. The man went out and wiping the glasses, asked the respected client what happened. The night they stated some kind of looking for them to say that this person is here, so it is interesting whether he had seen him. The cook said that he certainly did not see him, or maybe he saw, but was not able to remember all his customers. After that, he grabbed the weapon in order to defend and attack. The knight noticed that he did this because this person looks very much like who they are looking for. The chef is a cook, or it is better to call his ex-hero. His name is just Rashmer, and he is really a former hero. The answer to this, the man said that he does not quite understand what this person means. And the guy was surprised that he said so after he blocked his blow only with a knife. They have a request for a former hero, but Rashmer said that he was refusing. After all, the Empire is already quite senior, so they should be trying to return it to the battlefield. Therefore, he advises him to return home, while both can still laugh. The knight answered. Garte said that he could refuse. But he was also told what to do in this case, and he really likes this method of conversation. Therefore, he immediately took out one of the 36 masterpieces, which was called the Bloody Mary.